because wet morning, if you ask me, wet morning on the island, wet morning on, on the mainland. But we're here again. My name is Elizabeth Musa. We hope you're doing well. We hope you had a great weekend. And of course, joining me on the show this morning, I have got, as well as
Deborah Azing.
right. And today on the show, we have a packed show this morning. It's going to be from the newspaper review. We see what we have on the headlines, and we'll go straight to see what we have on the big story, and then see what we will be discussing on business morning. And of course, we will come to see what we have on the social media space with social listening. But before then, let me ask how your weekends were.
Well, it was great, but then again, I was hoping
It
that
rained.
Monday comes with Monday motivation, Monday sunshine.
Then give us the motivation.
But I mean, I could say so. I could say every day without a good smile is a wasted day.
All right, then
but-
smile for us.
But I didn't see that coming. You know, but then again, with the weather, you look at the weather, you look at how the day will look like. You begin to wonder: should you just put up a smile or put up your umbrella? You see where I came from?
No, I don't see it. Because how is that even a motivation?
Should you put maybe should we call this a dad joke? Should we put up a smile or an umbrella?
Sometimes we have drive jokes.
But thank you, that actually made me laugh.
You see,
Should we put up it? In fact, I need to.
the joke is not funny. At least you put a smile on your face.
It was such a corny joke that it was funny at the end of the day.
Motivation, and then you're asking us to smile.
Should we put up a smile or an umbrella? What does that even mean?
So guess what? Most comedians, right?
Yeah.
They made their fortune from at first and foremost. They were dry, they were not funny. But we just said, let's just help them.
Is this you trying to delve into comedy?
You
Huh?
never know. You never
No, this
know.
is him trying to justify dead
You know,
jokes.
So at the end of
But then be honest, it made you at the end of the day it made you laugh.
No, it was your interpretation that made me laugh, not the joke.
so think the idea now. When you
And they say any joke that you have to explain, then it's not funny. It's not funny.
it's not funny. But this thing now, at least it made you crack up.
See, the corniness in the joke made me laugh. Like I just felt like, what was that? Where is that coming
I'll
from?
stick with broadcast. Let's leave
Please do.
Should we put up a
You know.
smile or should we put up an umbrella?
I mean, help and young career as a comedian. Come on.
Oh my goodness. Well, let's see what we have on the headlines. That didn't even make me ask Debbie how our weekend was. I mean, this
You better
umbrella
come with
thing
good joke.
just
You better come with good joke.
this umbrella thing just took me
You better come
unaware.
with good joke.
Well, my weekend was good.
Right.
I was with a group of great minds over the
Nice,
weekend, and it
nice.
was really refreshing.
Yes.
But unfortunately, the rain actually spoiled everything this morning.
This morning, no.
It's the Valentine effect. Having to come here and speak about it raining.
And about it raining. But I think I understand when you said you had a refreshing weekend with great minds. It's always nice when you just have that time away with group of people that just leave you feeling
Take you out of
motivated. They just
Downtime.
bring you back to that space. So I'm happy you had a great weekend. My weekend was just indoor. It was okay, but busy actually.
Busy
I'll
This
be
is
honest.
always busy. That's why it's global.
It was busy. It was a busy weekend. So on Sunday, I'm like, no, let me just stay indoors. So
All right. So what do we have?
yes, let's see what we have on the headlines today from WAEC. So WAEC CBT computers to cost secondary schools 1.6 trillion naira. Firstly, can these secondary schools afford to even can they afford to buy these CBT
I
computers?
mean, the answer is very clear. It's a big no. All right. Unless you want to now say that they generate more money from taxing the students.
Or maybe the government is going to support.
Yeah, I think it's the government.
Don't you know
government,
how this is
yeah,
going-
right.
how
The
do we
government,
turn out?
not
If the
the
government
schools.
is supposed to be the sole expectant when it comes from
Money will be
comes from-
siphoned for sure.
for
That's
it.
my point. So you see, we'll end up seeing a case where this money might be released on paper. You get it? But not necessarily retrieved or probably collected by hand.
I bet some people are really excited right now, and it's not the students, it's those people that are going to be
But what do you all want?
be in charge of the money.
The road work, I think it was this year.
Yes.
That we had the whole buha about kids failing and all that. And now they've come with a solution. 1.6 trillion naira to get
1.6 trillion naira.
Just 1.6.
You already know what's going to happen with that money. Like you go to those schools and then you can count the computers, and then you find some people smiling to the bank, and then you find that some people's homes have been enriched with state-of-the-art equipment based on 1.6 trillion naira that was supposed to be computer for secondary schools.
When you say just 1.3,
No, that was me being
That was
you.
showing
That's
tongue
me
in
being
cheek.
you.
Right.
because I mean, being me, right?
Yes.
Because if you compare it to the other trillions that are being wasted, I might agree with you for the first time. And it's just 1 point.
It's not just. That was me just being sarcastic.
That's my point. That's my point now. So in me agreeing with you simply means that totally think that if such money ever is going to be pulled out for this particular project, it will just be, we'll be here. We'll tell the story and see how it will still yet again beat Netflix when it comes to hitting the rate. So when I say I agree with you, I was also being sarcastic.
I'm just very worried. I'm just happy. I'm happy, but not happy. Happy that I've passed that phase, but sad because
Some people
there are
like
people that will now, they will not still benefit. They're supposed to have CBT computers supposedly to make the examination more thorough and whatnot, but we'll still have secondary schools that will still be biting their teeth and gritting their teeth because of the fact that they don't have access to these computers. They don't have enough computers, while some people will be smiling to the bank. And that's the sad thing about projects like this.
Yeah.
So there are many ways to, I always say, mitigate this and put it in check, really. If this amount of money has been mentioned, let's first and foremost be optimistic that it will be released. But again, as I mentioned, once you follow up, the follow-up here is simple. Because what this simply means is that we will now track it. And why are we journalists? Why are we in the media space? To make sure that when we mention money like this amount of money, those who are supposed to be the recipient of this money will get it. And they don't, we'll ask those questions that our viewers want to know, and then take it from there.
All right, let's move on now. Still on trillions and billions. President Bola Tinubu allocates 25 billion naira for FCT health projects as Wike approves doctors' demand. That's another headline this morning. We're seeing lots of money moving. I'm sure Valentine is thinking, which one would they allocate for me?
Honestly,
For my comedy project.
I was just going to say, look, it's to just simply say, look, for entertainment, carve out 1/10 of that money and let's help young people who want to get to comedy, even though they might fail in comedy.
So the problem is, will the money get to you?
Interestingly, they would rather put the money into the people that will come and chase me around for flogging them on air.
You're
talking about money. They will empower people that will not come and find a way to suppress our voice. That's where they will put their money to, not even wanting to help you. Because that should be told. We know that money, along the way, will lose weight.
Debbie was going to say something about it being a good thing.
Yeah, it's a
that
good
the
thing
doctor...
now that they've allocated the money. Over the weekend, I have a friend who is like a medical director.
Right.
And then he made a post about UTH, I think Ibadan, putting out vacancy for doctors. I think it's something that's never happened before. And then he laughed at like, the medical space in Nigeria is now a joke. That you now put out a vacancy like it's a customer service job, that if you're a doctor and you need a job, call this number and follow up. You'd say. So it's good that it's a good thing now that the strike has been called off and the money that that's supposed to allocate to them is definitely going to get to them.
So that move was a political move. They deep into that story, realized that they did that, right? That idea of shopping for doctors to let people know that, look, for what it's worth.
It's not a political move.
Then I will tell you, politics.
It's real life.
Well, let me explain to you. See, politics doesn't have to be about politicians. There are politics everywhere. Politics being played even in the home, anywhere. You see, when you tell people that, look, we don't have enough doctors, so we are shopping for doctors. What that tells you is that those other people and other organizations, like the main association, begin to think, when did this thing stop being sacrosanct? When did it stop being something that's quite sacred? Right? There is a process for doctors to be infused into hospitals. When you're done from medical school, of course, you have the housemanship and something like that. And then you move in gradually, which is automatic. However, when you now see them saying, okay, vacancies for doctors, when I say it's a political move, there are many ways to get the government to move. Because the government will now say, are they really doing this? Which means
Right.
they, they haven't gotten, put this way, haven't gotten their ear or whatever, haven't gotten their attention fully. So they will meet them halfway. There are many ways to make this thing happen. I keep telling people, there are different ways to achieve your goal. If one way is not working, use a different route. And this route, that's why I say was critical about it. That's what they did, that statement is political. Say this way. So this way, we will touch those who are responsible for holding that money to begin to release it. Because once you now make doctors' ability to deliver is to be based on, what they call, quote and unquote, tumbo basket. You know what I mean? What does that tell you? It becomes a case of
mini, mo.
that's what I mean. How to use our local flow. For those who understand, real Nigerians.
Okay. All right. But it's still a good thing. At least they've called up the strike, and we can actually move forward from doctors going on strike.
Exactly. It's a good one. It's a good one. Let's move on now and see other headline today. It says half-year results signal cooling of banks and FX windfalls. Does anyone want to speak on that?
Well, you want to say something, Debbie?
For this, I think it's mostly UBA. I don't know what has gotten into UBA. Their FX rate and what they call it again. What they call it, the money, the 0.0 stuff that you see at the end of the month that they pay
benchmark interest rates.
Interest rates. I saw that they increased their interest rates and they've been on the news for like a while. So I think that headline has to do with them actually. So yeah.
Well, it's good enough that we can see headlines like this. This way, they now get to beat my expectation. Means that I can't throw in jabs at them. I can't, tell them my dry joke. But otherwise, if they had said something else, I could have come forth with my
should we put up a smile about it or an umbrella? What do you think?
I think the umbrella is better. This smile right now might not touch the hearts of those who are coming. It's okay. It's allowed.
All right, let's move on now away from Nigeria. Just quickly touch on what we have on the African continent. Kenya seeks to strike U.S. trade deal by year end. The trade minister says this. U.S. keeps being in the news. The last time it was Dangote exporting, some oil to the U.S. in a historic occasion. And Kenya is seeking to strike U.S. trade deal by the end of the year. So
I am not surprised. Ruto, who's the president of Kenya, in many ways, I will call him a two-edged sword. And this is me speaking very figuratively here.
Okay.
Look, give it to him. He's a great speaker. He can actually hold conversations in global conferences and win the hearts for Africans and even Kenyans. But move away from that eloquent speech to actually making sure that whatever decisions you make must be in the interest of Kenyans first, not in the interest of his career and his dancing tango with the US. I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but truth be told, right? I expected that, having seen what's going on with other African countries, how Donald Trump has deliberately, right, sidelined Africa to put them as not important. Because if we're very important, the way and manner he gave audience to Putin should have given to those 5 African leaders who went to visit him, right? He spoke to them in a demeaning way, saying, you could see all over his face. Even at some point, he was saying, look, hurry up, I don't have that time. So when I now see likes of Ruto, who is very intelligent and very smart, remember I said I gave it to him. I've had opportunity to meet him before in South Africa when they had that conference. And even
what
the
conference
handshake,
was that?
it was a conference surrounding African leaders. Even a handshake alone. Then it wasn't even the president. He wasn't the president of Kenya at that time. But I could tell from the way he spoke, I said, this guy is going to go places. I was shocked. I wasn't shocked anyway when he finally became the president. But you could see it coming. So I know he's a very intelligent guy. Okay? So having said so, I think unless maybe he's playing politics, which obviously is what politicians do. But in a case where you actually can strike deals with the US, it's not a bad thing to do that because what comes in first is the trade. But in case where you do that, and then you now see what's happened to other your African counterparts, and you're still dancing tango, and you're not straightforward with certain things, it makes me believe that you're just being more of a politician than what it is that's going to gain that's going to add more value to Kenyans and Africans. If we must move forward as a continent, right, we must speak as one. Look, believe it or not, do you think that this trade deal they're about to break or they've broken already, right, didn't come from him letting some other things go? Do you think so? Remember, they've had a lot of riots in Kenya for a while now, right? Same thing with Nigeria. The US wants something from Nigeria, we don't give, they slam you with tariffs. Okay? So they want to break a deal with the US. What have they given for that to happen? The person we're talking about is Donald Trump. He's a major deal breaker. No, sorry, deal maker.
And also breaker.
A breaker too. So if you don't dance to his tune, he breaks the deal and presents to the world that you as a person, you are not even worthy to come to the table to have a conversation. We saw that now when those 5 other presidents came. We saw the way he even spoke to the Liberian president. I don't know, when he asked him where did this man learn how to speak English and stuff like that. What am I trying to say is that it is time that Africa comes together and say, look, anything you want to strike with so person, let it be unilateral. Let it go across board. I know there are different interests there, right? But the sooner we do it, the better. Otherwise, people use this word, but I'm trying not to say.
This deal is actually a good one from what
For
I'm
Kenya.
saying. Yeah, for Kenya.
How does it benefit Africa as a whole?
Yeah,
That's why I'm going to this now.
it's going to caution their imports, their importation,
For
and
Kenya.
yeah.
How does it affect Nigeria? How does
It's
it affect
Kenya.
Africa?
It's them actually striking the deal, and from what is again, this is actually like the first of its kind in African sub-Saharan Africa. So I think it's a good thing, but we can't really talk about it because the trade minister has not said anything to affirm that the deal is going to come true or not.
Can I tell you something?
True.
When we struck a deal with China, if you read that story where you realize that again, these are just politicians doing their thing. But in doing that, the aim was if we can be able to do business with China and in Naira and Yen, they will be able to open the door for China to do other business with other African countries directly with their own currency. This was one of the reasons why Bola Ahmed Tinubu moved to this thing, to say, look, let's begin to create that idea of oneness. I was quite happy. I was like, look, man, this is good, right? And other African countries started following suit. So my question now is, with this Kenya's deal, I'm speaking for Africa, that want to strike with the US, even if it pulls through, how does it benefit other African countries already?
The only thing I would just say, or the only thing I've been thinking about is I would think that more African countries should be more tilted towards the BRICS. That's the Brazil, Russia, India,
you see what I'm heading
China. So we should be more tilted because we're trying to break free. We're trying to boost our own trade on our continent. So that I would expect that we are more tilted towards the BRICS, but it's what it is.
But we're just going the other way. Anyways, it's a decision.
It's what works for
it's what it is. And speaking of trade, deal breaker, like you said, let's go on a quick break and be right back for the newspaper review right after.
Hello viewers and welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Owona. On this day in 1980, the Iran-Iraq War erupted when Iraqi forces invaded Western Iran, sparking one of the deadliest and most destructive conflicts of the late 20th century. The war lasted from 1980 to 1988, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives and draining both nations' economies. Its legacy included the expansion of weapons of mass destruction programs in Iraq and Iran, as well as political and military shifts that shaped the region for decades. In Iran, still reeling from the 1979 Islamic Revolution, the conflict boasted headliners like Ali Khamenei, who later became supreme leader, while sidelining moderates such as President Abul Hassan Bani Sadr. It also transformed the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps from a small militia into Iran's most powerful military force. Although open warfare began on September 22, 1980, Iraq claimed hostilities started weeks earlier when Iran allegedly shelled border posts on September 4th. The war dragged on for 8 years before a ceasefire was reached in 1988. Yet, normal relations remain elusive, with troop withdrawals and diplomacy delayed until August 16, 1990, when a formal peace agreement was finally signed. The immense human and economic toll of the war left lasting scars and directly set the stage for Iraq's invasion of Kuwait and the Persian Gulf War that followed. By the end of the Iran-Iraq War in 1988, Iraq was drowning in $80 billion of debt, half owed to Arab allies such as Kuwait. War damage topped $200 billion. Inflation soared, and nearly half of Iraq's oil revenues went to servicing debt. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obuna. Hello.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day, and we are ready to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning, starting off with the Business Day paper today. The big story here on the front page of the Business Day paper says, 4 charts making Cardoso's 2 years in office. 4 charts marking Cardoso's 2 years in office. FX reserves jump 26% on soaring inflows. Interest rates rise 6 times in response to galloping inflation. And on page 30 of the paper this morning, Fubara seeks spiritual backing and rallies for peace. Senator says that Rivers event won't affect Tinubu's chances in 2027. On page 82 of the Business Day paper this morning, Zenith Bank declares 1.25 dividend. And net interest income jumps 90%. Again, on the front page of the papers this morning, $10 DAP man must embrace change and seek opportunities. It says that association has outlived its usefulness, and this is the Dangote Refinery and the Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria. It's advised the innovation to innovate or perish. You know, I think I won't start with that particular one, seeing that, you know, it's coming from Femi Otedola, which we know is also one of the business leaders in Nigeria who have put, transformed industries in Nigeria, from Femi Oil, the Fourth Association of Nigeria, must innovate or perish. I think it's quite profound.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that it's also quite commendable to hear him say that, because sometimes it's always hard to, speak, especially when you know who is involved, your friend and all of that. So, but I think at the end of the day, they say innovate or die.
I mean, truth be told, you're not far from what it is. It's good that, but before I even analyze this, let's give it to them. They've been good friends for a while, and such friendship is very hard to find, especially when you are in a business where there is competition, and not just competition, but the type that will have two friends being to the same thing, and yet they complement each other every now and then. If you look at it, even when Femi Otolada's daughter got married, he was there present. So it goes to show you that all the activities.
It was even the father of the day.
Most definitely. So they've been good friends for a while. And even without consulting his friend or talking to him, at any point in time, if they ask him, what do you think about this issue? Most definitely he would lay it out without being sentimental. He would just say it, and what he said made a lot of sense. Saying that, look, it is time that people get to wake up and see that there's a new order in town, and that the coming of Dangote refinery is a major deal maker. And most definitely he's not wrong. I don't see any other angle where anybody wants to argue, because we've seen in the past that our own federal refineries have been on life support for a while, with all the amount of money that has been injected in it, right? Still having issues. So truth be told, right? Anyone who will see that this is not a plus, then should go and have his or her brain examined, because everything Femi Otolada has said here makes a lot of sense, and it's good that we can have not just him saying it, but a lot of people agreeing to it. But obviously, in every 12, there's always a Judas. There's some people who are even close to Dangote will still want to believe that he's monopolizing the market. As far as I'm concerned, right? Even if it means him monopolizing the market, but let Nigerians breathe a sign of fresh air and enjoy that which is that comes from under their feet in our own country as our natural resources, or resources as the case may be, whichever pronunciation works. I believe that if we are able to enjoy consistent flow of petroleum products, haven't experienced the boom of Dangote refinery, and it continues like this, is a welcome idea. What he mentioned, that Femi Otolada said, 100% I agree. Whoever has any contrary opinion, like I said, should go and have his or her brain examined. Because imagine if we didn't have Dangote refinery. Do you understand what we have been going through? For years now, we've been dealing with issues surrounding either fuel scarcity or petroleum product having the hitch, or some people playing God. And when I say people playing God, what that means is that you have people who will tell you, refinery is not working, so what next? Importing. We export crude, we import fuel. How come the refinery will work today and not work tomorrow? Meanwhile, when it's time to export crude oil, the refinery will work. When it's time to give Nigerians fuel that will move their cars, diesel products, and every other thing, the refinery will not work. It's very clear that some cabal, or some people, I wouldn't say around the corridor of power, but some people within some with a hidden agenda, working hand in hand with all those marketers, are frustrating Nigerians. And like they say, when two elephants fight, the grass suffers. For how long will the grass suffer? We've moved from being a green grass to a brown grass. Very soon now, there will be nothing to call the grass. It will now become the soil. So you laughed at that joke.
At this point, I don't even know if I'm laughing or I'm laughing at the corniness of the joke.
So I think it is time that we need to begin to tell ourselves the truth. Dangote is doing the Lord's work. We know these things, and let's be honest with it. And for Femi Otolada to have come out to now mention that, look, this is the way to go, I give him kudos to it.
Yeah, and the story is actually quite an expose. I don't think we'll do enough justice to it in just this brief analysis, but to read more on this story, which is quite insightful, because I'm also reading it as we speak. I'm also taking a look into the story. You should grab a copy of the BusinessDay paper this morning at your local stand, or visit www.businessday.ng. Also, for more premium stories, because this could also be in our premium, under our premium subscription, then you should subscribe to the Business Day premium subscription only for a token. This is where you find all the news, all the news like you've never seen anywhere else, business news. And like we say, this is the only place where you get to make informed decisions right here on Business Day. So let's move on now and talk about the 4 charts marking Olayemi Cardoso's 2 years in office. Now we're seeing that FX reserves have jumped 26% on soaring inflows, and interest rates have risen 6 times in response to galloping inflation. And this story is written, of course, by Hope Moses and Eniola Olatunji this morning on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. I just wanted to just mention some points, some of the 4 hallmarks or the 4 charts that have marked his 2 years in office. Now, the first thing we're going to notice, steep Naira fall as tempered by stability. That's the first hallmark. The second hallmark, exchange rate unification. In November 2024, Cardoso highlighted the CBN's effort to unify Nigeria's multiple exchange rates with a view to eliminating market distortions and restoring transparency while creating a more predictable environment for businesses. Now, the next thing, the next hallmark of Cardoso's 2 years in office is the FX inflows. Foreign portfolio investors have remained the dominant source of liquidity in the FX market in the last 2 years, accounting for about 86% of FX supply from foreign sources and approximately 32% of total FX flows. That's the third hallmark. And then there's also the hallmark of inflation. Inflation declined from 26.7% in September 2023 to 20.1% in August 2025 under Olayemi Cardoso. And it's also attributing it, however, to the rebasing of the consumer price index, which led to the decline in headline inflation. That's one hallmark. And then we're also seeing interest rate hikes. The Cardoso-led CBN has raised interest rates 6 times to tame the rising inflation, and the interest rate has risen to 27.2% under Cardoso from 18.7% when he assumed office. Now, we're also seeing that the high interest rate has attracted portfolio investment into Nigeria, but also stifled credit. Lastly, bank sector capitalization. Under the Olayemi Cardoso-led central bank, he has announced bank recapitalization to strengthen financial institutions, and banks had collectively raised over 13 trillion naira in fresh equity capitals as of mid-2025, which has significantly strengthened their capital buffers and improved resilience to credit risk. And this one is according to a report by ProShare. And then some of these banks include Access Holdings, Wema Bank, Zenith Bank, Lotus, Jay's Bank, Providus Bank, Stanbic, Greenwich Merchant Bank, amongst as some of the banks. So these are some of the hallmarks of the Olayemi-led CBN for 2 years in office. So quite an hallmark, 2 years, able to achieve all of that. Cool.
Yes, I mean, it's good to see that we can sit back to now itemize so far what he was able to achieve being the governor of CBN governor for the past 2 years now. It's good. We're also happy that we can afford to now say these are the challenges that there were before when he came on board, and they're no longer challenges. They are now, we have results tagged to those challenges. However, I don't know if we pinpoint most of the challenges he had. One of them included the fact that, he faced a lot of issues when it had to do with the forex liquidity, because there were crises at that time. They were exacerbating by limited dollar inflow and the volatile naira. However, owing to a lot of other reforms, those are one of the challenges that he faced. And of course, he also drew, it really cites that one of the major challenges that he had was some bad decisions that Emefiele put in place. Again, I don't know if that is a jab thrown at someone who is already down on the floor. I don't know if that's good sportsmanship, because they always say when you are in the boxing ring and you've been hit down, right, you should respect your opponent. in this case, not if it's an opponent, but you know, the man is already he's already in a serious mess as it stands. I don't think it's the right time to throw jab at him. I'm just saying for what they call the spirit of you want to call it the finance spirit or whatever spirit. But however, he mentioned that one of the challenges that he had when he came on board was the bad decisions that the Emefiele put in place, which he dealt with. Other than that, I think so far so good. Do we give him a pass mark here?
Yeah, I think we should
Easily.
So yeah,
Easily
All right,
get
so-
a pass mark.
So, Malami Kadoso, if you're listening, we're giving you a pass back. Come on.
What does that mean now for him?
It means come and pay
I don't
homage.
think blaming Emefiele for, and that's conversation for another day anyway.
Right.
Anything is should be a point of oh, these are challenges that I faced during my 2 years in office. I think Emefiele, if we're being honest, he actually held down the economy. He did, and everything that is actually wrong with him right now is just the change of government. We all know that.
Plus, he was being he was being used, to again, quote and unquote, when the commander in chief tells you this is what we want, the ability for you to now say no will now border on the fact that you are tired of your career.
Yeah.
So he had to probably go ahead with what the former late president now gave him directed to do. But when the matter now gets to a different rhythm, you have to dance to it because your signature that was there.
But I don't see
Moving
how
forward.
the dollar that was 700, 800, he held it down, is now 1,500. And when it gets to 1,400, me and you will be happy that, oh, okay,
Of course not.
it's now stably.
So I agree with you.
But there's something to smile about, really. Finally, on the front page this morning, or the last story we'll take, says Fubara seeks, that's Siminalai Fubara, seeks spiritual backing and rallies for peace.
Try not to laugh at
Senator
this, but,
says
it's
Rivers
good.
effect won't affect Tinubu's chances in 2027. I do think that Nigeria's issues definitely seek spiritual backing.
So I mean, it's good that we can hear this kind of story. It just makes you understand how, again, lack of a better term, how myopic some people are. Truth be told. Otherwise, why would you tell me that something that has direct answer for that was not even God made or some evil made, but rather was decisions made by man, and the outcome obviously was also spearheaded by man, and you're looking for spiritual intervention. Let's call a spade as it is, right? Look, unless it tells us that he's being witch hunted, that's a different case, right? But if there is a problem, although knowing how River State's government is and how dynamic being in charge of that state can be, I will not be shocked if some other things above our understanding, above this realm, is in power.
But I think it's just basically
exactly.
Thanksgiving. If you look at the story, like he went to church with his family, let me just quote what he's saying. He says, "I'm here together with my wife this first Sunday after the suspension of the state of emergency. We cannot thank God enough as a family.
Okay.
Our being here is private. We came simply to worship in our home church. When my story ends, this church will lead me to my next journey. So it is important that I come here to say thank you quietly before the Almighty God for what he has done, what he is doing, and what he will continue to do, not just for me and my family, but for this state and for Nigeria." I don't think that's too much.
Yes, it's not too much. Anyone who is in the eye of the public and you're constantly under
Your
criticism,
scrutiny.
there is a big tendency that sometimes you look to divine for answers. And when I say divine, I'm not talking about our wonderful studio manager. I'm talking about the divine that we look up to. But good enough. It's good that we can see these things. However, in looking forward to, or rather in asking for the divine grace, which is not bad, let us also look at what's on ground. Indices will never lie, right? Prayers will not change to 1 + 1 like it was to 2. 2 will always be 2 in the idea of mathematics. But however, in politics, maybe they don't need those prayers because human beings have a way of changing the dynamics.
Absolutely. We all need prayers.
And religion go hand in hand. I've said it here before. Even
Politics
though
and
it's
religion.
of course.
So-
Politics
so-
cannot work
yes.
without religion. Politics cannot work without the church. Politics cannot work without the mosques. Politics cannot work without the traditional worshippers. So wherever you find peace in your political journey, please go there and just like what Similai has done.
But there are some countries as we speak who don't put religion first, and they're doing
This
very
is
well.
Nigeria.
Who says they don't put no, but for real, who says they don't put religion? Because even in the United States, when President Trump was getting no, I'm saying that there's none. There is none. Mention.
Look, that will say, look, let us look at the running of the government, making sure that the policies made are followed.
They are following it, but mention in every individual who is participating in politics. You can't say it. That's why you're saying next story. You're trying to run away from it. There is none. Anyway, let's move and see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning.
Punch? Okay, so I do have the Punch. Let's put the Punch. IBAS rejects Assembly's move to probe 6 months spending.
I saw that coming.
Because we said let's go to the next story. I was going to mention something the last one, but let me just keep quiet for now.
Mention.
IBAS rejects Assembly's move to probe 6 month spending. Well, it says ex-administrator insists lawmaker lacks power to question tenure. CSOs urge Fubara to hold IBAS accountable. I don't know what you think about this, but if I must weigh in, let me hear from you for this first. Before I weigh into what I have to say.
Yeah, we actually saw it coming. There's something about power. It's so easy for one to like throw stone when you're not the one sitting at the helm of power. So I don't know why IBAS is rejecting it, because you can't tell me that in 6 months you've squandered and eating the state cake that you can't make, you can't be accountable for it. So I did see this coming, and I think Fubara holding him accountable should actually stand. Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I'm just looking at it and wondering the reason why it would be against. It would be against. Maybe it's a thing of power. Maybe it's a thing of so when you guys put me as sole administrator for 6 months, did I come and question the time you've been there? So like whatever happened, like however it is, we've administered resources and whatnot. We've administered it, and that's it. I don't know if that's where it's coming from, or if there's some more sinister motive behind it. I really don't know, but I think the story will tell us more about that.
So, having said so, what I see playing here is simple. Remember, he didn't show up when he was supposed to show up during the main event. He came a day after. Now, page 2. Let's not go and see exactly what you're telling us here, right? Because honestly speaking, before we say anything, it's important. Look at it. It says here, the immediate past River State Administrator Vice Admiral Ibok et Ibas retired, and River State House of Assembly may begin up for a showdown following the latter's decision to probe the state's expenditure over the last few months under the former guy. It's what we're talking about now. But this interesting part here, it says River State House of Assembly presided over by the Speaker, Martin, right, during its first plenary after the end of the emergency rule, said it would investigate the state expenditure during the 6 months of emergency rule.
Okay.
Now, what this means is that Fubara is not the one pushing for it. It is these particular people, the assembly, are the ones pushing for it. You know why? Because a lot of decisions and money spending was done without even asking them any question. And so a lot of them who had interest, a lot of them who have been eating fat from those irregularities, a lot of them who have eaten so much from the level of corruption within that House of Assembly are so bitter that the man did a good job. Now, when I say do a good job,
you should come and defend the good job.
That's my point. Now, yes, it's going to come and defend the good job that they said it did. The question now is, why are they pushing hard for it?
But how are you sure? When you say things like, "Oh, he did a good job," but what's your fact?
Yeah.
What's the figure? You have to back it up. What do you have to back that up?
That's what he said, that he did a good job. I didn't say that he did a good
No,
job.
no. You sounded like he said,
Hold on.
So then he should.
It's been speaking. See, what we do is this: you speak figuratively. You assume what he has said. Take him out of context. He said he has done a good job. Now, the question now is, if the House of Assembly are the ones pushing to know why, or rather tell us how much he spent and how he spent the money, it's because the money that they were supposed to get, the money that they used to enjoy, while we had Fubara and other people, right, stop coming. Because you had, hold on now, because you had somebody else who is an administrator. So the question now is, this man is going to sit there, if at all he's going to agree to listen to them, and he's going to tell them exactly what he wants to tell them. don't forget, he doesn't have a political background like that.
The headline says Ibas rejects.
That's why I'm
That means he's not coming to defend. It's just like me saying, "Oh, Elizabeth, why are you asking me questions on air?" It is our job to ask me questions. It is the assembly's job to actually probe how much money is actually going out and in into the states. So they're saying whether or not money didn't come to them, or maybe somebody blocked whatever channel it is they were making money. Their job is for you to give account of how much money was spent during the state of emergency. And it's fishy that he's rejecting. Because if your hands are clean, you would fear no accusation.
I mean, accountability should be a theme.
Yeah.
Accountability is a theme.
So I'm glad you said during the state of emergency. What does that mean when there's a state of emergency? You know what it means? All other protocols put aside, deal with this thing decisively. The power to administrate is now solely in your hands.
Then you come and make account of it.
All right, let's move on that story now, because we're out of time. So we can just move to and see what we have on Vanguard.
In military dispensation, right? Questions are not being asked out of the military setting. Maybe if we have what they call for this work, they should have a certain people put together from maybe military retirees, put them together, get them sit together and I say, prove this guy, he will come for it. That's what I'm heading to.
Okay, let's move on and see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning.
Right, the big story on the Vanguard said crude oil imports hit record high as Dangote refinery reshapes trade flow. I think we saw that on the BusinessDay newspaper already. And another one says still the same thing. $10 to Dapman, your business model outdated. Dangote transforming petroleum sector.
I love it.
The last story.
A supportive friend.
Yeah. Excitement as President Tinubu commissions facilities renovated by Tanita at Sultan Bello Mosque, Kaduna. And Zenith Bank's gross earnings soars. It's good to see that the banking system in Nigeria is actually doing well. It's really good to see them on the dailies, and then it's for something positive and not anything negative. So yeah, that's it on the Vanguard. It's similar to what we had on the BusinessDay newspaper.
All right, quickly, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning as we wrap up on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Dead weight, that's the cartoon right there. You see a boat, whatnot, and then you see two people, they fed fats, clearly still eating regardless. And then you see the hungry people literally pushing. And then that boat you see, that is a boat or a ship, is boat Nigeria.
Banana boat.
Yeah, banana boat.
Yeah.
It's boat Nigeria. And then you see two people which were likened to politicians, one Yoruba politician, one Hausa politician, because of the caps they have on. And then the one in the front still sipping some margarita says, as I was saying, Honorable, every Nigerian must join hands to move the country forward. How do these hungry people, how do they move and then let me tell you what's worse. Look at where they're moving into. That boat will literally, I don't want to say capsize, like it's literally going into the water.
There's
because how?
There's something we're not seeing.
Of course.
As a creative mind, I see how, first and foremost, Asuku has done a fantastic job with this. And anyone who has a critical eye from an angle of creative sense will see that boat is not going anywhere. I will explain to you why.
No, we don't have time for explanation. Can you just keep it short?
Yeah.
Well, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But why would you say it's not going anywhere? They're obviously pushing.
It can't be pushed actually. So we can take that out of camera. But yeah, dead weight, Nigeria. It is well with Nigeria. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the BusinessDay newspaper review. Up next, of course, is the Business Week at 9 a.m. with Mr. Frank Aigbogun as well as Mr. Ololade Akimurele on the Business Week. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And welcome to Business Week. I'm joined as usual in the studio by Lolade, who is Deputy Editor of BusinessDay, and Dr. Adeosun, Chief Economist at BusinessDay. Once again, I'd like to welcome you. Today we have a 1 hour packed with some very interesting conversation, and we will be starting by examining 2 years of Yemi Cardoso as governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. We will look at how it is that the federal government has disbursed 330 billion naira in cash transfers to the poor. We will also examine Nigeria's first shipment of PMS to America, a historic first. And with time, we will round up our conversation by looking at the return to democracy in Rivers State and what this means for the economy of Nigeria's oil hub. So, gentlemen, welcome. Let's get straight into it. Time passes very quickly. It's 2 years since Mr. Cardoso became governor of the central bank. Lolade, what do you think?
Well, in those 2 years, I think the economy has immensely benefited, especially given where we're coming from. The previous central bank administration had some very curious policies that didn't sit well with the global investor community. So I think Yemi Cardoso's appointment just helped really steady the ship and then roll back some of those very curious policies, monetary policies that were seen under the previous governor. Unorthodox policies, that meant that the naira was, pretty much overvalued. Dollar, there was acute dollar shortages. Businesses were starved of the dollars they required to make critical imports, and that really took a toll on the economy. I think in the 2 years since the new governor has assumed office, we've seen the liberalization of the foreign exchange market that foreign investors had wanted for many years, also local investors, who needed dollars to make critical imports. We've also seen that although the naira has weakened in the 2 years under his watch, it's actually much more market reflective today. You hear people even talk now that perhaps the naira is undervalued. In the past, it used to be the case that people were saying that the naira was probably overvalued. So I think he has done a lot in the last 2 years to just steady the ship, and we are the better for it. Foreign inflows have also picked up. foreign investment inflows, even though the foreign direct investment component has not really surged the way we would like, but that is dependent on not just monetary policy, but also fiscal policies. But everything that, monetary policy can address, has ultimately been addressed and is looking up now.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to you, Lolade, to just help us to signpost those early days of Cardoso's reign, to just look at what preceded his appointment, the mess or the chaos that he met when he came in. But let me get to Dr. Adiasho first. Lolade has spoken about stabilization in a number of ways, and also a surge in FX, not as yet foreign direct investment. Do you subscribe to Lolade's very glowing appraisal of Mr. Cardoso?
So first and foremost, let me say that sometimes it's not completely very easy to compare, except you can x-ray the context. The context of Mr. Cardoso's regime has been, for example, with the removal of subsidy. And that was like a game changer. Prior to his assumption of office, the Nigerian economy generally was notorious to have multiple foreign exchange, mounting inflation, even though there's argument that still persists to some extent. Like Lolade said, there was huge damage investor confidence, which was very obvious. And in the last 2 years, what Mr. Cardoso attempted to do, for example, is to sort of stabilize a few things. For example, we now have better monetary policy discipline. It's obvious from all stakeholders, World Bank, IMF, local and foreign investors can attest to that. We also see, for example, that very quickly in Mr. Cardoso's regime, he tried to clear backlog of foreign exchange. If you remember, sir, you'll recall that some airlines had almost stopped, coming to Nigeria to pick passengers because we were owing a huge chunk. And to a large extent, that has been cleared off. And I think that's also good for business and for commerce. So we've seen a lot in the foreign exchange reforms. We've also seen an attempt to further strengthening the banking sector. Don't forget that by 2026, new capital requirements has been communicated to the banks. And the stronger we become from our financial institution perspective, the bigger we are, the more we're able to do business and do high-end transactions. You remember in the past that some of the consolidation exercise led to many Nigerian banks entering into Africa and doing bigger transactions. But let me also say that this has not been without some challenges. While we would like to sincerely appreciate what has been done, you will see, for example, inflation is still there. Inflation, especially food inflation. We've also seen issues around, this may not be directly linked to the CBN governor, but insecurity is still there. And because the CBN policies don't stand alone, as CBN, you may do what you should do, but if there are not some corresponding and complementary activities, it may not let the full benefits of your input to work out. So that's what I would just say. We still have some market volatility under his reign, to be honest, even though we will say it's attributed to the fact that we liberalized the naira to dollar, and then it went to about 1,800. That was massive, too quickly. For example, could the deregulation have been more guided, maybe over a phase of 6 months?
Deregulation here, you're talking about fuel subsidy removal?
I'm talking about
and the exchange rate adjustment.
The exchange rate. Let's even leave fuel subsidy. That may not be the CBN's call. But the forex, could it have been better phase? Should it have been instantaneous? Especially when you look at the impact on the average Nigerian and even on businesses. So that would be my opening salvo.
Interesting. Yeah, I get you. Thank you. Most times when people talk, they talk about the petrol subsidy removal. But this point you've made about adjusting the exchange rate, how quickly it was floated, I think has also been quite impactful negatively. And many would say that a great deal of the inflation we see today is imported inflation on the basis of the massive devaluation and the suddenness in that devaluation. But let's come back to Lola Day. I was saying, many of us would rather forget those heady days, those chaotic days, those days that marked, pain and despair in the investment community. Can you just help us to highlight some of those critical malfunctions that characterize the Nigerian economy?
Yeah, I think the first place to start for me would be the fact that the central bank was acting as a piggy bank for the federal government. Ways and means. There's always the elephant in the room, It was a terrible, it wasn't a good practice, and the economy felt the pain as a result of that, because that's partly responsible for the galloping inflation that we are even still stuck with today, because we have not resolved all of that completely, even though we have seen some consecutive declines in inflation. So that was one gray area, because the Fiscal Responsibility Act stipulated that the central bank was not allowed to lend more than 5% of the previous year's revenue to the federal government, but that was breached multiple times, and it got as high as 22 trillion naira. We had to securitize that and then started looking for who to buy. Nobody was willing to, because of the rates, artificial rates on it. So ways and means was one big gray area that has stopped since the new central bank governor took office. Another thing, obviously, is the artificial pricing of the naira. It was, who were we deceiving, really? The naira had no business being at the rate where it was under the previous central bank governor. And it was clear, and that's why a lot of companies, industries were starved of dollars. I remember that I read an interview in the New York Times by Abdul Samad Rabiu, the chairman of Boa Group, that he said that under the new administration, he has only had to go to Abuja, the central bank's head office, just once, But before now, you would have thought that was impossible, because he would always have to make that trip to Abuja almost every other week, just trying to get dollars out, So there was a lot of corruption as well, that paved the way for. There was a lot of round tripping. People would get dollars at the official rate and then go to the black market to sell at a wide premium. The spread between the official rate and the black market rate was anywhere between 50 to 60% at the time, and essentially just distorted the economy, made it difficult for businesses to invest, for businesses to plan. People had no access. People rarely had access to dollars, and it was a big problem, given that Nigeria is a country that we rely quite heavily on imports. That's the second thing. Then another thing that happened was there was this financial repression. So interest rates were artificially low because the central bank governor was too conscious of, just trying to help the federal government manage its debt stock. To lower the cost at which the government borrows, the central bank refused to allow interest rates move at the, along with the markets, right? So you had a situation where interest rates were well below inflation. And that's typically not encouraging for savers and investors. People don't tend to save when that happens. You just want to consume. So there were so many distortions in the economy that we might take for granted now that things have stabilized. But, if you just think about it, go back, in time to that period, they were really dark days for the Nigerian economy and a lot of businesses.
Thanks, Lolade. Distortions. Dr. Adeosun spoke about the very relieving clearance of outstanding foreign exchange payments. And he alluded to those painful days that airlines, including Emirates, pulled out of operations into Nigeria. It is as if those things never happen. Time flies very quickly. Let's come back to one area that I find a bit interesting. In the time of the former governor of the central bank, there was a phrase that became quite popular: unorthodox policies. I think that was a phrase that was used to define the uniquely Nigerianness in the way the central bank went about its things. But the truth is, economic management is not unique. Most of the philosophies are universal. Inflation is universal. How to cope inflation is universal. Allowing price is determined by market forces. These are universal, concepts. But sometimes in Nigeria, we think we can create our own ways of doing things, especially when we find ourselves in a hole and we want to dig ourselves out of the hole. And I wanted to just ask, has Cardoso's implementation of more orthodox policies and the benefits therefrom, has this affirmed the principle of market determined rates?
So again, when you are in a bad place, almost anything you do thereafter turns the curve, especially when you take steps in the right direction. One of the challenges with the non-orthodox means or method is that it's also shrouded in opacity, secrecy, and so on and so forth. So it allows for arbitrage. A few people in the system understand it, they can take undue advantage of it. But with the return to orthodox, economists, financial analysts, and investors, we can project, we can plan. We know what to expect and what to anticipate. So that in itself, it's a more level playing field. And then the stakeholders, international stakeholders, domestic stakeholders, there's a form of predictability, and uncertainty creates problems for everyone. And again, let me also say this very quickly, that one thing we've noticed, especially in developing countries where you don't have sincerity of purposes, when you want to take a bit of different policies, want to take a little of capitalism, a little of socialism, a little of communism, sometimes we see that we take the worst part of all the three. And you are in a conundrum or of some sort. So I think what Cardoso is doing is more or less going back to the basics, principles, and resetting. There's still a lot of work to be done, but I think we are in a slightly better trajectory than we used to be.
Yeah.
Surely. So Lola,
if I may add, yes, there's still a lot of work to be done. Personally, so you look at the issue of interest rates, for instance, I feel like we have left the problem of inflation solely to be addressed by monetary policy. Truth is, monetary policy also has its limits. I think that perhaps if we're seeing a faster decline in food inflation, for instance, maybe because insecurity has been well addressed or contained, there might have been scope for the central bank to start to even ease interest rates much earlier than now. But because we have relied solely on monetary policy to combat inflation, that's why we still have high interest rates today. Because what would the central bank do other than just try to use its own tools to correct the inflation problem that we have, which is by raising interest rates? So yes, there's still a lot more to be done, but like Dr. Adeosun rightly said, I think reverting to orthodox monetary policy has just created stability, predictability, which is what investors really want to see. Today, the exchange rate is much weaker than it was under the previous central bank administration, but there's stability. People can plan. People know that the rate has been hovering around 1,500. Sometimes it appreciates slightly above that. Sometimes it weakens a little, but it's around 1,500. And I have people who have told me that, in fact, there's still scope for the Naira to go on a really strong appreciation, but the central bank is actually buying some of the dollars in the FX market just because it wants that stability. It doesn't want a situation where the rates just jump up and then before you know it, one little trigger and then it all comes crashing down again. So I think really it's a plus for us that we're back to orthodox monetary policy and we're on the global investor map once again. People are talking about investing in Nigeria once again. In the past, all of that was almost out the window. People had just essentially shelved plans to invest in Nigeria. But now, Nigeria is featuring more in conversations about investments by global investors again because there's that predictability which is being powered by the fact that we've reverted to orthodox monetary policy.
Thank you. Well, as Cardoso enters the third year, what should we look forward to? Will this be a time of refinement where some of the policies are better refined to ensure an easing of pressures in some areas? As we speak, it is possible that the CBN's Monetary Policy Committee meeting for September is already underway. What should we expect in terms of rate cuts, and how much room is there for inflation to trend or for inflation to decelerate even further?
Yeah. Okay, I'll go first. We're entering the harvest season now. So you'll find that most analysts are predicting that inflation will continue to decline. I said at some point during this show that even though I don't expect the MPC to immediately cut rates at the September meeting, I do expect that there will be perhaps 100 basis points cuts by November. Because I feel like inflation would continue on this decelerating trend, and that will give more room for the central bank to start to think of cutting rates. And over the course of next year as well, because there's been a lot of stability in the economy now. Imported inflation, which had also contributed to spiraling inflation, has cooled down because of the stability we've seen in the exchange rates, which is likely to continue for the foreseeable future. So I think that by next year, we might start to talk about rates coming much down. We could see a total of 300 basis points cuts by next year, which would be very good accommodative for growth, because what the central bank has done by tightening rates thus far is that it has also strangled growth to a large extent. Don't forget that in Q4 of 2024, the economy actually grew 3.4%, but in Q1 2025, it declined to 3.1%. And that's really part of the impact of the monetary tightening that the central bank has been doing. And I do think that they are conscious of this fact. So by next year, I expect to see that there will be a lot more easing of interest rates just to support growth, because truth is, in as much as we talk about how this new central bank governor has stabilized the economy, stabilized the exchange rate,
it's at a huge cost.
Yes, exactly. It's now time to think of what next. The next step really would be to just ensure that all of these policies crystallize into having a robust economy that would be resilient.
Interesting, Dr. Adeosun. Stabilization by itself is not growth. How do you translate a stable environment into growth that we all deserve or are craving for?
So I agree. Stabilization is not just a silver bullet, as it were, and it also shows that the CBN must work in sync with other stakeholders, Ministry of Finance, and other stakeholders, so that there can be better policy coordination and alignment. That would be very, very helpful. The CBN also can perhaps do better with respect to policy communication, guidance, so that we reduce the impact of negative speculation, so that there can be better predictability. You will also see that many economists think the MPR will still remain the same, or if there will be a drop, it will be very marginal. And this is partly to what Lolade alluded to, that even though technically there is room for a reduction, but you don't want to be excited. You want to be sure that whatever reduction you are bringing to the table right now is a sustainable and stable resumption. And don't forget that we are also trying to minimize volatility and shocks, because we can't afford to go through any fresh type of shocks. And there are other important things to watch out for. I'm sure the CBN is looking at, hunger is ongoing right now. They are looking at what's happening, the US tariff war, what's happening in the global space, what are the Sahel states doing. So to be honest, what the CBN is doing is not a child's play, because you are looking at multiple factors that are independent moving pieces, and how they can directly or indirectly affect your own. And don't forget, sir, that politics is also on the horizon.
That's right. That's right. Let me ask Lolade to close this first segment by looking at Dr. Adeosun has already mentioned what's happening in the States, the Fed and the rate cut. How will that impact inflows into economies like Nigeria? And is there any idea about what kind of level of reserve the central bank is targeting? Any idea about an exchange rate that the central bank is targeting, even if that has to correlate with level of reserves? What in your view do you think?
Good. So yes, the US Fed cut rates by 25 basis points. That wasn't a surprise. A lot of investors already priced that in even before the actual action. I think what took markets as a surprise was more the guidance that there would only be 2 more rate cuts this year. People were thinking that it could go as high as 5. So that is supportive of a rate cut in Nigeria as well, because typically when developed economies like the US cut rates, it tends to redirect portfolio inflows to other emerging markets because investors are seeking higher yields.
Sure.
Now, of course, investing in an emerging market comes with its fair share of risks, which is well higher than the risk that you have to stomach if you're investing in a developed market like the US. So typically, investors tend to just go to those emerging markets in search of higher yields when the US starts to cut rates. So that would be positive for Nigerian assets, whether you're looking at Euro bonds or even the stock market as well.
How will all of that, as well as improvement in oil production, what's the prospect for the Naira then?
Positive. I mean, if you get more dollar inflows, then of course there's more firepower. There's enough dollar liquidity to meet whatever dollar needs that investors or businesses might have in the country.
Yeah,
so
but some say that the central bank has been too restrained, almost too timid.
Good. Yes, very correct. So that goes back to the point you made about, is there a target? So if you look at
and Adeosun talked about guidance and communication.
Yes. So the central bank, the last time that the central bank governor did give a guidance as to the rate he would like to see, he said 1,500, and that's the same rate that you would find in
that's a long time ago.
Yeah, but that's the same rate you find in the 2025 budget. He hasn't shared any updated figures after that. So, but I think that for now, the target is 1,005. So even if there's scope for the Naira to appreciate even faster than that,
it's unlikely that
it will, because he just wants that stability.
All right.
So let's wait till he communicates a new.
Thank you very much. Please, I know you'll still be here with us. This is the end of our first segment today of Business Week. When we return, we will go to the other areas of conversation that we listed earlier, including the shipment of Nigeria's historic movement of petrol to the US, the huge over 300 billion in cash transfers, and hopefully with time we can also examine the return of democracy in Rivers State and what that portends for the economy of Nigeria's oil hub. Please don't go away. Stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car, protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
true strength? What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome. This is still Business Week, and I'm also still joined in the studios by Lolade and Dr. Adeosun. Before we get on with our second segment, the main headlines this morning. The September meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria will begin this morning in Abuja. The federal government has revoked 1,263 mining licenses over unpaid service charges. Nexamont has announced the acquisition of 21.4% stake in Royal Exchange PLC, valued at 3.6 billion naira. On the foreign scene, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has asked his people to stop using or buying foreign-made products and instead use local ones, pushing for a self-reliant campaign because of trade ties with the United States that have gone sour after U.S. President Donald Trump imposed tariff as high as 50%. Britain, Canada, and Australia yesterday announced recognition for a Palestinian state, a move that was not unexpected, but meant to push forward the two-state solution in the Middle East. The decision by the three Western nations, which have traditionally been allies of Israel and America, now aligns them with about 140 other countries also backing Palestinians' aspiration to forge an independent homeland from the Israeli-occupied territories. Now, back to our conversation this morning. We will pivot to the good news announced by the Federal Minister of Finance that it has indeed moved out 330 billion naira in cash transfers to poor Nigerians. Dr. Adeosun, what do you think about this?
I'll say it's good news for the beneficiaries, and it's also good news for the economy, because when you do this kind of conditional cash transfers, you, first of all, from a welfare perspective, people who are in abject poverty, you give them some respite. The question is 25,000 naira enough? If you look at the fact that the money is targeted towards households, for one individual, I doubt if to a scratch. How much more for the typical Nigerian household? Just even give or take, say, husband, wife.
4 plus 2 6.
It may not scratch the surface. And again, it's positive because when you push out funds like that, people will not keep the money; they will spend it. So it helps to stimulate demand, product, and services. Even though we know most of this will go to food, medicine, and basic consumption. So these are some of the things. From the information reaching us is that about 8.5 million households, which will potentially be like around 35 million Nigerians. So the scale and the reach is good, so to speak, but we also need to quiz the means of disbursement. We've been advised that the National Social Register is being used. We are also advised that this funding is also partly supported by the World Bank facility. So again, if it's not a grant, if you are using loan for this kind of initiative, is this consumption or production? Even though we need to respect that we need to support people who are in poverty. So the concerns around this initiative is still on this trust deficit we mention from time to time. People are saying, are these ordinary Nigerians or are these members or affiliates of the political party of the day, either at national or at state level?
Yeah, but if they are members of political parties, are they not Nigerians?
They are Nigerians, but NLC, for example, and civil society have concerns with the level of transparency, so that it's not just tweeted for yes, that's the word. It doesn't have to be a political tool. We also need to ask ourselves the question, because we are still borrowing. So from a fiscal perspective, we are still reliant on external funds, but to the beneficiaries. I see.
The president said no more borrowing the other day. I mean, he said we now have a lot of money in the bag. So perhaps some of that. But Lolade, for me, one interesting thing is that 35 million Nigerians, 8.5 million households. That tells me that the ability to generate a database of the poor in Nigeria is probably getting better.
Yeah, it is. For me, let's not forget that the target is to reach 15 million households. If it has taken 8 months, because this is data of, as at August 2025, that it reached 8.5 million households. If it has taken 8 months to cover 54% of your target, what chance is there that you can make up the remaining parts in 4 months? I mean, for me, we can talk about whether the money is enough, whether it's adequate or not, but as little as it is, there's no guarantee, there's no assurance, if you ask me, that it would even get to all the people that have been earmarked that should get this relief. And it's very important it does get to them, because the poor have been the hardest hit by the reforms that we've seen. Even though there's been macro gains, at the very high level, but at the bottom of the pyramid, it's been pain all through. So that's for me, that's my own concern, that I don't think we would be able to meet that target of to cover 15 million households by December 2025.
But even if we do 13 million households, that'll still be an improvement from a zero position.
I think so. Let's also bear in mind that only 35% of the 8.5 million households that have been reached so far got more than one disbursement, because it should be in 3 tranches. Just once have they gotten the payments that they were meant to get, when it should be 3 times. So a lot can be better in terms of the process. But to just go back to what Dr. Adeosu said about the amount, it's little. We got a $800 million loan from the World Bank to help facilitate this, which just shows that we don't really have all of the resources to take care of the poor amongst us. I think it's really...
$800 million is a lot of money,
yes,
compared to the 313
It is. But 25,000 naira for each household, that works out to about $15.
What do you think is there a generally acceptable benchmark?
Good. So
how do we determine what's enough and what's not?
Yes. So I think it should be more of, just... So if you look at our minimum wage of 60,000 naira, 70,000 naira now.
That's per month?
Yes. If you're doing any cash transfers that is below that, it doesn't, it just goes to show that it's not good enough.
So 70,000 a month will be 840,000 a year.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting that we make 840,000 naira available?
Can we afford that? Is the question. Yes, but that would have been a good place to start. But whether we can afford that is another question.
Interesting. I get you. I think that we should at least commend the government for moving to the level that they have moved now. I'll take the point about if we cover 54% now, what's the prospect or hope that we can cover the balance by the end of the year?
the pain is real on the streets. People are really
in Nigeria. JAMB pass rate is 20%. So if government is at 54%, I think we should commend them in this regard. But yes, we need to, as journalists, interrogate these developments, take away the concerns, or at least put a searchlight on concerns around the credibility of the list, how the list is generated. Perhaps it would be good to get a state-by-state breakdown of the 8.5 million households.
Yes.
We all have an idea where the poor are in Nigeria. We want to see that the data correlates with our own view of where the poor is located. But I think 330 billion, we need to look at all of that money. 330 billion poured or moved into an economy like Nigeria's is a significant intervention. Anyway, last week, Nigeria shipped its first and historic cargo of PMS to the United States of America. What does this portend for Nigeria or for the future of Nigeria in terms of Nigeria's contribution to global energy?
I think it's quite a big one. It's a big one, really, because Nigeria has just essentially gone from being a net importer of petroleum products to being a net exporter now. I know that in the past, Nigeria used to be one of the case studies that people will talk about to say, sometimes countries with such oil wealth, we have produce a lot of barrels of crude oil, and yet we're not able to refine any of that, and we still rely solely on imports of refined crude oil or petroleum products. So what the Dangote refinery has done is to just essentially move Nigeria from being a net importer of petroleum products to net exporter. And if you look at our trade balance for the first half of the year, it's already showing up in that, because we had recorded about $8 billion in trade surplus in the first half of 2025, and it's the largest in Africa, which is significant for us, given that we're coming from a place where we've had mostly recorded trade deficits than trade surpluses, and this time we're recording as high as $8 billion. That's huge. Of course, that portends a lot for an economy the size of Nigeria, whether it's in terms of just improving our exports, we talked earlier about the foreign exchange market and the Naira. This also is another feather in the cap of Nigeria in terms of this would aid the Naira as well, because if you have dollar inflows coming in, of course, it has good implications for the local currency. So it's good. I think that what we should now start to think about is how to further encourage refineries or projects, whether it might not even be in oil and gas, but other areas where we feel that we can have some sort of comparative advantage by just refining or adding value, to the raw materials that we have within our shores, and then export to get much more out of that. Cocoa is one area, for instance. I know that people have talked about how Ivory Coast, the largest exporter of cocoa, in a certain year, earned about $3 billion from cocoa exports. And Snickers, which is a chocolate company, earned about $80 billion. So we need to also look at other areas, even outside of petrol, areas where we know that, we can add value to some of the raw materials that we have in Nigeria and export that. And I think we'll be on the right track.
Interesting. Now, let me ask you, Dr. Adeosun, to look at the macro environment and how the feat recorded by Dangote helps to clear the clouds that gathered around that. And don't also forget that in addition to the PMS and diesel shipment abroad, Dangote is also shipping fertilizer abroad massively as well.
Yes, thank you so much. Again, I must say that it's a charming news. Any opportunity to celebrate, we must appreciate that. Let me also mention that the mere fact that, one, we just did not ship abroad, we shipped to the US. That speaks also to quality. We are
perhaps the most complex market
because
in the world.
US EPA standards, and that will grow our credibility and help us, exploit other markets from a technical competence perspective. But I also like to say here that it is not ure yet. Let's say that, because on one hand, as Dangote is exporting, don't forget that we are still importing. So we are exporting and importing. And I think we need to look at that, because if we can completely eliminate importation, it will impact our macro gains.
How do we do that?
So, of course, we know there are, let me use the word.
People are saying you don't
politics.
You don't want to create a monopoly.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would say government should ban importation of petrol products.
We won't say that, but can we have all the other modular refineries, can they go on stream?
No, but they are too small to make an impact. We don't know when the Boa refinery will come on stream. All the modular refineries are not up to 20,000 barrels combined. So how much of a dent can that make compared to Dangote's 650,000 barrels?
What about the government-run refineries?
They are dead. You and I know.
Yeah,
that.
but I mean, there was news the other day that the Port Harcourt refinery is now producing.
No, but we've had news of dead people resurrecting.
It's I think
because
it's time now to look at other areas. Just ensure.
Yeah, it's good for our foreign exchange.
You know what comes to my mind is many years ago, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, I was having this conversation with somebody who leads infrastructure build out, and he was telling me about 2 concepts to develop. One concept is by projects, which would be massive projects. And this conversation was in the context of Buhari's failure to reform the economy. When you reform the economy, then the economy grows. And he says, okay, fine, if Buhari won't reform the economy, let's focus on big projects. Big refinery project, big rail project, big power project, big agriculture project, and you would see a massive improvement. If we can just focus on 1 or 2 other areas, for instance, power, and so, okay, fine. The bigness of Dangote's refinery has shown how pivotal big projects can be for Nigeria. Let's do a big power project and say 10,000 megawatts of power, for instance. It will make as much impact as Dangote refinery is making. Or you want to say, okay, fine, we go to Thailand, bring in 100 rice farmers, pair them up with 200 Nigerian rice farmers, and say we want not only to build sufficiency in rice, but also to start importing rice as well. This is going to happen. Or you want to look at building rail. I don't mean the kind of rail that they are building now that
leads to nowhere.
Lead to nowhere. I'm talking about rail projects that are actually can be catalysts for economic growth. Rail projects that can carry freight and really, bring down cost massively. So anyway, we will, for the little time that we have this morning, examine the return of democracy or politics, if you like, in Rivers, and try and highlight some of the important ways that this welcome return will be able to impact the economy in Nigeria's oil capital. It was a 6-month suspension of the governor, Governor Fubara. Many people castigated that suspension. The government then responded by saying that it suspended the governor because it wanted, it thought that was the way to bring back peace in Rivers State. In truth, it seems as if there's peace now in Rivers State. What do you think, Dr. Odesha?
Yeah. So let me say that this just what I think, that the suspension, sometimes we mistake desolation for peace. The suspension, so to speak, crippled all the stakeholders. Suddenly they had everything to lose.
You were frozen.
So because they had everything to lose, they had to calm down. Because if you don't have access to state resources, you will not be able to milk the cookie jar. Let me put it that way. And I'm saying this with all sense.
So they were starved of money, as it were.
Exactly.
Because of fuel.
The tool and the legitimacy of office was removed. I'm happy it has been restated, but the first question is, how did we get here? So we still need to look at our, political values, party systems, and so on and so forth. The House of Assembly, the state governor, now that he's back at what cost? Is he, I'm sorry, but is he a stooge? Is he a man of his own? Or rather put, is he a man of the people? It looks like the real citizens here, the Rivers people, do they even have a say? Is it their governor? And
or is it just someone's puppet?
Is it just someone's puppet? And the comments we've been hearing left, right, and there, for me, this is a fragile democracy. I'm talking especially at the level of Rivers. And the big question will have been, if it was Kano, would that have happened? If it was Oyo State, would that have happened? I'm mentioning those two states intentionally. Don't forget that the last administration, the second to the last, that is President Goodluck Jonathan, also has similar situations.
So these are the three characters involved.
The
in
gladiators.
Yes. Dr. Ajay raised some questions, Lola. Do you have any answers for them?
No, well, I think
is the governor of the people, or the governor, or a stooge?
They are very good questions, really. We need to go back to how did we get here. It's a good one. It's a good question to ask. How did we get here in the first place? We know that at the peak of the crisis in that state, you had crude oil pipelines being sabotaged, damaged, and that really impacted us. From an economic standpoint in terms of revenues. Hopefully now that it looks like this, maybe, having listened to what Dr. Adeosun has said, I'm not sure if I can say that everything is back to normal yet. We probably still need to wait and see what happens in the coming months or weeks. But
the improvement, the announcement of reduction in oil pipeline, in oil crude oil theft, is that any way associated with the 6-month suspension of politics and review?
Perhaps it is. Because, it's the timing. It happened during the suspension. And we know that before that suspension, you had that happen, frequently.
Because,
whatever needs to be done to ensure that our crude oil pipelines or facilities are not damaged or sabotaged needs to happen really quickly. Because we're in the middle of, hard-hitting reforms. The worst thing that can happen to us now is to really have crude oil revenues just slump to record lows. We know that non-oil revenues is now what is powering the Nigerian economy, but you still need your crude oil income coming in as at when due. Hopefully we're able to even meet the target in the budget, because as it stands now, we're well behind when it comes to the crude oil revenue target for 2025. So whatever is happening in Rivers and in the other oil producing states, it's really important to ensure that we're able to attain that revenue target as a nation.
Regardless of what has happened, we have a semblance of peace. The legislators are back. They are now asking the governor to submit a list of nominees to the state cabinet. All theft is down. It's been some benefits, but the question is, we don't want to go through this again.
Yeah.
What must we do to ensure that the very controversial action taken against a democratically elected government in River State does not repeat itself somewhere else?
So let me come in here, and I like to go very, very granular. The first thing is, we, the Nigerian citizens, I think we must be more actively involved in party politics. Because the only way to, so to speak, limit the involvement of godfatherism is to have a critical mass of godfathers. The Nigerian people. When it comes to party funding, all of us should be involved, and we should be active, and we should vote. There is no man that has absolute powers.
Yeah, people have been talking about the
it will not be corrupted.
Example in Bangladesh, for instance.
Yes.
Where the people rose and brought down the government. No,
I'm not going to that route. But I'm just saying that no man, no matter how important you are, should have more than one vote. Not Baba Sokwe. It's becoming unbecoming.
Yeah, but as is politics driven largely by money, you and I don't have the same amount of money. The people on the street don't have the same amount of money. So this one man, one vote, is that not a mirage? Does it happen?
But there are a few states that have shown that if the people sort of come together, they can force change in a certain direction.
All right. We don't know what would have happened in those states. You mentioned 2 states. I don't want to mention them. What would have happened, assuming the democratically elected governments were brought down, ironically, by civilian government as well. But we must bring the conversation today to an end. I think I promise we would want to go back to the figures around revenue figures for 2025 so far and ask the question, how do we truly get back to real oil production in Nigeria? What must we do, given how important it is as a catalyst for foreign exchange creation? As I said, we must bring the conversation today to an end. Thank you, viewers. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been the 3rd edition of Business Week. We'll see you on Monday. Goodbye.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we turn our spotlight to Nigeria's food security and how it affects every home, every table, and even future generations. We often talk about inflation, the price of rice, beans, tomatoes, but behind those rising costs is a much bigger and frankly troubling picture. Conflict, banditry, insurgency, these aren't just security issues. They are crippling agriculture, forcing farmers off their lands, and leaving millions vulnerable to hunger. This morning, we ask, how can Nigeria feed itself in the face of growing insecurity? Well, joining me this morning is someone right at the heart of sustainable solutions, Adetola Onielu, the project manager for sustainable agriculture at the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation. Adetola, it's great to have you this morning. We'll need you to please turn on your mic because we can't hear you. Thank you for joining us this morning. Really, let's start with the big picture. How serious is the impact of conflict and banditry on agricultural production in Nigeria right now?
Just to confirm, can you hear me, please? Hi, Elizabeth, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, great. Yes. Let me have the question again.
Right. I was asking to see the big picture from your end. Really, how serious is this impact of conflict and banditry on agricultural production in Nigeria right now, from where you see it?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I would say that the impact cannot be overemphasized, right? Our farmers are the critical, especially the smallholder farmers. They are the bedrock of food production in Nigeria. And from data and statistics released as far back as March 2025, Nairametrics made us to understand that over 2.2 million people have been displaced from their homelands, from their farmlands, since the beginning of the insurgency and the banditry in Nigeria. And just in Benue State alone, which is known as the food basket of the nation, we have over 300,000 farmers that cannot go back to their farms. And so the ripple effect of banditry and insurgency on our country, it's something that is very, very huge. And I think that is one of the major drivers of food inflation. Yes, thank you. I remember, for example, in my state as a project manager, right, we implement support programs for farmers in the 36 states of Nigeria, including the FCT. And we have had situations in the region. We want to go into a critical area where we know that they are known and they are reputable, maybe for cassava production or rice production or thereabout, right? And we see that when we throw some funds even into this area to support the farmers, maybe we establish them up for a period of time, we get that the farmers cannot even go back to their farms because maybe their families have been taken out or where they planted their crops, they have invade those farmlands. And so you find that even investors, even as investors, right, you notice that people become skeptical of going to develop or going to invest in this area of agriculture. And so the farmers who depend on this, on farming as this is like, you find out that they do not have the right there on the ground. I would say that it's not a pleasant situation for our farmers. And unless something critical is done very, very soon, our food inflation may not reduce as much as we want it to go.
And in some cases, we hear of farmers abandoning their land entirely. How widespread is this displacement, and really what does it mean for food production?
When farmers live there, yeah, it's a very, very true conversation that farmers have abandoned their farms. I would speak specifically for Benue State, which is also the food basket of the nation, right? And even Bono that we all know that a lot of wheat and rice grows in this area too. You'll find out that because of the crisis, because of the insecurity, because of even the fear, when they've lost their lives, they've lost livelihood, or they've lost a part of their body, right? They do not want to go back to the farms. And when farmers don't go to the farms, the ripple effects can be seen in our planting season, in our harvest seasons. We are not cultivating as much as we are supposed to cultivate. In the last couple of years, right, we've tried to move our farmers from the traditional 2 to 2.5 tons per hectare for rice to move them higher to about 5-7 tons. In cassava production, we've tried to move our farmers from maybe about 12, from the 7 to 12 tons to even 25 tons. But when the technologies and all the inputs and all the advice and the good agronomic practices that you give to these farmers, when they cannot go back to implement this, when projects have been abandoned, when farming, when crops are being planted, but the farmers cannot tend to these their crops, it's just a very simple case of wasted time, wasted resources, wasted energy, right? And then food shortages that come during harvest, because we won't have enough to harvest, and this is not going to be enough for us. In fact, when we came up with this conversation, I came up with a vicious cycle that we are seeing a displacement of farmers, or we've been seeing a displacement of farmers in our farmlands, right? There's reduced agricultural productivity. That is, what they are producing continues to reduce. In the long run, we are going to see food shortages as we are experiencing, which is causing what it's increasing, and we're having rising poverty in the nation, right? And so the cycle continues. There's a displacement, there's a reduction in agricultural productivity, there are food shortages, right? And then there's rising poverty of experience on the land because of what? Banditry, the conflicts and the insurgency that we experience in the country as large.
Clearly, I would certainly ask you to tell us how much of a deeper food security crisis that we're looking at, because I think that we don't realize how much of insecurity in terms of food that we are facing. So can you just paint us a picture of how deeper this food security crisis is?
I don't have the numbers, right, but I would say it's really, really deep. When people cannot feed themselves, they cannot sell to you and me that is in the city, right? And when they cannot sell, they are not encouraged to go back into production. And so we have lost some farmers. We are losing some farmers because they are being cut off from the market, right? There's a disruption in the supply chain. They cannot reach out to their markets and sell their produce. And so if I cannot sell what I produce this year, why should I go back to the farm next year? And so we have lost some farmers, right? We are losing some farmers. The confidence level is what is reducing astronomically for a lot of our farmers. And when people cannot go and do what it is that they do on a day-to-day basis, they begin to pick up other vices. And so even food insecurity is leading to an overall insecurity in the nation. And so it's a big problem. It's a big challenge. I know that the government is taking a bit of steps. For example, I know that at the commencement of this administration, there was a setup of the Ministry of Livestock to tackle particularly the farmer header crisis, which has been very, very common along the Middle Belt and across to the northeastern part of the country. We are waiting and we are looking at the government, looking at the direction of their policy to see how well this are going to be, to see how well this is going to tackle this problem at the root level. Because if we don't come up with very, very good solutions in the next couple of months, then we are in for a very big crisis, not just for food security, but an overall insecurity in the country.
And now, borrowing from your experience with your work with the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation, which focuses on sustainable agriculture, are there some practical interventions that you've seen make a real difference for farmers caught in this cycle of insecurity?
Yes, I would say, for example, Zamfara, as we all know, has been a very, very tough location to go and implement a project. Right. And just last year, right, we picked up some women. We identified some women that we know that anytime the data shows that anytime there's crisis and there's insecurity in a nation, right, the women and the children are the worst affected. And so we threw a bit of support to the women. By giving them chickens and birds. I mean, we give them poultry beds for them to raise. And from those beds, you could get eggs to sell and also have the beds to sell when the beds mature. One very good thing I think I loved of the project was the state government itself threw a lot of support to the project. The office of the first lady stood with the project and ensured that the right set of women benefited in this project. And beyond that project, they have on their own, and the state had gone to scale up and ensure that it doesn't die. It has become something sustainable in the state. That's a practical example of how my organization work. We try to collaborate with state governments and identify areas of severe need. And when we see these areas of severe need and the evidences supports that our intervention is going to do well, we bring all stakeholders on board. And that has helped us to change the narrative in some critical locations. So as far as we know, that's been a very, very hot zone. A lot of development partners don't want to go to that state to go and implement a project, but we find our ways and we leverage a lot on stakeholder engagement. And I think that model can be replicated across different parts of the country, especially in areas where we're having such difficult challenges. I mean, there's this high risk of insurgency and conflicts and the likes, right? The state government need to open up their environment and make it safe and allow people like us, people like partners in the development space to come around and support and do a lot of projects. Some state government are doing well, but I think our state governments need to do way better than what we are seeing.
I like that you said our state government needs to do a lot better than what we're seeing, because some will argue that beyond support programs, what farmers actually need is protection. So how effective have these government policies and security interventions been really in safeguarding these farmlands? Do you think they've been effective enough?
So, safeguarding farmland is a whole lot of resource itself. It requires a whole lot of resource to do. We have seen a lot of state governments come up with agro marshals. I know a couple of states in the southwest, Ekiti, Ondo, and the likes. They've come up with agro marshals that support and protect the farmers, right? Because we have had situations where in the local areas, right, they have what they call the market days, where they bring their produce from the farm and come and sell. And so we have a lot of people come from the city centers to this markets to come and buy in bulk. We had situations of people being kidnapped on their way to the farms, or even right there on the farms, right? And so in some of those critical and strategic locations, we've had some state governments come up with marshals to provide a bit of support to these farmers, such that anytime they go to the farms or they are going to the markets to sell their goods, their wares and the likes, right, they are very much protected from the hazards and all the dangers of the conflicts that it brings. But beyond all of that, we also see some state governments set up some government have gone to ban open grazing. Some governments have they've come up with interventions such that they meet with critical stakeholders. For example, instead of assuming that all herders are criminals, right? They've gone to set up meetings and stakeholder engagement with some of these herders. I mean, the leadership of the herders, right? And then bring them together with the farmers. And a lot of conversations have done well, and they've seen a lot of good results in this place. And so I think some state government are doing well, but like I said, some still just need to step up and make sure the farms are actually very safe. But we cannot go around and go and employ soldiers and deploy people to our farmlands to begin to protect the farms and the crops. It's a really, really difficult thing it's going to go up a lot of resources. So all in all, I believe that the national and the subnationals need to come together and address the root cause. What exactly are the causes of this crisis? Is the resource control, which we hear from some quarters, let them address the challenge of resource control. Like I said earlier, right, we're expecting and we're looking forward to a lot of policy direction from the Ministry of Livestock Department and the Ministry of Agriculture at large to see how we address the issues of conflicts and banditry and insurgency in the country, so that our farmers can go to the farm confidently, provide the food, our supply chains can be amended, and it won't be disturbed as what we have seen in the past. And we can really, really reduce, we can really address the risk of food shortages as we are experiencing in the country today.
Right, but when we actually look at do some research, we see that this problem is not unique to Nigeria. Now, across the Sahel, the sub-Saharan Africa, farmers are actually struggling with this same insecurity. What lessons do you think we can learn from these other regions and how they're responding?
Very, very brilliant question, I would say. And to a large extent, even though I'm not a security expert, right? We know that a lot of this conflict stems from resource control. could be natural resources, could be agricultural resources, could be land resources and the likes, right? Particularly in the Sahel region, we can say specifically that a particular nation has been able to overcome, and they have a brilliant model that we can follow in Nigeria, right? But as a country in Nigeria, we are bordered. Even though the Sahara region is all opened up and there's a lot of integration and movement of goods, animals, and the likes around those borders, right? I feel that as a government, our country can do better to strengthen our border areas, right? When we have a lot of border protection, a lot of border control, there's a lot of restrictions such that the insurgents and the criminal elements in the public do not just have a free and easy access into our communities. Before, we thought that all this crisis was just restricted to the northeast, which is not even supposed to be in the country. But we have seen it cripple down to the north central. There's a lot of things going on around Benue State. There's a lot of things going on in Plateau State. Started off from Plateau State, spilled a bit to Nasarawa, but gained a lot of footing in the Plateau in Benue State, right? And we've even seen couples of pockets of violence, pocket of these challenges, even down south in Ondo, Ekiti, Kogi, axis of the country. So beyond the Sahel, right, I believe strongly that the nation needs to strengthen our borders. That will be my first recommendation. We need a lot of border protection and be sure that anyone that brings in goods or animals into the country, they are well documented. We need a lot of conversation around resource control. The government needs to come up with a model that is agreeable so that some selfish interests, some selfish individuals in the country will not put the nation at ransom because they want to have full control over some of the limited resources that are available. And beyond that, right, the state government also needs to do more. In the private sectors need to come better into the agri space to make sure that we do the right thing in our production, our processing. We need to set up a lot of things in value chain development. Our producers are not just exported raw out of the country, but when you support the entire value chain, right from the production harvesting to processing and the likes, right, you create a lot of job. A lot of people are encouraged. They want to go back into doing the agriculture because there's a lot of resource, there's a lot of revenue they make from it. And so those who are even considering taking up arms and going by the way of conflict and insurgents and banditry can see a lot of promise and a lot of opportunities in the agri space. So beyond the Sahel, I think as a bordered nation, we can do way better than what we are doing at the moment.
Absolutely. And I know you are not an economist. I'm very sure you're not an economist. But if we're to talk about the linkage between the insecurity that we are facing in rural areas and the cost of food in the urban market, especially because we know that when production is disrupted, definitely prices skyrocket. So what link can you tie, especially looking at your line of work, as a project manager, just how much is it impacting the cost of food in urban markets right now?
I said earlier, right, while I was thinking around the conversation, I drew a circle, right? We have displacement. When farmers are displaced from their lands, there is reduced agricultural productivity. They do not want to go back and produce. And that in itself will lead to food shortages. When we don't produce enough, when farmers don't go and produce, we are going to have food shortages. We don't have enough to sell. We don't have enough produced for us to consume. We can witness it in rice. In rice, as a very practical example, the price of rice jumped as high as 110, 120,000 in this nation before it started to come down, maybe from interventions on opening up the borders and the likes, before it began to come down to around 82,000. But that in itself is still very, very high for the common man. It is something that is very, very high. And if something is not done critically around this, it's going to continue to increase. We are going to continue to have a rising poverty, because when you don't have enough food, the competition for the limited resources, and that automatically drives out the price of the produce. When people don't go and produce on the land, our input companies don't see confidence in coming to the country to set up their operations right. And so when you don't have credible inputs in the country, the cost of getting credible inputs becomes very much expensive. And so if you would want to go into production, you would want to buy inputs at a relatively high cost. You want to buy your seeds, your fertilizers, your herbicides, you're going to buy it at a very, very high cost. And when you're buying it at a very, very high price, right, you would also want to sell your harvest at a very, very high price. And so as long as we are having displacement of our farmers and our people from their farms, we're going to be having reduced agricultural productivity. We're going to be having reduced we're going to be having food shortages, right? And that would lead to rising poverty in the country as we are experiencing right now in the country. So the impact of this cannot be overemphasized. It's something that is big. It's something that is huge, right? The numbers are there. It is glaring. It is very, when you have 2.2 million people displaced from their homes and their farms, the impact is enormous.
I'm also very curious about the role of technology and innovation here. You know, things like digital tools, climate smart farming, or even new supply chain models. How do you think this models can help Nigerian farmers actually become more resilient in these times?
Very brilliant question, and I would say that a lot of youth are coming to agriculture today, and they've brought up a lot of things done in precision agriculture. In the last 2, 3, 5 years, we have seen a lot of greenhouses spring up left, right, and center of the country, and we've seen several people doing very, very good things, bringing technology and innovation into what they are doing. That has helped to cushion the effect a bit. But a lot of our smallholder farmers, they are still not being able to adopt these technologies. When you want to set up its technology, you want to fly a drone over a farm and you want to spray your farm. Is it not farms that are existent that you use drones to go and spray? Farmers have abandoned their lands. How do you bring in technology? You bring in technology. Technology does not just work in space; it works on the farmland. It has to model across. It has to model with what is existent. When you don't build something on nothing. Technology, AI, and the likes, they are good tools, and I love the fact that they are very, very much adopted. A very critical challenge that we are trying to solve as an organization is the part of record keeping. We know that farmers don't keep a lot of record rights, and there are a lot of technologies that have come into farmers to help them adopt record keeping using the best practices that we have globally today. And how can farmers keep record when the plots he planted and the land he cultivated a couple of weeks back, he's not able to visit that farm until maybe 6 months after? His farm management practices have been compromised. And so even the technology that you're bringing in to help him manage his farm and do things better, it cannot be adopted in the best of ways. So these are many more some of the ways that technology is good. I love it, and I push it as much as possible on my projects. But it's something that is very, very hard. When we want the technology is good when it's been adopted and is able to scale. But how can it be adopted, and how can you scale with it when the farmers that need it are not on their farm? So regardless of the technologies and AI and the precision agriculture things that you want to bring into the country, we still need the farmers to be existent on the farm. We cannot by AI produce food for us to eat. Farmers need to go back to the farm to produce their food. We can only bring in technologies to bring in efficiencies into production. But when production itself is compromised, the technologies, we can just keep talking about it and the likes. It would not do the work in which it has been brought to do.
Interestingly, Adetola, you know, when you said that how do we deploy technology when the farmers are not on their farm, I completely agree with you. But you know, with AI these days, you never really know where things can go. You just might not be needing farmers to be on their farm. But anyway, finally,
Elizabeth,
if you had one message for government, the private sector, even to citizens watching this morning, what would you say that we should be doing right now to secure Nigeria's food future?
First and foremost, we need to do everything as much as possible to ensure that our farmers return to the farm, especially in areas that have been displaced. The major food producing parts of the country, for example, Benue, we need our farmers to really, really go back to the farm in Benue, Nasarawa. Niger State is doing quite a lot, and I really salute and commend the governor of Niger State and Borno State. Taraba is supposed to be our livestock hub in the country. The weather and everything in Taraba favors livestock production and productivity as much as possible, right? But Taraba in itself, we have had pockets of violence and a lot of displacement of farmers in this access to. So as much as possible, the government, private sector, and everything, we need to put up resources to ensure that our farmers can confidently go back to their land. homeland, ancestral land, farmlands, whatever kind of land it is, right? They need to go back to the land and be able to produce what it is that they've been doing for ages. When we can go back to our farms and produce, right, then we can bring in all the technologies to help them build their efficiencies, right? We can bring in the drones and we can bring in all the satellites and everything to ensure that the farm is done sustainably and technology is adopted to help them scale their operations. And when we can produce maximally, efficiencies are built and productivity has improved, you will see that food shortages by naturally would go down. We're going to be having more food, and then our processing can come. Our processing lines can be strengthened, because when you're beginning to have surplus, people begin to see more value in processing, and when they process, the rate of poverty begins to drop, because there's more resource, there's more money that's being freed up for people like I and you, and even the young people and brilliant journalists that we have. They begin to see more sense in agriculture, and either directly or indirectly, we want to invest and put in their money into it, and agriculture itself becomes strengthened, and we can have a food secure Nigeria at large.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Adetola Onielu, Project Manager, Sustainable Agriculture at the British American Tobacco Nigeria Foundation. Thank you for all the work you do, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. It was a pleasure.
Well, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the social listening segment where we unpack the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I was going to say as always, but not as always. This morning I'm joined by two brilliant, beautiful young ladies this morning. I have Amanda. Right. So today is going to be quite interesting. Let's get into the stories today. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu celebrated his wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, as she turned 65 yesterday. And in a deeply personal message shared on X, he described her as a confidant and a pillar of strength who has stood by him. The president also said Nigeria owes her more than many will ever know. And this, of course, left the social media space buzzing because people were curious to know what exactly is this more than, what do we owe her that we don't know. Let's see some of the comments, and obviously I know you both have a lot to say about this, but let's see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this story. Now, Umar Yakubu says, PBAT, this statement is unpatriotic and I disagree. Nigeria owes nobody anything. On the contrary, every citizen owes Nigeria a selfless service. Let's see more reactions. Olike Limited says, yes, so we owe us so much. As a matter of fact, Nigerians are ready to give up their life just to ensure our only mama they survive and enjoy. Since 1999, we haven't had this kind of first lady mama with a kind heart who always shows the citizens love and care. So I don't even know if this person is being serious or being sarcastic. Supreme Dude says there has to be a disconnect somewhere. Statements these politicians make and the reality for Nigerians is wide. That's just a nice way to say that. When you say there's a disconnect. Exclusively Unfiltered says, I'm sorry to say, Mr. President, Nigeria owes her nothing. She has benefited from Nigeria more than Nigeria has benefited from her. These types of statements can trigger Nigerians, especially in the difficult times your administration has put them. Just celebrate your wife and wish her well without making us look foolish. What do you have to say?
From Exclusively Unfiltered, I get his point because it was supposed to be like this sweet, heartwarming thing. But then Nigerians were going through a lot, especially under his tenure. So for him to say Nigeria owes you more than God, everybody's bitter, even me, I'm bitter. Like, just be sweet to your wife and carry and go.
Leave us out of it. What do we owe her? Like, really, what do we owe her?
Nothing, because as a politician, you are coming to serve. So you saying a whole nation is owing you something, what are we owing? Nothing at all.
Well, I think, when you're too happy, you just say a lot of things.
Yes.
So it was just him not knowing how to blur the line between personal appreciation and then public appreciation. I think that's where the issue, because if you look at it, she has actually been standing by him since he was governor of Lagos State. She has really been standing by him. So I think it's just in not being able to like balance the whole appreciation to his wife and then linking it to the public. I think that's just where the issue is.
So you think it was just a case of not blurring, like just being overexcited?
Overexcited about it. That it's her birthday.
So how did we come? How did we come in?
Let's appreciate her.
Some sort of entitlement, like a whole Nigeria.
Of course, you that came out to say you guys have to get her stuff.
Yes.
That's true.
She did. So is it now you guys owe me?
No, but don't forget, she said that we need to. What's the thing? Like, not that she said we have to get her. That we should donate for the library.
And get her stuff. It's still
it's to donate for the library.
No, she started.
It's for our advancement.
She started the conversation like, "Oh, you guys can donate for my birthday."
So I agree. We all have something.
So we all have something. She's the whole remedy to the group. So definitely we all are a lot. A lot.
Nigerians are not feeling
I would
it.
have loved the president to outline the things that we actually owe her, so we can like have a better understanding. Maybe
or it could be nothing. It could be immaterial, non-material things. It could be, oh, we owe our kindness, we owe our love, we owe our, just some appreciation. It could just be that, really. When it says,
we really owe her anything.
But maybe because she has really his backbone to it. Like, he owes her.
He owes her.
Like I said, I think he's overexcited and he was not able to like blur the line between public appreciation and his appreciation to his wife. So yeah, I think that's just what it is here. But like I said, it would have been better for him to like really explain to what because my definition of what I owe her it could be different from
like me. I'm just thinking maybe we owe her, just some love,
but do we really
support, kindness. No, as a first lady,
it's a decision. We don't owe her anything. It's our choice.
Yeah.
The Nigerians have spoken. Anyway, let's move to another trending story. Hopefully, we're not owing this person anything. Now, celebrity chef Hilda Bassi has made it clear that her record-breaking jollof pot, which earned her a Guinness World Record, will not be sold or auctioned. Now, speaking at a press briefing in Lagos, she described the pot as more than cookware. She also explained that while many people had asked her to buy or bid for the pot, herself and her team want it preserved for generations to come. I am with her on that. Really, why are they even trying to buy it? Is it like an artifact?
Yeah, that's what it is. Everybody wants to own something.
There's no space. So where is that thing going to? Where is it going? What's the value? I feel like there's when you have so much money. That's when I want to buy that pot as an artifact. For what for?
The fact that the pot made history. That's the
I know.
Value.
But so you have to have so much money. Then what are you going to do?
Yes, the pot that actually cooked the biggest jollof.
Then it will take on cobwebs and dust.
It doesn't have to take cobwebs. I can actually build a whole house. If I can buy it, it means I can actually rent a whole house
for it. And then so we'll come and be looking at it.
That's money.
But that's why she's also keeping it.
You have to have some certain amount of money. So there's
some
things like
to say you want to do that.
But then there's some people who have this money.
They're even asking to bid for the pot. Let's see how Nigerians are reacting to the conversation on social media. Are we buying the pot? Are they interested in buying the pot? You know what's funny? The people will be making the most comment are people that there's nothing they can even do with the pot. Niger Thiago says, historic symbol as well. Something where Niger go forget in the next 2 years. I see. I see. Brian OG says she made a wise decision. She will forever be remembered as the first person to accomplish this feat.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting? She didn't just break a record. She invented a record because it's not even been done before. Captain Emma says Captain Emma says that's actually a smart move. Instead of cashing out quick, she's turning it into a cultural artifact people will remember and even visit. A true legacy piece. Shout out to Hilda Bassi, really. She's just amazing. Max Script says, laughing my ass. Oh, okay. It said, what history, please? It said, what you did had no significance whatsoever. It's just a pot of jollof, a social media sensation. Better sell that pot to Iron Condemn, guys.
That's so rude. So that's really rude. I really stand with Hilda Bassi because what she did is just like the Olympic torch. You saying, oh, you want to like buy the Olympic torch because of what it signifies doesn't make sense. It's cultural and it's meant to be held sacred. So I really agree with her. They should keep the pots and just it shouldn't be taught in history. That I think it should. I think it should really. Thinking outside the box, it doesn't matter the concept. I don't have to build bulbs or invent cars for it to like go down in history. It should be taught that you can actually sit and think about the impossible and bring it into
it to life.
So
right.
I agree that it should be held as an historical symbol and it shouldn't be sold.
That's the last comment. Oh boy. I sometimes when I see Nigerians doing certain things, I'm like, what level of bitterness? Because she broke a record. There's a historical significance, no matter how you look at it. So what do you mean it's just feeding people jollof? It's not
Nigerians
just
are angry, and most of the people that actually make comments like this, they really don't mean it.
They're just they're just being keypad warriors.
Yeah. They really don't mean it, and they don't even have an understanding of what
they're saying. Right.
So most times I don't even take comments like that very seriously, because all in their right senses, pardon my French, would say that what Ida Bassett did is just to feed Nigerians.
Is it easy to even come up with
if
with
it
that?
wasn't significant, then Guinness wouldn't have recognized.
For someone like me that does not like cooking, imagine cooking jollof rice for 3 people.
Mm.
I'll be here panting. Not to imagine Nigerians, over 20,000 Nigerians were fed with what she came up with. So comments like that should not be paid so much mind to.
And you guys know that, I know that Amanda might want to say something. You know that there's also a chef in, is it Uyo, that is trying to make the biggest pot of, is it white soup? White soup.
I think she said two soups.
Yes, white soup and I'm like, okay, interesting. We'll root for her too.
But why do people? I have a problem with people who do not come up with their own innovation.
Exactly.
I have a problem with it. I don't have an issue with guidance. So how did you do that? But if I come up with something, allow me enjoy it before you now wake up one morning and say, okay, if Debbie can do it, I can do it. You cannot do it. So I have a problem with that. She should come up with something else. She should think outside the box. There are tons of things you can do with food that does not have to do with cooking the largest.
But you know how they always say that there's no idea that is the, what's it called? There's no idea that is original. Yeah. So she might have the argument of she's been thinking about it since the same way Chef Danny, what's her name? Chef Dami.
Yeah.
Right. So the same way Chef Dami suddenly started doing that one was just she was a victim of bad advice.
Yeah.
Because it was just a terrible attempt, but she's doing well now with her culinary journey. Yeah, she's doing well. She's doing well. She was just young, and some people just used that to push clout, and they didn't even have their PR and everything put. So it wasn't organized. If not, it could have even been something. But they just put that young girl, like they made her look silly. They made her look very silly on
that dance. I literally have a sticker.
Yes, it was crazy.
She actually made history. We would never forget that.
No, we would never.
When we're talking about the Bassi, we definitely talk about that.
She has already become a public figure now.
Exactly.
No publicity is bad publicity.
Exactly, because she has even come out. So when you know when Hilda was cooking the rice, and so some people were now, you know how social media people are funny, they're like, Chef Dami, over to you. Chef Dami, you next. And some people were saying, it's like Chef Dami will still come and say she wants to cook the biggest pot of something. So she actually came out on social media and said, please, I'm not doing anything. I'm completely in support of Hilda. So now she has a good management.
Yeah.
So she's handling herself well now.
Better.
So I'm very proud of her.
Yeah.
Very, very proud of her. But let's to end the social listening today. This one is on a sad note. Now in Katsina, a notorious bandit leader called Kachala Umaru has issued a warning. And speaking at a peace dialogue in Matazu, he said that military operations against bandits will only fuel more violence. Now, according to him, kill 10 bandits and 20 more will emerge. Kill 30 and unrest will spread into towns and villages. The statement came during peace talks with community elders, where Umaru insisted that only dialogue and good faith could bring lasting peace. Look, people that try to feel violence, feel confusion, feel violence, really, I don't understand what the color of their problem is.
Really has to look for a long-term strategy in, phasing out this old banditry phase that we are going through here in Nigeria. So one of the bandits actually wearing the Tinubu cap, the popular
logo,
Tinubu,
right?
Yeah, logo. So they should really look for a permanent solution, because it's like they're caught in between force and dialogue. Should we take them by force, or should we have like a negotiation with them? And you know that taking them by force, we don't have the all the military backup to actually take them by force, and it is a crime to actually negotiate with terrorists.
But that's why they should make use of, there's something called carrot and stick diplomacy. So that's why they're supposed to employ the use of carrots, you know, give you the carrot and also have the stick, you know, so force and dialogue together. Yeah.
But do we not really have? Do you think we don't have that military prowess to tackle? I don't
think we do. I don't think we do. Have you seen the military?
In recent times, I think DSS, they posted this picture. There's an arm for the posted pictures of like their men undergoing these trainings.
Do you see the men that are actually put in charge of fighting this bandit? Exactly. So you get where I'm coming from. It's not about the Attorney General. It's not about that now. The people who are actually going to, like, you know, tackle this bandit. What is their state? Are they really like ready? Now, person we don't chop belly food, like carry gun.
Exactly. But let's see how some Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on social. This one, of course, which was it's not a good one. But from Hilda Bass's pot, am I buying? Will I buy if I was put up to it? I don't know. And then the first story was we spoke on was the appreciation, the appreciation of his wife. Okay, are we what do we owe her this morning on BDTV breakfast? Okay, like I said, I owe her my love. I owe her my love, but well done and congratulations and happy birthday to our first lady Oluremi Tinubu. Look, you know, when I look at all our past first ladies, it's hard to, sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm trying to pick my favorite, but then I think about it like, why do I have to even pick a favorite? Do you guys have a favorite?
No, I don't.
Right.
I think they all hold their posts well. You know, the post of the first lady is not really always out there.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think they hold it down well. If not, I'm sure they will be in the news often. Because
but I really like Dame.
Yes, because she was always entertaining.
She was entertaining.
As much as we're going through what we're going through.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I think she was a bit more vocal.
Is it more vocal?
She was like a wiki. Like she always, every time she spoke, it was always like something funny. Everything. So she was always
entertaining.
Yeah.
There's nothing she's doing that Aisha didn't do, to be honest.
No.
Oh, okay. There's nothing she's doing that Aisha didn't do.
No, I don't agree.
Aisha is just the more soft and subtle first lady.
I don't agree.
But she was always like about women empowerment, always about the girl child, always about Nigerians are actually suffering, but with a different approach.
It's like Stella Obasanjo as well.
Exactly. So I think it was just more loud and more. I'm not going to say expressive because let's be honest. She was saying so much, but not saying anything.
But she was more expressive though. She was more expressive.
I'm just gonna call it loud. Dame, I love Dame, to be honest, but I'm just gonna call it loud. She was just more loud.
I think that's what makes her more expressive.
Okay, if that is like expressive, for me, expressive.
She was more expressive. Look at when she says, this blood they are sharing. That's being expressive. But she was really hot.
She was expressing.
She was expressing it. I don't. Which other president's wife has expressed that much? Like, okay, you feel, aside from maybe just a tweet somewhere that you know that it's not even them that made the tweets. You know.
True that.
So, but yeah, we have to. Which of the stories did you enjoy the most?
The first story about it.
Okay, for me it's Hilda. I want to make. I think I'm now tapping into my so much money season, so I can relate to the fact that somebody wants to buy.
I love it.
Yeah, so
I love it.
Hilda's story for me.
So should we put up a smile show or should we put up an umbrella?
I think an umbrella would be better.
All right, yeah, that's why we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Amanda Imasipue.
And I'm Deborah Eze.
Thank you for watching. Stay tuned to BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as in the market, the capital market scene. And this morning we're going to be kick-starting off with a conversation around the Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference that is going to be happening from the 29th of October to the 2nd of November in Accra of 2025. This is going to be the 9th edition of that particular conference. That conference was initiated in 2017, and this is the 9th edition. And as part of the edition, we're going to also be on the sidelines of the conference. We have the AFCFTA, first ever AFCFTA Tertiary Students Congress, where we're going to have tertiary students from tertiary institutions across Africa gather in Accra, Ghana to talk about issues relating to how to deepen intra-African trade, as well as there's going to be an intermingling of academic knowledge as well as practical knowledge to help students understand the context of AFCFTA. And in addition, there's also a conversation around a debt initiative, considering the fact that Ghana is one of the countries that has been at the forefront of help of the G20 debt framework that we've been seeing over since 2021 up till date. To help us understand, to give us further context into this particular conference, we have on the line, we have Selassie Kofi Akom, who is the CEO of the Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference. Good morning, Mr. Selassie.
Good morning and good morning to your cherished viewers and listeners in Nigeria and the diaspora.
Thank you very much for joining us on Economy and Markets on Business Day TV.
Always a pleasure.
So first thing that I have, what are the objectives? The first question I have is, what is the key objective of the Global Debt Initiative that GTFIC 2025 is basically centering around?
Very well, thank you once again. I mean, the Global Debt Initiative is an initiative that the GITFIC began last year as a way of streamlining in the context of Africa, and get that very importantly to your cherished viewers, in the context of Africa, debt management issues, debt sustainability issues, and etc. These were the initial foresight that birthed the Global Debt Initiative. And so what did we do? As always, we cook and then take it to our stakeholders. Our stakeholders are in tiers. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and now we have tier 4 of our global stakeholders. So we took it to the African Development Bank through a position paper, which we published. And we asked the African Development Bank to contribute to the position paper. We also took it to the United Nations at the doorsteps of the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, and also had appealed that he also contribute to the position paper. The ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, and many other stakeholders that we have within the tier 1 and then tier 2 levels. We had fruitful discussions and a positive outlook from the African Development Bank when the then president, who just left, assigned his vice president in charge of knowledge sharing to contribute on behalf of the bank. And so they engaged us extensively on the position paper, which led to their contribution to solidifying the position paper. Same was done by His Excellency, the Secretary General himself, who also has assigned UNECA, West African director, the head, to act on his behalf and on behalf of the United Nations. A lot of people equally also made contribution, and today we have a holistic position paper which spearheaded the beginning of the entire conversation on the Global Debt Initiative. What is it about? As I said, an African context. We've noticed with keen interest and keen following over the past years that what is being cooked outside Africa for Africans to adopt and work with wasn't helpful to the African financial architecture. So there was a need to begin to look at an integrated indigenous African financial architecture cooked by Africans, made for Africans, and which will be implemented by all Africans in this regard. So this is exactly what had spearheaded the beginning of the Global Debt Initiative last year, that saw particular, especially invited stakeholders together for the maiden inaugural edition of the Global Debt Initiative. And we did that with the clergy, the Catholic Bishops' Conference through the Vatican. May so rest in peace, the papacy, who is no more with us now, also had written back to the Holy See here to participate extensively, because he had also been talking a lot about a contextualized financial architecture for Africa. So we had all of these people, or these distinguished persons, boxed together to have the inaugural edition of the Global Debt Initiative that started discussing the prospects of this entire endeavor.
So the question I have a follow-up question around like you've spoken about cooking an African solution to Africa's I can't essentially say it how
financial
you said
architecture,
it,
yes.
but a financial architecture that relates to Africa's debts, cooking basically an African within the African context. So one of the follow-up questions I have is around the fact that Africa has an issue of we have an issue of I'll describe it as an issue of credit. We have a credit rating issue. So I was talking to some colleagues the other day. I talked about the fact that I listened to a foreign news reporter talk about the debt problem in France. They highlighted the fact that in France they have interest rates close to 4 or 5%, and I was looking at it like this is part of the issues they consider to have. I said in Nigeria, which is one of the best performing African countries, or where investors still has one of the African countries with like relatively low the risk premium, we are issuing euro bonds at 9.5%. Similar situation for Ghana. And when you go to Cote d'Ivoire, Benin Republic, you see that it's a trend across Africa. We are issuing debts. We are raising bonds at prohibitive rates. The question I have is now, the people would normally say that beggar no get choice, or they'll say a beggar does not have a choice. Are we bringing together any form of, are we bringing the borrowers or the lenders into the conversation? Are they part of these conversations that are going on?
Very well, thank you very much. I mean, so when we began this conversation initiative last year, we thought it right to approach some prominent credit rating agencies in the world. We spoke with S&P, we spoke with Moody's, we spoke with Fitch. In fact, we had rallied them on several occasions to be part of these conversations. But as you know, and as your viewers may be well aware of, cooking something African within the context of Africa for the global architecture to accept is not that easy and simple. In fact, at one point in our engagement with Fitch Ratings, for over 45 minutes to 50 minutes of our engagement, they made it clear to us that even the African Union is not able to compel them to come for conversations such as what we are trying to do. Clearly trying to create the already known stuff that this is not in their interest and they are not going to be part of it. But it is very refreshing to note that the African Union itself, under their F4, which is the Financial Institutions 4, have a plan to establish the African Credit Rating Agency, which is part of the African Stock Exchange, part of the African Central Bank, which is going to be headquarters in Nigeria. In fact, if you followed Kili, where we participated at the AU's conference here in Accra, I think last year or last 2 years, Nigeria had come so strongly with even showing the venue to headquarters, the African Central Bank, and I mean all the procedures they had put in place. I mean the administrative work, including even the vehicles and stuff and everything to get this done. So the African continent itself through the AU has already done. They are done with establishing a credit union for the continent. So we may not be needing them over a very long time. For now, we still need them because they are the ones that are determining how much we go on the international market to borrow. They are the ones that tell the world about how we are doing economically. And even if it is skewed against us, as it's always been the case, we have no option than to accept whatever they say to the international community with regards to our various economies. If you follow GITFIC over the past period, you realize that we have been coming up with a monthly debt situation report in terms of a strong statistic and data base that we've been doing over the period. And if you go on our webpage, you will see for all the 54 member states in Africa, we have comprehensively, through a well-defined and designed methodology, brought out the actual debt of all 54 member states in Africa, which goes to challenge these international credit ratings, their doings and figures on Africa's economy. Okay, so this initiative by we, the GITFIC, on the Global Debt Initiative is to change the narrative in the African context, bring the real figures out, and tell the international community that, see, if you put together all the global debt, as worse as it may be, Africa in total is not indebted to more than 10%. The furthest you will see, if you put the actual figures together, is around 7.5% of the total global debt initiative. However, Africa is the one at the bottom receiving the most punishment for debt issues. Why is it so? How can the narrative change? Who is currently doing it better among the 54 member states whose platform could be used as a catalyst to loop in all other 53 member states to have a genuine, legitimate, new financial architecture. And we've looked through the figures, through our own figures, through our own data and statistics, and we think that Ghana is currently doing something good that can be used as the modus for all other 53 member states to follow. So the second conference or the second meeting on the Global Debt Initiative is going to take this shape, where 53 member states with their financial operators, which is both the monetary policy handlers, the fiscal policy handlers, financial and economic experts, are all expected together here in Accra in October next month to look at how we can re-engineer the African story in terms of our economic growth and our economic transformation for Africa, to Africa, and with Africans. That is all there is to about on the 9th Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference, on the second Global Debt Initiative, and the inaugural AFCFTA Tertiary Student Congress, slated for the 29th of October to the 1st of November here in Accra.
Okay, thank you so much for that succinct response. A question I have now is, okay, let's move away from conversations around debt. I want to talk about the AFCFTA Tertiary Students Congress, which is a major highlight of what is going on during GITFIC. So how was that about, the AFCFTA Tertiary Students Congress?
Very well. Thank you once again for your question. If your viewers, some of them probably, or anybody else listening to us or watching us diaspora would have followed GITFIC, you will notice that we've been part of this conversation since 2018 in Kigali, when the heads of state decided to append their signatures to what we call a transformatory economic, positive economic outlook for Africa in terms of a single trading component called the AFCFTA. The nomenclature is what really has spearheaded the third conference of ours at the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa in 2019. And we had made a solid pledge that we were never going to relent on our activities on the AFCFTA, that until it becomes better, until it becomes impactful, until the AFCFTA has reached at least the peak of its goals, we were not going to let go. And so we had done several sensitization initiatives across Ghana and still festering out on several other African countries by organizing several international conferences where we brought experts. Chief trade negotiators have been here. When the PAPS was out, that's the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, we brought central banks and regional banks here all to discuss this. We've worked with all the names you could think about within the ecosystem to make sure that the issue of education, sensitization on the African continental free trade area became part and parcel of our everyday life. So also, we inaugurated the Tertiary Student Club, where we have clubs in universities across Ghana and Togo, and still adopting gradually other member states to join to enhance the AFCFTA among the youth within the educational sector. So that's not all. We also launched the curriculum on the AFCFTA at the World Bank office here this year in March, Accra, where we had all stakeholders also participate once again to look at what we were trying to talk about, what we're trying to do with regards to the curriculum, which is meant to be studied in as many universities on the African continent as much as possible. Now, the curriculum is currently being studied in 3 universities, and we still have more applying to adopt the curriculum, and we are taking them in phases. The need to extend this sensitization further within the youth, the population, which are the youth, is to initiate a congress of tertiary students, where there will be a centralized point every year where universities would assign students to attend on behalf of them to discuss extensively policies and policy-related issues within the educational setup on the African continent that would enhance the sustainability of the African continental free trade area. And this Congress would also elect new executives for their various student clubs each year. So this is what has brought together the inaugural establishment of the Tertiary Student Club, which we've added to the second Global Debt Initiative conversation this year in October next month.
So what outcomes are you hoping for from the students themselves after
students will be
after the Congress?
Involved in policy matters on intra-African trade. Students will be involved in policy matters on entrepreneurship. Students will be involved in policy matters on industrialization, because they are the bane of everything that has been done on the continent. When they leave school, when they graduate, how are they able to inculcate these things into their daily lives to enhance a fluid intra-African trade and inter-African trade? If you don't bring in the student at this time and soak them, and I use the word advisably, soak them into the African continental free trade area, you will be missing out on how to sustain it and get it actively reaching its premium. And so these are some of the objectives, these are some of the activities we expect to be instilled in those students. Policy and coherent, policy and education, policy industrialization, policy entrepreneurship. So they are part of this entire continental initiative, and that they are able to advantage them or use them to their advantage going forward as graduates from the university. So they are supposed to come, and which invitation is being sent out already through the various diplomatic channels to all of them across the continent and even the diaspora, to come and discuss about the AFCFTA, about the opportunities of the AFCFTA, about their role in enhancing the AFCFTA, and what they are positioned to do in making sure that the realization of the AFCFTA does not become another 9-day wonder or a myth. It took the European Union up to 30 years to enhance that union, as we see today in envy. However, we believe that even with Africa, we can spearhead it quickly because we have an energetic youth, a very well-equipped youth, and interestingly educated youth ahead of us. And so with that, we think that we can even spearhead it and make it quicker to be normalized across board. It's the reason we are gathering them for the first Tertiary Student Congress on the African continent, to start instilling this in them and make sure that we also promote the establishment of the clubs and then the commencement of the curriculum in the various universities across the African continent. This is what has brought this together.
So, how will the outcome of GITFIC be followed up or be monitored at the end of the conference?
Well, we have a peer review team that normally does that. If you once again go on our website, you realize that each year after our annual meetings, we have the action plan and then the action plan and the communique. The action plan really reveals who is to do what, which stakeholder or partner is doing what and expected to do what. And so we monitor everything and then push forward with them. So the peer review team have their own mechanism that they use in making sure that, for instance, we say in the GITFIC Agenda 2031, which encompasses both the Global Debt Initiative and the AFCFTA Implementation Initiative, there is a committee that has been set up. This committee is a peer review backbone to make sure that every action plan on the Global Debt Initiative, every action plan on the AFCFTA Implementation Initiative are brought to its logic conclusion with success stories, with impact stories. And so they will proceed and use their modalities in making sure that these things do not end up on the shelves of our shelves and our libraries and our offices. And that's what we've done each year. The reason why we keep getting the results that we want each year.
So finally, how do you envision GITFIC's role in, say, shaping debt policy, trade policy, finance policy, not just in Ghana, but in Africa, let's say in the next 5 to 10 years? Give me a sneak peek into your mind where you see GITFIC, the role you see GITFIC playing in relation to these three things I mentioned: debt, the trade, and finance?
Well, we see that's why, as I said a while ago, that we have what we call the GITFIC Agenda 2031. It's a 6-year development plan which has been accepted by government and then being pushed into the 50-year development agenda plan of the Republic of Ghana. And so the National Development Planning Commission is in charge of this very one, this our Agenda 2031, and is giving all the needed the support to make this happen. So within these 6 years, we expect that member states would have their debt drastically reduced to create the needed fiscal space for economic growth. That's number one. Number two, we expect to have the most practicable debt sustainability mechanisms in place by creating these debt clubs and creditor clubs. You asked earlier how if we were engaging with the creditors too. Yes, we're engaging with the creditors too. In fact, our meeting with the United Nations, I think last week, at the which was organized by the chef de cabinet of the Secretary General of the United Nations, which we met with the financial department, talked about how they were going to help in facilitating most of these meetings with the creditors for us, the pari clubs, the multilateral creditors, the bilateral creditors, the private and public creditors. These are some of the people who will be meeting in the coming weeks and months after the second conference to look at practical ways that we could look at this. In fact, when the United Nations, through the Secretary General, got involved with the Global Debt Initiative, their call went beyond even our expectation. They say, see, it is possible for us to have another round of debt cancellation, 100%. And we think that your platform holds the possibility of we going through another round of debt cancellation. And that is how they have joined the Global Debt Initiative to spearhead and champion a total debt cancellation. And so we look forward that as we begin engagement with both creditors and then the debtor nations initially it was within Africa, but when the UN perspective came on board, we had to escalate it to the global south too. So it's Africa and the global south now. And so reducing debt drastically within Africa and the global south, coming up with strong debt management practices and following through to make sure that we don't get ourselves back. Let me state this in all of what I'm saying, that at GetFic, we are of the strongest opinion that debt in itself is not a bad thing. It is good to borrow, but you borrow strategically, you borrow sensibly for economic development, for economic expansion. You borrow tactically. And once you do that, you realize that repaying this debt will not be a hurdle because you had borrowed it strategically for specific purpose to expand your economy. And when your economy is expanded, your revenue net widens. And so once you keep making good revenue and building your international reserves, you realize that you are able to pay debt. We also, within this same compact, want to look at how we would how do you call it, swap our debts. Many of these debts does not need to be paid with physical cash. Okay? And so the Global Debt Initiative is going to be bringing out pragmatic ways of how we can solve these debt issues with swaps. And so all of these are going to be boxed together, and we hope to bring huge relief for brighter economic transformation for our 55 member states, and then the Global South, for a relief that would bring new global perspective and new global prosperity to all and sundry.
Thank you so much for your prompt responses to the question, Mr. Selassie Kofi Akom. I just thank you so much for staying with us on the show. That's all we can take.
Thank you very much, and thank you to your viewers and listeners. And then I look forward in being with them sometime again soon. Thank you. And let me also say that the BusinessDay Nigeria, told that all procedures are done, is an official media partner to the 9th GITFIC on the 2nd Global Debt Initiative, and then the inaugural AFCFTA Tertiary Student Congress. So we are bringing some journals here to cover the event with some exclusive interviews with our key stakeholders that will be participating. And want to thank your management and staff for this opportunity. And then we hope that we can collaboratively disseminate information very well to the Nigerian populace through your medium. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Selassie. Thank you to our viewers. That was Selassie Kofi Akom of the Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference, speaking to us on the upcoming, the 9th edition of the GITFIC, which is the prime finance conference that holds in Ghana. After the break, we're going to be returning with market insights from Friday last week, as well as business news making the rounds. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome back to Economy and Market on BusinessDay TV, and we're moving on to business news making the rounds. We're starting off with the Monetary Policy Committee meeting that has started today. The CBN's Monetary Policy Committee will be meeting for the 4th time this year and the 302nd time ever. where they're going to be setting key monetary policy directions. Basically, this meeting will extend from the 22nd of September, which is today, up until tomorrow. And by tomorrow, we're going to be getting insight into the decision of the Monetary Policy Committee as regards monetary policy rate as well as other monetary policy decisions. The CBN has held rates for 3 consecutive times this year, holding rates at 27.5% for most of the year. However, with inflation now down to 20%, there are signs, according to analysts, that the CBN may be interested in now cutting rates. However, some other analysts have cautioned that the CBN should be gentle in their approach to the monetary policy rate, considering the fact that we are not yet out of the inflationary loophole. Then we're moving on to Nigeria's oil production. Nigeria met 96% of its OPEC quota in August. The upstream oil sector recorded a year-on-year production increase, averaging 1.63 million barrels of oil per day in August 25, of crude oil as well as condensate in August 2025. In 2024 August, we recorded 1.58 million barrels of oil and condensate. This is according to the NUPRC, that's the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Crude oil accounted for 1.43 million barrels of oil, representing 96% of OPEC's quota of 1.5 million barrels. It also represented a 5.47% increase from August 2024. However, in terms of condensate output, we saw a slip to 197,229 barrels per day, up against 220,000 barrels per day that we recorded in August 2024. Despite the annual gain, there was a production fall of 4.7% from July's 1.71 million barrels of oil per day, as crude oil alone dropped by 4.8% from the 1.5 million barrels of oil per day recorded in July 2025. According to the NUPRC, this decline was due to an unscheduled maintenance at an oil facility during the month. Daily combined output ranged from 1.5 million barrels of oil per day to 1.85 million barrels of oil per day. Forcados Terminal led August production with 8.99 million barrels. They were followed by Bonny Terminal with 6.26 million barrels, Kwaibo Terminal at 4.99 million barrels, and Escravos at 4.18 million barrels. Basically, all of this underscores Nigeria's efforts to meet OPEC targets. And we'll move on to Afrexim Bank, the investment arm of the Afrexim Bank, which is known as the Fund for Export Development in Africa, FEDA, posted a 40.3 million net income in 2024. The FEDA, which is the Impact Investment Bank investment arm of the Africa Export Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, closed 2024 with a net income of $40.3 million. This is a 72% surge from the $23.4 million the company posted in 2023. This is contained in FEDA's annual report for 2024. It basically highlights FEDA's growing influence as an emerging powerhouse in private capital and development finance across Africa. FEDA was established in 2019 to channel equity, quasi-equity, and private credits into projects across Africa. And in 2024, financial investments of FEDA grew to $573.8 million, as FEDA also deployed $410 million into infrastructure, technology, healthcare, and sport ventures in Africa. In that year, 5 new nations signed as signatories to FEDA, including Nigeria, Benin Republic, Guinea-Bissau, Malawi, and the Gambia, thus raising its membership to 19. FEDA operates some specialized funds, including the $270 million Direct Equity Fund 1, which backs scalable businesses like the Arise Integrated Industrial Platform, the Arise IIP, and the $125 million Africa Credit Opportunities Fund that supports flexible debt financing. Looking ahead, in 2025, FEDA has planned a $150 million Africa Film Fund, which is tipped to boost the creative industry in Africa, including Nollywood. Then we'll move on to our trade data for July 2025. China-Nigeria trade has hit $15.48 billion between January to July, of 2025. Bilateral trade between Nigeria and China surged by 34.7% to $15.48 billion between January and July 2025. This is a 34.7% surge from the trade between Nigeria and China in the same period of 2024. According to Ms. Yang Yongin, who is the Consul General of the People's Republic of China in Lagos, she was speaking at the Sunday reception. She said that Nigeria is now China's second largest trading partner in Africa, a milestone that was driven by the elevation of relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership at the 2024 FOCAC Summit. She highlighted that expanding cooperation in infrastructure, energy, trade, culture, and education, noting that these ties bring tangible benefit to citizens of both nations. Yu Qing also revealed that the China's economy grew by 5.3% in the first half of 2025, demonstrating resilience despite global headwinds. China remains Nigeria's largest import partner, supplying 4.96 trillion worth of goods in the second quarter of 2025. This is more than double Nigeria's import from the United States. Machinery, refined petroleum products, and telecom equipment dominated China's exports to Nigeria, underscoring Nigeria's reliance on foreign industrial output and manufactured goods. Then we move on to Asian markets. That we saw a mix of sentiment in the Asian markets on Monday, as China has held its loan prime rate steady for the fourth month. In India, tech stocks fell by 3% after Donald Trump announced on Friday a $100,000 visa fee for new H-1B visas. H-1B visas are visas that are reserved for highly skilled foreign workers. Of the nearly 400,000 H-1B visas issued in 2024, about 71% went to Indian nationals. 9 of the 10 Indian IT companies on the Nifty IT subindex were down, led by Emphasis, which dropped by over 4%. Persistent Systems dropped by 3.8%, and LTI Mindtree shed 3.79%. A CEO of the MR Capital Partners, Manishi Ryan Chowdhury, told CNBC in a statement that the new fees could push Indian companies to offshore more US employees, reducing headline revenue as offshoring is high margin but low revenue. He estimated that that visa fee could have a 2% to 4% immediate earnings impact, and that was reflected in Monday's trading in India. India's Nifty 50 slipped by 0.12%, while the Sensex, which is the prime benchmark of the Bombay Stock Exchange, fell by 0.48%. This is even despite Adani Power surging by over 15% after a 5-for-1 stock split took effect. In China, CSI 300 rose by 0.46% after the central bank kept loan prime rates unchanged. The Hong Kong Hang Seng Index lost 1%, while the Nikkei 225 gained 0.99%. South Africa's Kospi added 0.68% as Samsung Electronics jumped over 4% on Nvidia's approval of its 5th generation high bandwidth memory product. Australia's ASX 200 climbed 0.43%, and equities futures from Monday's data were steady as Wall Street is still on a record high. After we return from the break, we return with insights from the Nigerian market from Friday last week. Stay with us. Okay, so data from Nigerian NGX, we see that Friday we saw the NGX post its first bearish run for the entire week, as the all-share index fell by 0.29%, or about 417-point decline to 141,845.32 point. Basically, the decline in the market was linked to one thing and one thing alone: banking earnings report. Two banks released their earnings result for the first half of the year, and it was quite underwhelming for investors. However, the year to date, we see the market still at 37.81% year to date. On Friday, we saw a total traded volume of 435.2 million shares, and in deals worth over 15.1 billion naira. The market cap of the NGX still stays steady at 89.744 trillion naira. Then look at our top gainers for the day. On Friday, we had Deep Capital with a 9.94% gain to 1 naira 88 kobo. Sovereign Insurance up by 7.67% to close at 3 naira 9 kobo. Nigerian breweries, the brewer went up by 6.37% to 75 naira 95 kobo, while Guinness also went up by 4.49% to 183 naira 90 kobo. Legend Internet went up by 3.89% to 5 naira 61 kobo. On the flip side, we see Living Trust Mortgage Bank down by a full 10% to 4 naira 77 kobo. Veritas Capital Assurance down by 9.91% to trade at a share price of 2 naira. However, NSL Tech, which is the secure electronic technology company, down by 8.54% to trade at a share price of 75 kobo. NGX Group, that's the Nigerian Exchange Group, was not left out of the bearish run of Friday. 8.32% decline to hit a share price of 55 naira and 10 kobo. And United Capital, 7 naira 56 kobos. United Capital has been on quite a downward run, especially after the devastating incident that happened last week. The 2 days after the event, we've seen that stock basically in the red. Not captured in the top 5 was UBA that lost 5 naira 5.96% to hit a share price of 44 naira and 20 kobo. Most actively traded stocks of the day, led by UBA, were majorly banking stocks. We see UBA with 82 million shares. There was a significant trade-off of UBA stocks after the company announced its H1 results. H1 2025 results that saw interim dividends fall by over 80% from what it was in 2024. We saw about 3.5 billion of UBA shares traded on the exchange on Friday, and we also saw the same thing happen to Access Holdings. 29.4 million Access Holdings shares were traded in deals worth over 765 million naira. Zenith Bank wasn't left out. Zenith Bank lost about 4% as 27.9 million of its shares were traded in deals worth over 1.8 billion naira. However, Champs Holding Company, 19.5 million shares traded in deals worth 63.7 million naira. Then First Holdco, the holding company of First Bank, 18 million shares were traded in deals worth over 575 million naira. In the weekly market, the results of Friday did not affect the weekly market, as the all-share index from last week saw almost a 1 percentage point gain, 0.92% gain, as the market gained almost 1,300 points. Our top gainers for last week led number 1 Guinness, 28% increase. Multiverse Mining Company, 21%. Unicel, 20.2%. eTransact and Kellerams also led the top 5, and amongst the losers we see Omatech Ventures, 18% decline, Cornerstone Insurance, 15% decline, Secure Electronic Technology, almost a 13% decline, Royal Exchange, 11% decline, and UBA, 9.24% decline. On a sectoral basis, we see that the banking index was a significant loser last week, almost 2.6% down. Insurance index, almost a 5% decline last week. However, we see those losses counterbalanced by consumer goods with a 5.5% gain. Oil and gas index also went up by 2.8% gain, and industrial goods, it closed flat with just a meager 0.05% gain. That's a 5 basis point increase. In the US on Friday, we continue to see the Wall Street go up and up and up. The Dow Jones went up 37 basis points. S&P 500 went up by almost 50 basis points with a 6,600 to go up to 6,664, a record high. Nasdaq continued its record high, edging closer to 23,000 points. Remember, we have always said Nasdaq was trading at around 20,000 at the start of this year. Now it's trading at 22,631 points. Then in Asia, we saw a situation where on Friday, the Nikkei 225 and the Kospi went down and the Hang Seng closed flat. That is Hong Kong's market closed flat. However, on Monday, we saw a situation where Hang Seng went up and the Nikkei 225 and Kospi went down retrospectively. Then FTSE 100 in Germany, we saw a 12 basis point decline. The CAC 40 closed flat, just a mega 0.01% decline, and DAX index, the German index, closed down 0.15. On the currency side, we see the Naira stabilize, edging. The Naira has now strengthened to 1,493 Naira to the dollar. The Euro 1,753 Naira to the Euros, and the British Pound, its highest since March this year, 2,010 Naira to the British Pound. And that's all we can take on economy and markets. Thank you for staying with us. Have a lovely day.
The MBA Students' Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems, and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders, and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing, and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, the commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls apart. Or you have somebody who's elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's discipline as part of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The MBA students
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now let's see what's making the headlines. Bulk fuel buyers dump middlemen for direct Dangote supply. MPC meeting, analysts make case for first rate cut in 2 years. China-Nigeria trade hits $15.48 billion in 7 months, Yang Yungging. US firms to pay $100,000 on foreign skilled workers. Ademola Lookman was wrongly advised, says Atlanta coach. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where bulk fuel consumers and filling stations are dumping their middlemen suppliers for Dangote free delivery as the refinery launched its direct fuel distribution scheme. President of the National Association of Road Transport Owners, Yusuf Hothman, revealed this during a TV appearance, condemning the free delivery of fuel to filling stations, telecom companies, and other bulk users, saying buyers have now decisionized the contract signed with its members to receive free delivery from Dangote. The NATO president says his members have up to 30,000 trucks but cannot do the business of fuel distribution free of charge, appealing to Dangote to consider the survival of others or other players in the sector, adding that everybody wants the refinery to succeed. The refinery flagged off its logistics free distribution scheme last Monday, adding that over 1,000 compressed natural gas powered trucks are to be deployed to Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, Edo, Delta, Rivers, Kwara, and Abuja. And moving on, analysts are seeing rate cuts on the cards as a disinflationary trend persists as the Monetary Policy Committee members of the Central Bank of Nigeria meet today and Tuesday in a crucial meeting to determine the direction of the key interest rate. The analysts at Lagos-based AfriInvest West Africa sees 50 to 75 basis points slash in borrowing costs, citing an improved macroeconomic indices like the Stanbic Purchasing Managers Index rising to 4-month high of 54.2% in August, and the gross external reserves, which rose to $40.2 billion, the highest level since September 2019. The analyst also pointed to the continued rally of the Naira, which appreciated 2.5% in 2025, the easing of core inflation to a 2025 low of 20.3%, and average money supply growth soaring to 19.3% compared to 63.8% in 2024. Analysts at CSL Brokers also expect a 50 to 100 basis points cut, stating a sustained decline in inflationary pressures and the recent appreciation of the Naira, projecting inflation falling to around 18% in September due to the seasonal harvest cycle and the continued strengthening of the Naira. We're now being joined by in-house analyst Wasiu Ali to get more insight on the MPC decision today. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio, Wasiu.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now, so some analysts say that it is time for the MPC to actually cut rate after 2 years. Do you agree with this?
Well, I think to start with, the Monetary Policy Committee, for the past 2 years, have been very what we call aggressive, in anchoring inflation, because inflation last year was about a 3-decade high, so it's quite high. So the role of the MPC really, is to ensure price stability, to ensure that inflation, comes down. Now that we have now seen a bit of slowdown in inflation, the 5th consecutive decline in August to about 20.12%. So analysts are that there's a wide range of expectation, in the market that since inflation is now getting cooler, perhaps it is time to cut rates. Meanwhile, if you look at the personal statements of the members of the MPC that was released on the CBN website some weeks ago, about a week ago rather, there is this consensus that these MPC members who are, arguably, the ones that see really the insight as to whether to cut or to hold rates. So there is this conviction within them that inflation is still very high, even though it has been decelerating, for the past 5 months now. So there is this conviction that there's likelihood that the rates might not be cut. Now, there are quite a number of reasons why, there's this for or against case for cutting or holding rates. People or analysts who argue that rates should be, cut are of the opinion that interest rate in Nigeria has been the highest on record at 27.5%. And what that means is that it's squeezed credit lending, and of course overall it limits expansion, and that will limit economic growth. So that's the argument, and that now we now have a clear path, a trend showing that inflation has been cooling. But those that are against this, that still feel like the cutting of rates now could be premature. They are of the opinion that we now have inflation under control. Yes, food inflation is also down 21.8%. But core inflation is still edging up month on month. It grew by 1.4%. So which means that transport fares still high, accommodation fees here and there. So core inflation is what the CBN all around the world usually targets to set rates. And when core inflation is still high, there is tendency that the monetary policy easing that is expected by markets might not really happen now.
All right, you mentioned that some analysts have different views about
so it's a mixed bag.
Yeah. So what do you think will be the economic implication if the rate is actually cut or if it's retained?
Okay, so if the CBN cuts rate now, the implication is that yields, will go down on say treasury bills, on government securities, right? And I think a case that is very, very important, and I note, is that I think it is counterintuitive for Nigeria to cut rates now when the US Fed, cut rate by 25 basis points last week. So US Fed, ordinarily, people prefer to take their capital to the US, because the US is seen as a safe haven, right? So Nigeria's recent increase in portfolio investors or investment is as a result of our high yield environment. So, and we need foreign currency, we need dollars. So we can't we can't cut the rates now, because if we cut the rates, there will be outflows, right? So, and that would trickle down into our gross reserves that, you read that it's about $40.2 billion now, which is the highest since 2019. And of course, if we cut rates too, so if your reserves is it, there's outflow of dollars, your reserves get it, the naira rally we are seeing now will also, be affected. And of course, that will also, dove down into inflationary pressures, So those are the economic, implications.
All right. Finally, before I let you go at you, we've seen like a slowdown in inflation rate. So what do you think is responsible for this, and how sustainable can it be?
Well, there are market sentiments here and there that show that inflation, this inflationary trend will persist. So that means that what we are seeing now, inflation is still, within the 20% threshold. So there a wide range of expectation that inflation will, taper down to about 18 or 19% in the coming months. And so if that happens, CBN will have we have clearer paths to start, cutting rates. And so sustainability of this, yes. One of the key factor that is driving lower inflation that we're seeing now is food inflation. So we are in September. September is usually the period where farmers harvest. So the harvest cycle which means that when there is more food, prices will crash. So when prices crash, annual or headline inflation will also go down. So I think the disinflationary trend, bearing any shock, is sustainable, right? Because imported inflation is also going down. So which means that the level of food that we import, the prices are going down. So, and all of these are supportive of a continued disinflationary trend. And of course, by September, analysts are seeing inflation coming down to as low as 18%. So, I think I also view that is possible and that is sustainable.
All right. Thank you so much for your insights on the MPC meeting today.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to have you in the studio.
You're welcome.
All right, back to the news. Still on, the Consul General of the People's Republic of China in Lagos, Yang Yungen, has revealed that bilateral trade between China and Nigeria reached $15.48 billion between January and July. Yungen revealed this yesterday at a reception to mark the 76th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary, and the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Consul General said the figure represented a 34.7% increase compared with the same period of 2024. In other words, the increase reflected the growing strength of China-Nigeria relations, describing Nigeria as China's second largest trading partner in Africa. And also, the president of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has accused the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers of collecting as much as 50,000 naira on every truck that loads fuel at the refinery, warning that such charges ultimately pushes up fuel pump prices and burden consumers. While Nupeng neither confirmed nor denied the allegation, industry experts yesterday wondered how the oil union became a tax collector, stressing that such actions would definitely raise the pump prices of refined petroleum product. Speaking to newsmen while responding to Nupeng's accusations that his company is preventing drivers of its newly deployed 4,000 compressed natural gas-powered trucks from joining the union, Dangote said the union's levies are unsustainable. He described such charges as an act of rent-seeking that discourage efficiency in the sector. And so, in the local news, Vice President Kashim Shettima arrived in New York, United States of America, early hours of today to attend the 80th section of the United Nations General Assembly, scheduled to hold from today, September 22nd, to Sunday, September 28, 2025. Stanley Nwokwocha, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Communications, said the Vice President, who is representing President Bola Tinubu, will deliver Nigeria's national statement at the global event, participants in the UN high-level general debate, and attend various side events. Shettima was received by Yusuf Tuga, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Abubakar Badaru, Minister of Defense, and Samson Itegboje, the charge d'affaires at the Permanent Mission of Nigeria to the United Nations. The Foreign Affairs Minister, speaking on Nigeria's targets for this year, UNGA, revealed that Nigeria is championing the United Nations Global Convention on Taxation, which is very central to the ongoing push to reform the global financial architecture. We'll go on a quick break now, and when we come back, we'll bring you the foreign news. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. We now head to the foreign scene where United States President Donald Trump has signed a broad executive order imposing a $100 annual fee on companies seeking H-1B visas for skilled foreign workers. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says all of the big companies are on board and companies need to decide if the person is valuable enough to have a $100,000 a year payment to the government or head home to hire an American. According to reports, the new fee will apply to all new H-1B visa applications and must be paid annually for up to 6 years. The program, which have reportedly capped at 85,000 visas per year, has long been a mainstay for tech firms and startups seeking highly educated foreign talent. Also, Australian officials have promised telecommunications giant Optus will face significant consequences over a system outage linked to multiple deaths. According to reports, the incident last week left hundreds of people across more than half of the country unable to call emergency services for 13 hours. Optus, one of the country's two major providers, says at least 3 people died as a result, while its chief executive has apologized to their families and the public for the completely unacceptable failure. The company is under fire for its delayed handling of the incident, the second such outage for the firm in 2 years, while the nation's communication regulator continue with investigation. We now head to sports, where Atlanta's head coach Ivan Juric has revealed that Ademola Lookman was wrongly advised by those around him before returning to the Serie A club this season. Lookman rejoined the squad on Sunday, coming on as an 87th minute substitute for Kamdelin Sulemana in Atlanta's 3-0 win over Torino. The results marking a strong response to their midweek Championship League defeat to PSG, however, lifted the Bergame outfit to 5th in the Serie A table with 8 points, just 2 behind leaders Juventus. Speaking to Football Italia, Juric revealed that the winger's recent absence stemmed from external influences. And to end the news, Tottenham manager Thomas Frank has described Saturday's hard-earned 2-2 draw against Brighton as the best performance of the season. Frank's side fought back thanks to goals from Richarlison and John-Paul Van Hecke, his own goal to earn a point. After Tottenham dug in to earn a 1-0 win against Villarreal on their return to the Champions League in midweek, Luca Bagval praised their clean sheets mentality with the shout-out, their 4th in their first 5 games this season. The Spurs head coach said the club is physically and mentally strong, which he described as important to achieve their goal this season. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Deborah Eze. Keep watching BDTV.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaran ka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allura Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so marwara in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kaka ta muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ka kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started from the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in no shell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it, and the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-Majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, we all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for al-Majri and the out of school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our al-Majri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the al-Majris, even the other al-Majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem of al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates, so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight, the show where big ideas meet bold founders. This is where we uncover the game changers and visionaries, entrepreneurs shaping the future of businesses and innovation across Nigeria and beyond. My name is Glory Brown, and I'm so thrilled to have you join us for another inspiring episode. And today we're diving into the topic from courtroom to codroom, and we're using Case Radar, which is a startup, and we're going to see the startup journey in legal tech. Case Radar is a legal tech app powered by artificial intelligence designed to help lawyers enhance their law practice and for the general public to know the law. And to help us unpack all of these, I'm joined by co-founders of Case Radar, Agbo Obinaya, who is an astute lawyer and serial entrepreneur with years of experience in the business sector, and also Anthony Mark Ungu, who is a legal practitioner and co-founder of Case Radar. Welcome, guys, to Startup Spotlight. You guys are looking amazing. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Obinaya. Let's quickly jump to the first question we have for you today. What inspired the creation of Case Radar? Because from your bio, I saw that you guys were lawyers. From law, you did a little bit of business entrepreneurship, and all of a sudden, you delved towards law, legal tech, an app called Case Radar. Can you please tell us what inspired you and how your journey started into creating these apps?
I met my co-founder in law school.
Oh, amazing.
Yes, and from there, we've gone ahead to found a business called the Entrepreneurish Africa, and Case Radar is our second startup. You know, we had to move from that to this, and with the Entrepreneurish Africa, it helped us, you know, explore a lot of business opportunities. You know, go into tech majorly, work with different crypto companies abroad, and even here in Nigeria. You know, and this kind of gave us a lot of business experience. And, you know, being lawyers who also do a lot of legal research and all of that, we realized that in the course of doing our legal research, it takes a lot of time, you know. And even though it takes a lot of time, the resources we need to do this legal research, they are, you know, so limited. And realized we are not the only ones who are also experiencing this. So what we did was we carried out a survey, and we had about 280 persons who participated in that, you know, lawyers, founders, the general public. And what we realized is that people are also facing the same issues, and then we decided to solve that problem through the insights we got from the people who participated in the survey. And that was how we came about Case Radar. We used their insights to work on the features, built it, released it last year on the 27th of September, and, you know, onboarded a lot of people on the app who signed up. And then from their feedback while using the app, we went ahead to improve the app, and then we launched the Case Radar 2.0. So that was what inspired Case Radar, and look at where we are now.
That's amazing. So let's talk about how did the background knowledge gotten from law and entrepreneurship, how did those knowledge helped in shaping the future or the vision of this app called Case Radar?
So much, in so many ways, you know. First of all, identifying a problem kind of brings up the idea that there needs to be a solution. So as entrepreneurs, we are always looking out for problems we can solve, you know. That way it will help us shape what we are building and offer real solutions. So from our experience working with different crypto companies, building different businesses, we are bringing that knowledge into what we are building at Case Radar. And that's what is, you know, powering what we are doing.
Anthony Mark, you guys are the co-founders of this app. So at what point did you guys realize that technology could offer scalable advantages when it comes to the legal aspect? Like now you talked about the problem that this app is helping solve right now. So at what point did you realize that we need to step up and do this?
So I mean, as a law student, one of the things you don't get to miss is doing legal research. You understand that from the training as a law student to becoming a lawyer, you always have to do research, right? So, and the process of research which we were exposed to while in the university was very rigorous. You go into the library with lots of books. You have to, skim through till you find what you're looking for and then use it for the purposes for which you found it. So when we passed through the system and through law school and became lawyers, part of the things that kept on ringing is, man, we'll face this and we need to solve this for the upcoming generation. I mean, we're not that old, but at least we can still solve problems for people that are coming and for ourselves because we're still lawyers. So we decided that, one of the things that takes up a lawyer's time is research. So I'm cutting down time for which a lawyer uses to do research will make the lawyer more efficient to serve the client better. So that's part of the things that, informed us to build Case Reader to help lawyers and to help people understand the law.
I would say you guys are doing a great job, and a lot of lawyers are still into that traditional practices of being a lawyer. At what point did you guys decide to say, okay, technology is advancing, we have AI, we have different digital content, and right now, when you don't put your content out there, people don't want to pay attention to what you're selling and all that. At what point did you decide to move from being a traditional lawyer and then you move into this tech space, this digital space, and then you created this app? This is a different thing entirely. Like it's new,
Yeah.
Yes. At what point did you?
So I mean, if you look at it, we are just playing catch up here in Nigeria and Africa at large, because most other regions and jurisdictions, UK, US, Canada, they already utilize these apps, right? So we discovered that in the wake of technological advancements, that even though our profession is very traditional in nature, we still need to, build up in terms of that advancement and help our people to catch up with others. So this particular legal tech, I mean, is very trendy in the UK and in the US, and they have a lot of companies raising, humongous amount of money to build up tech products specifically for lawyers and for legal knowledge. So, and as lawyers, we do a lot of research, right? So we've checked into the legal system of other places, seen how they are thriving and, at least leaving the traditional baggage behind and trying to adopt more modern tools to help their lawyering. And we decided, I mean, our own people can also get into this. So, and that's why Case Reader is here.
Obinaya, as a lawyer moving into entrepreneurship, what was the biggest mindset that gave you this confidence and then went into this startup of this legal tech app called Case Reader? Because a lot of people, when they're starting up, they have a different opinion running through their mind, doubts and all that. What was the biggest mindset shift for you that gave you that confidence, to start up this app?
I think the ability to recognize that you can do anything. You can become anything. You can look at the system, find loopholes, and find a way to bridge the gap, especially when you're solving problems, trying to make things easy for people and for ourselves as well. Because I'm a lawyer, I have clients, I use Case Reader, yes. So, just like I said, knowing that we can do anything legally, it kind of helped us realize that the things that people are doing in other climes, we can introduce it here and make our society better.
That's a very nice one. I know as co-founders, I believe that both of you have different challenges you faced while starting up this app. What are some of the challenges and how were you able to overcome such challenges?
One of the challenges was the fact that a lot of people are already too dependent on the traditional, method of legal practice. So trying to convince some of them feels like a Herculean task, However, it gives us joy that a lot of young lawyers, are already onboarded on our app and they're using our platform. Another challenge we faced was the issue of data, getting the right data to use and train our AI. But to the glory of God, we were able to surmount that. And right now, we've trained our app to the point where it is reliable, and accurate with regards to the information it gives.
Thank you so much. How did you fund the app from the start? When you're starting up, funding is a big problem. I've asked you on how you were able to get the biggest mind shift set. But right now, how are you able to fund it from the start? And what advice can you give to lawyers who are still doing the traditional pattern of being a lawyer and they are looking forward to moving into the entrepreneurship tech like you already did? How are you able to fund from the start? And what advice would you give to people? Starting up, people are always very scared. Will I be able to do this? Will I be able to get funds? So how are you able to fund it? And advice we give to someone looking up to you and want to try a new thing just like you've started?
With regards to funding what we are building at Case Trader, we are bootstrapping. And, I won't say it has been easy, but it is exciting, to be honest. It is very, very exciting. Knowing that we can do this and that we are actually doing it. We are not wishing for it, you're not wishful. We're actually taking real actions. And with regards to the advice I would give to anyone out there who's looking up to us or trying to do something similar, just start. Start and put everything in God's hands. God is very, very important in what we are doing. And as far as you have a vision that people can key into, it will be much more easier for people to buy your idea and join you in what you are building.
Yeah, so I would like to add to that. If you want to start or build a business, it is very advisable you have a source of income, no matter how minimal, right? It is going to help you in your building. This will also make you not to touch your business money. You have some people that are building their business, is making money, and they're already using it, for some expenses. But when you have something that sustains you, it enables you to be able to, differentiate your money, one focusing on your business and one that can sustain your living. And if you're building, at no point should you try to be too extravagant if the need is not there, right? So we know that in businesses there is need to package, and to appear as if things are moving well when, maybe backstage you're taking a lot of heat. But, of course, it's a good thing to package, and I really advise people to don't show what you're going through. Always appear like you have a lot, no matter how small you have.
Thank you so much. We're going on a quick break. When we'll come back, is still the topic from courtroom to case room. Stay with us. Welcome right back to the Startup Spotlight. We'll be looking at the topic from courtroom to codroom. And we'll be talking with the co-founders of Case Trader, Anthony Mark and Obinaya. Moving on to the next question, what potential economic benefits does this have for small businesses? Let's talk about small businesses. We're looking at startup.
Yeah.
What potential economic benefit does Case Trader have for small businesses or undeserved communities?
He has a lot of potentials, beyond the economic view. For example, as a startup founder, you are supposed to carry on your business in accordance with the law. And it is obvious that a lot of Nigerians do not understand, basic rights, basic laws, and how it relates to their businesses. But with Case Reader, anyone, anywhere can easily get legal advice through our AI on how Nigerian law works with regards to their business. And with regards to undeserved communities, Case Reader allows anyone to connect with a lawyer anywhere, anytime. So let's say you are in a remote area and you have land disputes, for example, and you need to connect with a lawyer. You can easily use, Case Reader to connect with a lawyer. Let me give you an exclusive. So I think I came with, give me a moment. I came with our smart card, and this is the first time we are kind of doing a public test of this smart card. So this is something we give to every lawyer on Case Reader. And what it does is, instead of calling out your phone numbers or email address for someone whom you've met, you can easily tap this across their phone and your profile on Case Reader automatically appears. And right there, they can see your photo, your short bio, the area of specialization for the lawyer. They can see your email address, your phone number to easily connect with you, and a direct link to your LinkedIn profile. And this is like the first time this is being introduced in Nigerian legal industry. And what this does is that lawyers will not have to focus on serving their clients more strategically. There's more efficiency in law practice, as opposed to where a lawyer is trying to, get clients and also serve clients. So it kind of helps people in, undeserved communities to easily connect with lawyers, easily get legal advice, easily draft, summarize, and analyze all kinds of legal documents anywhere, anytime.
And how receptive have lawyers and other legal institutions been to adopting a legal tech solutions app like Case Reader?
It has been a 50-50 thing. I think the, senior lawyers still have some kind of reservations, yeah. However, the young lawyers whom have, experienced the progress, and promise of artificial intelligence and what technology can do generally, a lot of them use our platform, and that kind of gives us so much encouragement. I'm booked to speak at the MBA conference this year, and that is another way of showing how the MBA adopts what we are doing at Case Reader. So generally we'll not say we have all the endorsements, but we are getting there with the support we have so far.
So, and just to add to what he has said, it's not like the concerns of our senior lawyers are not, worth it, because there are cases of people using artificial intelligence like ChatGPT to make legal inquiries, and they end up getting cases that don't exist, right? And that is because of hallucination. So compared to Case Reader, what we've tried to do is to cut out the hallucinating part. So we'll make sure that on our platform, if such case is not unavailable data on the platform, our artificial intelligence is simply going to tell you that it does not have sufficient knowledge to give you answer on this at this time, right? Maybe you can provide more context and it will be able to see if it has the information you need. But it will not hallucinate to provide you answers that are going to put you in trouble. So it is one of the concerns we've gotten from one of the senior advocates of Nigeria that we try to pitch Case Reader to. So he was of the view that, AI gives fake cases. So, but we made a case for Case Reader. That hallucination is not part of what we do, because we understand that as a lawyer, there is need for your information to be very accurate. Accuracy is part of the things that we bring to the table. If we don't know it, we simply tell you the information is not here at the time. And we can always, from your feedback, provide whatever information should be there if the information you're, trying to get is actually something real and not, a forged case. Because in most cases, once you forge a case, it just tells you that this does not exist and it's not in our, system. So during the Pitch to Win event, which we participated in, Chief tried to, demo Case Reader to one of the investors there, right? So, and one of the things he did was to ask for his name. What was his name again? John. So he asked him for his name, and then he put his name with his name and asked the AI what happened in that particular case. And he simply told him that, this case is not in my system and we don't think it exists, but if you give more context, we can provide you with, what you're looking for. In most cases, an AI that is trained to hallucinate will just tell you, give you facts of the case, give you the decisions of the court, and, every other thing that has to do with the case. So I think we've done a very good job. And we always encourage people to use Case Reader because there is efficiency in Case Reader.
Just to add to what he just said with regards to hallucination, because that is a very great, it's a great concern, We tried to also demo to one of the top law firms in Nigeria, and during the demo, one of the associates from the other end asked a fictitious case, and we didn't know it was a fictitious case. They were just trying to test the product, and it was on Google Meet, and he sent the citation, and we loaded it on our system and sent, and he just said this case does not exist. And it kind of wowed them, and that was when we realized it was actually a fictitious case. And then we took that same case and we asked it on ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said it's a Supreme Court case. So it goes ahead to show how AI, when it's not built for the legal industry, can cause havoc for the user.
And by the way, I was present at the Pitch to Win, and your pitch was amazing. The confidence was top notch.
Thank you so much.
Let's move on to some of the mistakes you made when starting out. When you're starting out blindly, you don't know what's in front of you. You just taking the first step in hope and faith, just like you've been saying. What are some of the mistakes that you encountered at the start of the Case Reader app? And if you were to give in another chance, what would you do differently this time around?
I think at first we were so concerned with the branding. I was one who created the first logo for Case Reader. However, I knew it was not there. It was not the kind of thing we would use for a long term, but because we wanted to move very fast and launch, get into the market, we just used that particular logo. However, thanks to the amazing team we've built so far, we've come up with a better one. And I think the mistake there is the mistake of, always trying to focus on things that actually really do not, solve the problem. A logo won't solve the problem you're trying to solve, but then it's part of the mistakes. And right now we are learning to focus on the important things, which is making sure that user experience on the platform is perfect, and that we are getting the app that we've built to more Nigerians so they can use it, because these are the people that actually need this solution.
Yeah, so and to add to that, another thing is not waiting for a perfect time, right? So we were almost trying to, kind of decide on which time is perfect. Do we have the products in place, like all those kind of a thing? But at some point, Chief was like, let's just start this. And then we kicked off. So because when you kick off, no matter how rough it is, you get to learn and you get to build better. So for anyone who, wants to start off something, even though it's not perfectly shaped, just start. And then you will learn on the process. Thank you.
Quick one. In the next 4 to 5 years, where do we see Case Reader? Now it's just on the startup level. So in the next 5 years, what's the big picture for Case Reader?
By that time, we would have onboarded, let's say 20,000 users or more. We don't want to be too ambitious, but we are very, very optimistic, and we're also looking to expand into other countries as well. So, but right now we're focusing on Nigeria because this is the market we understand better. And once we are able to get, a large market share here, we would expand to other jurisdictions.
Before we wrap up the show, let me ask you this last question. Back then, this thing starts with an idea. How did you get the inspiration? It comes in your head before it comes to reality.
Yeah.
How did you get the idea? What inspired you? What thing did you see? I know you've talked about the challenges you faced while you were in law school that helped you channel your innovative minds towards Case Reader, rather to say. So what inspired you? What was the main thing that inspired you to start up the Case Reader? And also an advice to someone that already has an idea to do something, but they are scared to take this step, moving towards the direction.
I think I like to stand out, and while I was still a diploma student, in Unizik, where I also happened to come out as the 26th Chief Justice of the Union, I realized that there is this Latin maxim. It's just very short. Lawyer qua lawyer. It means a lawyer of lawyers. And if you look at the legal industry, you realize that every year over 5,000 lawyers are called to the bar. So how do you distinguish yourself? How do you solve the problem that most of these lawyers are facing, like employment? This year, about 7,000 lawyers were called to the bar, and you realize that law firms are not going to hire all of them. So where do they go to? So these are the problems we are trying to solve through Case Reader, providing solutions for our colleagues and standing out while doing it, being an inspiration to them, making them realize they can do anything they want to do with their careers. They can become anything they want to become. So that is what inspired us. And the truth is that it has always been in my head, to the point where when we are trying to design the first user interface for Case Reader, I called a friend of mine, Cody, and she designed something, but it didn't resonate with me. And I was telling her this is not it. So when she couldn't come up with something I wanted, I went to YouTube, learned Figma, how to use Figma, and I designed the first concept for Case Reader. I learned Figma in less than 2 weeks, funny as that was. And I had to design it. Although I'm not a professional in that, we didn't use what I designed as the final product, we just used it as a wireframe, more like an inspiration. This is the way it should be. And then we brought in professionals who came in and, elevated it to what we have right now. So here we are.
Thank you so much, Obi Nair and Anthony Mark, for joining us today on this amazing episode of Startup Spotlight. It's our pleasure.
Thank you, Glory, for having us.
Thank you.
And that's where we wrap up the Startup Spotlight for this week. Remember, your startup journey could be our next spotlight. My name is Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for staying with us. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Detection is still our most powerful tool in our fight against diseases. Welcome to Health Matters, your trusted companion and number one stop for reliable health information. I am Amanda Imosibue. Prostate cancer is one of the most common cancers in men. Now, the prostate is a small gland below the bladder that helps produce semen. Cancer develops when its cells grow out of control, often without early symptoms. Nigeria accounted for approximately 18,000 plus new cases of prostate cancer in 2022, and in that same year, there were 11,000 plus deaths from this same prostate cancer. With me here to break the silence around prostate cancer is Nurse Arieze Elim Izaga. She's a registered nurse, a registered midwife, and a public health expert. Welcome to the show, Nurse Arieze.
Good afternoon. Good to be on the show.
Can you hear me? Welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Good to be on the show.
Arieze. Thank you for joining us. It's such an honor. So let's dive right in. Now, what role do you think genetics and family history play in prostate cancer risk? And after that, are there genetic tests that are available and recommended for Nigerian men?
Oh, okay. Genetics and family history play significant role in the increase of prostate cancer. The risk is as high as 60%. And of course, there are tests recommended. Tests like PSA, which is protein specific antigen, and then something like DROE, digital genital examination, in which case the physician wears hand glove and inserts his hand into the rectum of the patient. Then, of course, biopsy, in which you take a little sample of cell or tissues to do the test. Like I said, PSA is just to collect blood sample. And then that one, when the PSA is increased, it means you have to check for prostate cancer.
So now, what are the most reliable early warning signs of prostate cancer?
Okay. First of all, I want to start with frequent urge to pee. And then we have pain during peeing or ejaculation. Slowness or dribbling of pee stream. We have difficulty in starting urination, that's pee. Then frequently getting up to urinate. At times you see blood in the urine or the semen, pain in the lower abdomen, the thigh or the chest. Those are major signs you see that will indicate warning.
What age do you think men in Nigeria should begin routine screening for prostate cancer? And how often do you think men should get checked for prostate cancer?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Oh, we just lost her due to network, but let's take a quick break. Welcome back. Before we went on a break, we're talking about the signs of prostate cancer that Nigerian men should not ignore. Moving forward, Nosareze, are you with me?
Yeah.
Nosareze, are you with me?
I'm with you. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now, at what age should men in Nigeria begin routine screening for prostate cancer? And how often should they get checked?
Okay, like I said the age should be as from 40 years, especially those with history of prostate cancer family. And then those with the history too should be doing the checkup every 1 to 2 years. But then for people that have not tested or they don't have family history, can be doing it 3 to 4 years.
What?
Hello, are you with me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nosareze, are you with me?
Hello. I'm with you.
Okay. So what will you say are the biggest lifestyle or genetic risk factors for prostate cancer in Nigeria?
Family history, especially history with diseases of the prostate cancer. Where the father, the brother, or the son has it. Or obesity, excessive fat, then red meat. Hello, are you with me? Hello.
Genetics. You also mentioned food intake, which you said red meat, and then you mentioned for lifestyle, you said obesity.
Yes, then some inherited genes that causes mutilation. It's common with black people. And then the age, I said. Usually this is diagnosed, most of the people that go to the clinic, they are being diagnosed of it as from between 60 and 79 years. But usually after 50 years, you begin to see the signs of the prostate cancer.
Okay.
Then the socioeconomic factors, like unlimited access to healthcare facilities, which will not delay the diagnosis and treatment, thereby worsening the disease condition and leading to high mortality rates.
Thank you very much. So earlier on, we're talking about the tests for prostate cancer, and you talked about PSA, you talked about biopsies. So can you help us differentiate between PSA tests and biopsies, and when each of them is necessary?
Okay, the PSA is to withdraw blood Usually, it says it's a test. It's a test measure that you do. You will draw blood from the
Are you with us?
and then the back or tissues you remove from the person in question for the diagnosis.
We lost you for a bit, Nosareze. Can you come again with the differences between the PSA and biopsies?
Hello?
Hello, Nosareze. I can hear you. We lost you for a bit. We lost you for a bit. So can you come again with the differences between PSA test and biopsies tests?
PSA test is prostate-specific antigen test. You take blood from the person and screen for prostate cancer. In this one, usually the PSA will be high, abnormally high. Although some cases can cause highness, that is when you need the biopsy. So the two can be used. In biopsy, you take small sample of cell or tissue for the same purpose.
Understanding, Nosareze, you have to do a PSA test before you do biopsies. Or can one be substituted? Does a PSA come before the biopsies?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, do the PSA first before the biopsy, because there are some cases too that we increase the PSA. When you get the PSA increase, then you want to do the biopsy. And then there was one I said too. This DROE, digital rectal examination, where the physician wear hand gloves and insert the hand into the anus, you will not feel hardness or lump.
Thank you very much. So now, what practical steps can Nigerians take in their daily life to reduce the risk of prostate cancer? Because earlier you mentioned red meat. So apart from reducing intake of red meat, if I am correct, what other steps can Nigerians take?
Maintain healthy weight. Maintain healthy weight, that is better metabolic weight. And then exercise is very important. Your diet should be rich in protein, in fruits and vegetables. Then whole grains. Then limit red meat and dairy products. Avoid smoking totally. Moderate intake of alcohol. Regular checkups, like I said, as from 40 years. Then go for the screening too, for risk reduction and early detection. Then public awareness campaign. There is need for health education and mobilization campaign on the cancer by health organizations or public screenings and lifetime changes. So you health educate on public screening and lifestyle changes.
So to summarize your answer to the daily steps that we take, that men, because prostate cancer is for men, so to summarize the steps that can be taken, you mentioned obesity, you mentioned having a good healthy lifestyle, regularly going to the gym to maintain weight, reducing your red meat and protein intake, and you also talked about higher fruits and vegetables and whole grain. Am I correct, Nosareze?
Yes.
Okay, so now how affordable and accessible are these treatment options? You spoke about regular checkup. So how affordable and accessible are these diagnostic and treatment options in Nigeria public health sector and private health sector?
To be very frank, it's usually very affordable and unaccessible because of lack of financial resources and then lack or unlimited healthcare infrastructures. And that will lead to higher risk of late diagnosis and poor outcomes.
So,
especially in the urban area, except in places like Lagos.
So meaning the rural areas where you have health centers men do not have access to these treatment options. They do not have access to this.
No. And it's not affordable too.
So now what long-term follow-up care do prostate cancer, the survivors, what do they need? Should I
Some
again?
of them,
I said what?
Some of them will undergo surgical removal, which is prostatectomy. Is either partial or total. And then radical radiotherapy that is used to kill the cells, the cancer cells, to prevent further growth. And then chemotherapy, which is usually done 6 to 12 months. Sorry, chemotherapy. And then they should also go for this PSA, which is usually done 6 to 12 months for the first 5 years, and then yearly.
You've mentioned some various, you mentioned chemotherapy. You also mentioned other ways of treating this prostate cancer. So now, how do medical personnel address and care for these treatment-related side effects like urinary inconsistency, sexual dysfunction, where the medical personnel then step in, and how do they care for them?
Okay. The care is according to their presentation. Pelvic floor exercise, the muscle exercise is very key. You strengthen the muscle of the pelvic muscles. The floor, you strengthen it to control bladder. For bladder control, rather. You strengthen the pelvic muscles for bladder control. And then bladder training. You want to train the bladder on how often you want to urinate. There are some medications too that are given. Some are injections that are given to reduce, to induce erection. And then some medication in oral form that will help to increase flow of blood to the area. Then adequate fluids is key. Avoid any bladder irritant like excessive caffeine. Then for those with leakages, you use pads or dye pads, as the case may be.
All right, thank you very much. So you have heard, we have seen.
Then they should not forget.
You have heard, thank you very much, Nosareze. You have heard, we have seen the lifestyle factors that affect the risk of prostate cancer, the preventive measures, and also the post-care measures for prostate cancer. This has been an insightful conversation with Nosareze. Thank you so much for your depth of knowledge. And this is where this week Health Matters ends. I am Amanda Imosibwe saying, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV. Early detection is still our most powerful tool in our fight against diseases. Welcome to Health Matters, your trusted companion and #1 stop for reliable health information. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Prostate cancer is one of the most common cancers in men. Now, the prostate is a small gland below the bladder that helps produce semen. Cancer develops when its cells grow out of control, often without early symptoms. Nigeria accounted for approximately 18,000 plus new cases of prostate cancer in 2022, and in that same year, there were 11,000 plus deaths from this same prostate cancer. With me here to break the silence around prostate cancer is Nurse Arieze Elim Izaga. She's a registered nurse, a registered midwife, and a public health expert. Welcome.
Hello viewers and welcome to Today in History right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Owona. On this day in 1980, The Iran-Iraq War erupted when Iraqi forces invaded western Iran, sparking one of the deadliest and most destructive conflicts of the late 20th century. The war lasted from 1980 to 1988, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives and draining both nations' economies. Its legacy included the expansion of weapons of mass destruction programs in Iraq and Iran, as well as political and military shifts that shaped the region for decades. In Iran, still reeling from the 1979 Islamic Revolution, the conflict boasted headliners like Ali Khamenei, who later became supreme leader, while sidelining moderates such as President Abul Hassan Bani Sadr. It also transformed the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps from a small militia into Iran's most powerful military force. Although open warfare began on September 22, 1980, Iraq claimed hostilities started weeks earlier when Iran allegedly shelled border posts on September 4th. The war dragged on for 8 years before a ceasefire was reached in 1988. Yet, normal relations remained elusive, with troop withdrawals and diplomacy delayed until August 16, 1990, when a formal peace agreement was finally signed. The immense human and economic toll of the war left lasting scars and directly set the stage for Iraq's invasion of Kuwait and the Persian Gulf War that followed. By the end of the Iran-Iraq War in 1988, Iraq was drowning in $80 billion of debt, half owed to Arab allies such as Kuwait. War damage topped $200 billion. Inflation soared, and nearly half of Iraq's oil revenues went to servicing debt. And that is how far we can take you today in history, right here on BDTV. I am Noma Obuna.
The National Health Financing Dialogue, held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria are participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now. That the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably. That there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand. And so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DGNHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single-digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe reporting for Business Day Television. The National Health Financing Dialogue.
The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is the execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Operating Officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, the commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls apart. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The MBA Students' Conference theme.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria's oil output hits 1.63 mbpd in August. CPPE hails CBN Governor Cardoso's achievement, seeks inclusive development. Otedola, that man must embrace change, seek new opportunities. Naira strengthens to 1,497 Naira per dollar as CBN meets on interest rates. Thank you for joining us here on the news update. I am Norma Obuna. Nigeria's crude oil production rose to an average of 1.63 million barrels per day in August 2025, according to figures released by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPCR. This marks a 3.1% increase compared to the 1.58 million barrels per day recorded in August last year. However, condensate production fell by 10.6%, dropping to just over 197,000 barrels per day from about 220,000 barrels per day in August 2024. On a month-to-month basis, overall crude and condensate output slipped by 4.7% from July's level of 1.71 million barrels per day, with the Commission attributing the short-term dip partly to one-day unscheduled facility maintenance. Despite this, Nigeria's crude oil production in August met 96% of its OPEC quota of 1.5 million barrels per day, reflecting improved compliance with the cartel's targets. In terminal performance, Focado's terminal led production with 8.99 million barrels, followed by Bonny with 6.26 million barrels, Kwaibo with 4.99 million barrels, and Escravos with 4.18 million barrels. The NUPCR noted that the August data confirmed Nigeria's year-on-year recovery in crude oil output, despite short-term spillages and declining condensate streams. Moving on, the Center for Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPPE, has praised the Central Bank of Nigeria for its bold reforms under Governor Olayemi Cardoso. In a statement, CPPE Chief Executive Officer Muda Yusuf said the Cardoso-led CBN has focused on transparency, stability, and credibility, helping to restore confidence in the financial system. Yusuf noted that reforms have strengthened governance, repositioned the banking sector, and boosted financial stability, bringing Nigeria closer to inclusive and sustainable growth. He particularly highlighted progress in foreign exchange management, which has improved liquidity, transparency, and the autonomy of the banking system. However, he cautioned that the CBN's tight monetary stance remains restrictive, citing the 27.5% monetary policy rate and 50% cash reserve ratio. According to him, these measures have increased borrowing costs and squeezed access to credit for manufacturers, small businesses, and other productive sectors. The CPPE therefore urged the CBN to strike a better balance between price stability and economic growth. Yusuf also called for targeted interventions to close financing gaps, sustain improvements in governance, and enhance policy communication. Meanwhile, Nigerian billionaire Femi Otedola has weighed in on the fuel supply disputes between Dangote Refinery and petroleum depot owners, urging the Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPMAN, to innovate or perish. Speaking on Sunday, Otedola, who founded DAPMAN in 2002, said many depots have become obsolete now that Dangote's refinery supplies fuel locally. He advised members to restructure, sell assets, or move into new value chains, warning that clinging to old models could lead to bankruptcy. The business mogul described Dangote's refinery as a historic leap for Nigeria's energy independence, rejecting claims that it poses a threat to marketers. He also praised President Bola Tinubu's deregulation of the downstream sector, saying it has broken the grip of entrenched interest. Otedola further recalled past abuses in the oil sector, including fraudulent subsidy claims worth trillions of naira, and argued that depot licenses had long enabled corruption. He insisted that reform, transparency, and innovation are the only ways forward for Nigeria's oil and gas industry. Up ahead, Naira strengthens to 1,497 Naira per dollar as CBN meets on interest rates. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
The Naira has strengthened against the US dollar, appreciating by about 1.2% over the past week. The Naira gained from 1,519 Naira to the dollar to 1,497 Naira. The biggest daily jump came on September 19th, just before the Central Bank's Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja. The two-day meeting began on Monday with a decision on interest rates expected on Tuesday. Markets are anticipating a rate cut, pointing to slowing inflation and stronger reserves. Inflation eased for the fifth straight month in August, while oil revenues and reduced crude theft have shored up Nigeria's foreign exchange supply. Analysts add that the Naira's rally has been supported by central banks' reforms, a crackdown on speculative trading, and a currency swap deal with China. The parallel markets rate has also strengthened, further narrowing the gap with official trading. Now, away from that story, the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, has approved a 2-year transition period for fund managers to adopt mark-to-market valuation of fixed income securities. The new framework took effect on September 2nd. Under the system, bonds will no longer be recorded only at their purchase price, but gradually valued at current market rates. Regulators say this approach better reflects the true worth of assets and enhances transparency in the markets.
During the transition, funds will be allowed to split portfolios 50-50 between amortized costs and market value, a relaxation from the 70-30 rule. However, all new bond purchases must be marked to market immediately. The SEC has set October 2nd as the deadline for fund managers to submit compliance plans. It also is working with industry groups on investor education campaigns to ensure the public understands the reforms. Moving on, stakeholders are calling for caution as the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, of the Central Bank of Nigeria holds its 302nd meeting today in Abuja. At its last meeting in July, the MPC kept the monetary policy rate, MPR, unchanged at 27.5%, the third consecutive hold since April. This comes after the committee under Governor Yemi Cardoso raised the rate from 18.75% in February 2024 to 27.5% by July 2025 in a bid to curb inflation. Ahead of the meeting, opinions are split. Development economist Ken Ife cautioned against cutting rates too soon, pointing to rising food prices, persistent month-to-month inflation, and Nigeria's reliance on foreign portfolio inflows, which he says are highly sensitive to changes in the MPR. Employers are also pushing for a different approach. The Director General of the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, Adewale Smart Oyerinde, called on the MPC to ease its tight policy stance, arguing that low interest rates would stimulate enterprise competitiveness, boost access to credit, and encourage investment. He added that the current inflation trend provides a compelling reason for the MPC to reduce the benchmark rate. All eyes are now on the MPC as markets and businesses await the committee's decision in its implications for the wider economy. Moving on, bilateral trade between Nigeria and China has surged to $15.48 billion in the first 7 months of 2025, a jump of nearly 35% compared to the same period last year. The figures were confirmed by China's Consul General in Lagos, Yan Yuqing, at the reception on Sunday. She described Nigeria as China's second largest trading partner in Africa, calling this the best period in the history of relations between both nations. The boost follows last year's forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit, where ties were upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership. Cooperation now spans infrastructure, energy, trade, culture, and education. China remains Nigeria's largest import partner, supplying close to 5 trillion naira worth of goods in the second quarter alone. Machinery, reformed petroleum, and telecoms equipment topped the list, underscoring Nigeria's heavy reliance on Chinese industrial outputs. And still to come, South African minister meets U.S. representative in push for trade deal. These and more after this commercial break.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
true strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. The Democratic Republic of Congo will lift its ban on cobalt exports from October 16th. The country's strategic minerals regulator announced that it will now manage global supply through annual export quotas. Miners will be allowed to ship up to 18,125 tons of cobalt for the remainder of 2025, with annual caps of 96,600 tons in 2026 and in 2027. Congo, which accounts for about 70% of global cobalt production, suspended exports in February after prices hit a 9-year low. The ban extended in June forced major producers like Glencore and China's CMOC group to declare force majeure. The new quota system, which has Glencore's backing but faces opposition from CMOC, aims to reduce inventories and stabilize prices. Quotas will be allocated based on the company's historical exports, while 10% of future volumes will be reserved for strategic national projects. The regulator says it may also buy back excess cobalt and adjust quotas, depending on market conditions or progress in local refining. Meanwhile, concerns remain over Congo's artisanal mining sector and the ongoing conflict in the east, where the government has links to illegal mineral exploitation to violence by M23 rebels. Moving on, Guinea held a long-awaited referendum on Sunday on a new constitution that could allow coup leader Mamadi Debomaya to run for president, despite his earlier pledge not to do so when he seized power in 2021. The vote comes after the military government missed its own December 2024 deadline to return civilian rule. Presidential elections are now expected in December this year. Critics argue that referendum is a power grab, while the government says it marks a step toward elections. The proposed constitution would extend presidential terms from 5 to 7 years, renewable once, and create a Senate with a third of members appointed by the president. The opposition has boycotted the vote. Both Selao Dilan Diallo and deposed former President Alpha Condé urged their supporters to stay away, with their parties suspended. Rights groups accused the junta of silencing opponents and shutting down media, charges the government deny, though it has pledged investigations into alleged abuses. Polling stations opened Sunday morning and closed at 6 p.m. local time, but the timing of official results remain unclear. We now move to the foreign scene, where Asian stocks drifted higher on Monday while the US dollar steadied as investors assess the Federal Reserve's policy outlook after last week's rate cut. In India, markets slipped following news that the Donald Trump administration will require companies to pay $100,000 for new H-1B worker visas. The move threatens India's $283 billion IT sector, which depends heavily on US contracts and skilled visas. MSCI's broadest index of Asia-Pacific shares outside Japan was up by 0.1%, while Japan's Nikkei gained 1.3% and Taiwan stocks hit a record high, rising more than 1%. Meanwhile, U.S. stocks futures edged lower, with S&P futures down 0.1% and European futures signaled a subdued open. Also, oil prices rose in Asian trade on Monday, supported by geopolitical tensions in Europe and the Middle East. But gains were capped by concerns over increased supply and the impact of global trade tariffs on fuel demand. Brent crude futures climbed 34 cents or 0.5% to 67.07 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate for October added the same amount to settle at $63.02. The more active November WTI contract rose 36% to $62.76. Traders cited reports of Russian military threats along the Polish border as a reminder of risks to European energy security. Poland scrambled Allied aircraft on Saturday after Russian airstrikes hit near its border with Ukraine. NATO also reported Russian jets violating Estonian airspace and entering neutral Baltic skies over the weekend. Still on, supply pressures remain as Iraq has increased exports as it unwinds voluntary OPEC Plus production cuts, and both Brent and WTI ended last week lower, marking a slightly weekly decline. Up next is sports news after this break.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Now to sports. Arsenal Football Club has confirmed the promotion of Richard Garlick to the role of Chief Executive Officer. Gray Neville has praised Manchester City's tactical approach to their 1-1 draw with Arsenal at the Emirates, despite Pep Guardiola's admitting it made him suffer. Erling Haaland puts City ahead with a 9th-minute strike, and Guardiola later switched to a back five to protect the lead. The change meant City registered just 32.8% possession, the lowest of Guardiola's reign. But it wasn't enough to seal the win, as Gabriel Martellini equalized in stoppage time for Arsenal. Neville said he was impressed by City's ability to abandon their usual possession dominance in favor of a more physical defensive style, tailored to counter Arsenal's set-piece threat. And now to end the news, the Kansas City Chiefs picked up by their first win of the season, beating the New York Giants 22-9 after a shaky start filled with mistakes and penalties. Patrick Mahomes completed 22 of 37 passes to 224 yards, including a touchdown to Tyquan Thornton, and made a crucial recovery by snatching the ball from defender Bobby Okereke with 33 yards on the run through to Thornton in the third quarter set up Kareem Hunt's 1-yard touchdown run to seal the game. Head coach Andy Reid called it a good win to get, while linebacker Nick Bolton, who had 14 tackles, said the team's focus is now to build momentum. The victory helped the Chiefs avoid their first 3-0-3 start since 2011, extending Reid's successful era that has already delivered 3 Super Bowl titles. The Giants fell to 0-3 as Russell Wilson struggled, throwing 2 interceptions and managing just 160 yards, Fans chanted for rookie Jackson Dart, who saw limited action but has yet to attempt a pass this season. And that's the much we have for you on the news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates for Business Day Television. I am Norma Obuna. Many thanks for watching.
A great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is was recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Onoma Obodna.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
To give us the welcome address today, I'd like to please make welcome the editor of Business Day, Mr. Tayo Fagbole, as he comes to give us the welcome address. Please, with a round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your time. As Elizabeth said, I'm the editor of Business Day. My job is to just welcome you all and get out of the way so that the experts that are gathered in the room can begin to give us and share their experiences. From where I sit in Business Day, we see a lot of the things that you talk about, but we don't know because we don't really run those factories. Some of you have mentioned some of those problems today. I mean, energy, but I also like the energy also in the room about the resilience, about, okay, fine, being hopeful. But I'm going to share some things with you that might be disheartening. Please don't be disheartened. But I also share what we see in Business Day as also hope about the opportunities, which is why we're having this gathering, and that's why you are here. If there was no hope, there were no opportunities, you wouldn't be here. Manufacturing as a slice of the economy comes to about 34 billion naira, okay? 35 billion in annual output. That's 8.4% of the GDP as of the fourth quarter of 2024. Now, 35 billion in manufacturing output sounds very big, right? But someone mentioned energy here and said most factories really run their own energy. If you listen very carefully, you hear the generator in your background, okay? In 2019, Nigerians off the grid generated or manufactured energy worth $20 billion. So compare that to 35 billion in manufacturing output. So imagine if all of that money that was spent in manufacturing energy was spent in expanding, innovation, productivity. You can imagine where it will go. So big elephant in the room is energy, obviously. Oh, by the way, you should subscribe to Business Day. Since Monday, we've been running a series called The Paradox of Power, running Nigeria on empty, and I think you'll find it very insightful. I think we have some stories already today in the copy, but to get to the whole gist, please subscribe to Business Day. Also, during the course of the week, I bumped into two articles. One was on manufacturing in China. 10 years ago, the president of China started this Made in China 2025. This is 2025, and they're looking at how it has been successful. There are pluses, okay, they're doing very well, and also there are also negatives. There's serious fiscal deficit because they were just throwing money, a lot of money, into improving in some certain sectors. They have achieved it, really. They become number one in some certain things. They have achieved some of the things they want to achieve, but it has come at a cost. Okay, that's when government gets into the driving seat of trying to push industrial policy. It comes at a cost. We're trying to borrow more money, and we're all screaming, are we going to ask government to borrow more money again and push industrial policy? I don't have the answers, but let us find out. But of course, there's an advantage to that. China finds itself at the cutting edge of some manufacturing sectors, which is good for it. Now, we are also complaining because they've generated so much, they have to start exporting, which makes competing here in Nigeria very difficult. Hence, you understand the tariff wars. China really was the goal by the US. The target was China, but again, they've come to the negotiation table and they have to reduce tariffs because the US has realized because it can't do without China, because China has found a way to make sure it relies less on imports to drive its manufacturing exports. So it has an exporting dominance in the world. These are factors we have to think about. What has it used? It's invested a lot heavily in robots and automation. Nigeria's population is large, but how many of them are ready to go into labor-intensive manufacturing, talk less of competing with automation? Do I have the answers? I do not have the answers. But we know what to look at. The experts are here, and they'll be discussing that. But what I think we are not looking at, and probably we will find out today, and this is a personal opinion, is that for the manufacturers that are thriving very well, in Nigeria at least, I've coined up something that I think they are doing. It's called shared infrastructure as service. So you find that the big manufacturers, in my opinion, are spreading the costs of operations across. They're sharing those services, whether it's energy, whether it's logistics. Those two big cost drivers, they're sharing them across their companies. How are we studying this? How can we replicate this at scale, given those opportunities? How can the power distributors and generators crash the cost of power so much that all the factories, all the hotels, the biggest buyers, users of energy can cross over to the grid and free that money that they spent in generating, manufacturing their own power into manufacturing. These are thoughts, these are challenges that I'm throwing at the experts today, and I hope they will address. And finally, this is the role of Business Day, to put together all of you who are the experts, have you talking, whether from the policy perspective, the business perspective, government policy, private sector demands, and hopefully fashion a way out that we can amplify through our platforms and put that right in front and center of those who make the decisions, whether in the private sector or public sector. So thank you all for your time, and I hope we have a wonderful and happy deliberations. Thank you all to our sponsors also for making this happen. We're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that lovely welcome address. So I'd now be welcoming for the keynote address today. For our keynote address today, we have an esteemed professional who is renowned for his profound expertise in policy advocacy and formulation, his strategic thinking, and dynamic industry leadership. So he is armed with a master's degree in international relations from Obafemi Awolowo University and a Bachelor of Science in Political Science from Ahmadu Bello University. He stands as a distinguished alumnus of Nigeria's highest government think tank institution, the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, and he embarked on his illustrious career at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He swiftly ascended the ranks, showcasing unparalleled expertise and leadership prowess. His exceptional performance as Executive Secretary for the Northwest and Southeast branches and the Ikeja branch of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria earned him recognition, which led to his pivotal role as the Director of Man's Liaison Office in the Federal Capital Territory, where he served as linchpin between the association and the federal government. Please join me as I make welcome the Director General of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadir, as he comes for the keynote address this morning. You can do better with the applause. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and I'm happy to be introduced as somebody who comes from the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, because that's what we do. And there's no difference between the two, because I had some murmur at the back whether we have changed the name. No, they mean one and the same thing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I do not have any protocol to stand on, and I'm very happy because Business Day is really business-like, and we shouldn't be here confronted with challenges and then try to hype each other. So I will just go directly to making my presentation. I have a prepared speech. I would like to start by conveying my deep appreciation to Business Day Media Limited for inviting me as keynote speaker at this esteemed 2005 Business Day Manufacturing Conference. This year's conference themed Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potentials, Strategies for Sustainable Growth Amid Economic Turbulence is apt and timely. This is because we operate in an era of economic uncertainty, global supply chain disruption, and rapid technological change. Therefore, unlocking the evident potentials of the Nigerian manufacturing sector is not just an economic imperative, it is a strategic necessity for sustainable national development. Permit me to state an African proverb which says, "Smooth seas do not make skillful sailors." Within the context of I interpret the proverb to mean that it is during times of socio-economic and geopolitical turbulence, such as we are in now, that good leaders are proved. Those that possess bold vision, decisive action, and innovation that build resilience. All of us must play the part. This is the central point of my address today at this conference. To this end, I would like to start by situating my presentation within a global perspective. The global industrial landscape has changed as governments around the world are reordering policies with uncertainties around investment, production, and trade flows reaching new heights. The global economy in 2025 is navigating a turbulent terrain, marked by a slowdown from 3.5% growth in 2022 to 3.3% in 2024. In January this year, the IMF projected a modest growth of 3.3% by 2025, but recently a downgrade to 2.8%, the lowest in the last 5 years, buoyed by the Trump 2.0 spillover. The global economic landscape is undergoing seismic shifts characterized by geopolitical uncertainties, inflationary pressures, disrupted supply chains, protectionist policies, energy market volatility, and fragile financial markets. The manufacturing sector is not insulated from this phenomenon. As a matter of fact, it is only national economies that prioritize industrialization and build a vital manufacturing sector that are better placed to withstand the global shocks. China, the United States, India, South Korea, and Malaysia have all witnessed remarkable industrial developments, mostly due to their vibrant manufacturing sectors. These 6 industrial powerhouses collectively command 60% of global manufacturing output. In the last 2 decades, China manufacturing value added has skyrocketed from 625 billion to 4.6 trillion. In Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, and South Africa are the leading industrial giants with manufacturing value added of 59 billion only. 55.9 billion and 49 billion respectively. That is, Egypt has 59 billion, Nigeria 55 billion, and South Africa 49 billion. They collectively contribute 49.2% of the continent's manufacturing output. In Nigeria, the manufacturing sector is a vital engine of economic growth, contributing significantly to value-added GDP, employment, government revenue, foreign exchange inflows, and technological advancement. In 2024, the sector recorded a market value of 37.4 trillion, representing 13.9% of the country's market size and accounting for 8.6% of real GDP. The sector employs an estimate of 12.7 million people, contributing 12.5% to the total employment, generating significant tax revenue, with manufacturers paying over 578 billion naira and 626 billion naira in local, non-import VAT and CIT respectively in 2023. The sector's linkage with agriculture, construction, services are evident. Despite the hostile macroeconomic environment and the persistent depreciation in Naira, the sector still generated over $6.7 billion through manufactured exports in 2019, above $1.5 billion export earnings in 2024, and attracted $1.5 billion in foreign investment in 2023. This according to the NBS in 2024. International efforts at scaling these critical contributions to forex inflow are vital for the stability of the local currency, of scaling employment generation, and enhancing economic growth. In addition, the sector earned $2.2 billion from the export of medium and high-tech manufactured products in 2022, due to the low but steady process of adopting new technologies that support improved productivity. Undoubtedly, these contributions underscore the sector's critical role in driving currency stability, employment generation, and economic growth. Unfortunately, despite its importance, the full potential of the manufacturing sector remains untapped, operating below its capacity due to macroeconomic headwinds, deficient infrastructure, and inadequate supportive government policies and incentives. I'd like to briefly tell you about the status of the manufacturing sector. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is generally accepted that the manufacturing sector is the engine of Nigeria's industrialization. Yes, its current performance is suboptimal. Its performance has remained lackluster due to numerous familiar binding constraints like unstable exchange rate, inadequate power supply, high cost of energy, high inflation, insecurity, multiplicity of regulatory agencies at high regulation costs, high interest rate, and poor access to credit, deficient infrastructure, high logistics costs, unfavorable trade policies, and low patronage. Available data shows that manufacturing capacity utilization plummeted from 73% in 1981 to 57% in 2024. And contribution to the economy has shrunk from 29.9% to 8.6% over the same period. Real growth has decelerated from 14.7 in 2014 to 1.38 in 2024, while non-oil export contributions have nosedived from 82.3% in 2019 to 25.13 in 2024. As at 2023, 767 manufacturing companies have shut down operations and over 18,000 jobs were lost in 2024 alone due to the hostile business environment. This is evident in the country's ranking of 97th in the Global Competitiveness Industrial Performance Index, and uninspiring 44 places below South Africa. The sector is worst hit by the prevailing economic downturn. It is now facing the combined storm of forex losses, rising raw material costs, high energy prices, multiple taxation, escalated borrowing costs, infrastructural deficits, and policy uncertainties. Market access and integration remains limited due to inadequate trading, information, and infrastructure deficits. The poor transport system has escalated logistics costs, making Nigerian manufacturers less competitive. Insecurity has elevated business risk, increased costs, and made the investment environment uncertain. Agro-allied industrial activities have remained challenged by insurgent activities and farmer herders clashes. From the foregoing, it is evident that the business operating environment is constraining Nigeria's industrialization. Urgent action is therefore required to address these challenges and unlock the growth potentials of the manufacturing sector. The current administration's commendable efforts at improving production capacity, and reform the operating environment need to be accelerated and effectively coordinated. Time will not permit me to expatiate on the challenges that I've listed below, and I'll make it available to the organizers. I really do not think it is necessary for me to do so because we are all aware of what they are. I will therefore race to the part that talks about the imperatives for a vital manufacturing sector that will guarantee sustainable development, which is actually the main objective of this gathering. I've titled it here, Manufacturing Sector Development as a Strategy for Sustainable Growth. To unlock manufacturing potentials and foster sustainable economic growth, individual stakeholders have a role to play. I will start with the media, as this is your event. You have a crucial role to play in redefining the manufacturing trajectory for improved economic performance in the country. The media must leverage its influence to promote the manufacturing sector, work with MAN and other business organizations to champion the reforms necessary for the sector's survival and sustainable growth. In particular, the media should amplify MAN's advocacy because the media serves as a powerful tool to project these priorities and ensure manufacturers' concerns are put in the front burner of public and government discourse. The media should hold the government accountable in the implementation of its economic policies. The media should expose structural constraints that limit the performance of the sector. Media should actively participate in the annual conference on the National Council of Industry, Trade, and Investment. This engagement is strategic because it is a platform for critical shaping of the national industrial agenda and amplifying stakeholder perspectives and reinforcing accountability. Media should share our success stories to attract domestic and foreign investment in the manufacturing sector. It should support local content development and advocate for policies that prioritize local sourcing of inputs. This will help to reduce dependency on imports and strengthen Nigeria's manufacturing base. It should also facilitate stakeholders' dialogue, such as we are having today, and I commend BusinessDay for this initiative. And lastly, it should promote evidence-based policy engagements, because we have seen that in recent times, particularly NGOs that are sponsored by international organizations trying to influence the direction of government without situating the context of their plea within what we are facing as a nation. I've also listed here what government should do. The Nigerian government holds the primary responsibility for creating an enabling environment to unlock the manufacturing sector's potentials, a task that requires strategic intervention across infrastructure, fiscal policy, and regional integration issues. In this regard, we should commend the federal government for the passage of the 4 tax reform bills aimed at restructuring, streamlining, and establishing unified tax processes. The government should equally be commended for pronouncement on the Nigerian First Initiative. The nation anxiously awaits the expedited consummation of these initiatives and effective implementation. Other must do for government include the following: effective engagement and inclusion in policy process. I will just run through because I see that I have 15 to 20 minutes if I'm lucky, but I believe most of the issues are fairly known. Government should gazette the Nigerian First policy and make it a binding imperative. And I say punitive measures should be put in place for violators. We have traveled this part before. Executive Order 003-005. Unfortunately, it has largely been observed in the breach. So there should be consequence. For instance, for any CEO of a government ministry, departments, or agency that fails to comply. And it's been mentioned earlier today by my colleague. It will be a delight to see the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria driving a vehicle that is assembled in Nigeria. 360 members of the House of Rep, 109 senators driving vehicles that are assembled in Nigeria. What we should do is to institute mechanism for gathering and disseminating export market intelligence to enhance our market access. Provide a stable and predictable policy environment. We should go away from policy inconsistency and be transparent in our policy making and implementation. This will bring investors confidence and long-term planning and industrial growth. Government should urgently improve infrastructure and logistics network. They should invest heavily in critical transport infrastructure, particularly roads, ports, and industrial corridors to reduce logistics bottleneck. We appreciate the recent development in the sector, but with only about 37% of roads in good condition, manufacturers still face delayed access to markets and increased transportation costs, making local products uncompetitive both locally and internationally. Should fast-track Ajaokuta, Kaduna, and Kano gas pipeline. The project, which is targeted for completion in 2025, is poised to add 3.6 gigawatts to the national power supply. This boost will reduce the current reliance on diesel generators among manufacturers and improve capacity utilization. Protect local industries against unfair trade practices. Stronger enforcement against smuggling, dumping, and counterfeit goods will safeguard local manufacturers and level the playing field. One of the greatest challenges that any manufacturer can face is competing against smuggling and dumping. No matter how strategic you are planning, these guys will come in and drive you out of the domestic market. Should tackle insecurity to protect industrial zones and investors. By our last calculation, we had lost 60% of our members operating in the Northeast, majorly due to the activities of the insurgents, who have made it practically impossible for them to operate their industries. Should support local content and value chain development. And this should be done even across our borders, because the ETLS and the AFCFTA have created a good atmosphere for this kind of cross-cutting engagements. Should address the financial gaps and reduce borrowing costs. With the significant gap between loan application and fund allocation, coupled with average interest rate exceeding 30%, manufacturers are deprived of affordable long-term funding. I would like to pause here to briefly say those low-hanging fruits, because what I've said before have largely related to the broad environment in which we operate. But there are some specific things that governments can do immediately, because we all know that in politics there's very short memory. It's not only happening in Nigeria but most part of the world, and we look for immediate fixes. So we are making recommendations can be fixed immediately. So there will be a unity between our aspiration and what government can do. To demonstrate commitment to industrial growth and reduce the mounting cost pressures, the government should urgently consider the following low-hanging fruits. As a matter of fact, I think they are no longer low-hanging. They have literally fallen on the floor. It's now the issue of picking them up. A nation without a clear industrial policy is like a ship without a rudder. We must adopt a comprehensive policy framework that guides our industrial development, foster growth, and propel us towards a brighter economic future. Adopting the report of the 2024 Manufacturers Summit on rethinking the Nigerian manufacturing sector and MAN's Blueprint 2.0 as working documents will fast-track this process. As we speak, we do not have a holistic industrial policy that serves as a compass for determining our engagement, those domestically and internationally. I believe the time is ripe, and Nigeria should urgently do this. The CBN to prioritize forex sales to manufacturers. honor the unsettled 2.4 billion forex forward contracts, and restrain commercial banks from harassing manufacturers. I'm sure you'll have seen in the papers how some banks are freezing the accounts of manufacturers on account of a problem they didn't cause. It is important that we halt this situation before it degenerates into a bedlam. This will restore manufacturers' confidence in the market and peg the exchange rate for calculating customs duty on raw materials, spare parts, and machineries that are not available locally. The Nigerian force policy must quickly move from initiation to government policy, lest it suffers the same fate as the Executive Order 003 and 005. Nigeria must seize this moment to transform its manufacturing sector by prioritizing the patronage of local products. If we fail to nurture our own, we will forever be at the mercy of others. Government should cut the benchmark interest rate and actively deploy moral suasion and regulatory guidelines for commercial banks to prioritize lending to manufacturers at single-digit concessionary interest rates. Should leverage the country's partnership with the BRIC nations to further diversify its export markets and products and reduce dependence on the US market. Should fast-track the deployment of the National Single Window Platform, strengthen interagency collaboration at this crucial period of tariff war in order to safeguard the economy against possible aggravated smuggling and dumping. Should inject life into the manufacturing sector by implementing the 1 trillion stabilization fund and facilitate the increase in the capital base of Bank of Industry to meet the credit demand of industries. Remove the 4% FOB levy permanently and address the concerns of importers who already paid the levy before the suspension. The 4% freight on board surcharge on exports is an avoidable burden that confronts government fiscal incentive and compromises the competitiveness of made-in-Nigeria products. Eliminating it will directly avert the looming price escalation of goods in the face of dwindling disposable income of the average Nigerian. It will enhance the viability of Nigerian exports and promote non-oil revenue generation for government. Manufacturers who already paid the levy should either be refunded or allow the use of the sum to settle future payments. We should halt the astronomical annual charge imposed by the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, as it imposes a heavy charge on non-listed entities. This imposition is unwarranted and should be withdrawn permanently. Stakeholders' engagement should be conducted with the aim of addressing the concerns of impacted companies and align the charge with the principles of the current tax reform agenda of government. Government should also immediately reverse the 15% increase in port charges by the Nigerian Port Authority. The recent 15% hike in port charges by NPAC is ill-timed and will lead to an escalation of the already high cost of imports. It is at variance with the prevailing situation around West Africa, and this is coming at a time that other ports are lowering costs to boost patronage and improve efficiency. We should address the 240% hike in electricity tariff. This massive increase in electricity tariff and the threat of further hikes are unsustainable for manufacturers. Government should work with NEC to ensure service-reflective and genuine cost-reflective tariffs. The DISCOs should be compelled to make the needed investment in infrastructure, meter availability, and commitment to evident improvement in power supply. There's also a role for the consumers, and I believe many of us, if not all of us, are consumers. Nigerians should patronize local products to strengthen domestic manufacturing. Consumers should prioritize and actively support locally made products, helping to stimulate demands for domestic manufacturing. By choosing Nigerian-made goods, consumers can contribute to the sector's resilience and growth, fostering economic development and job creation. Should also empower Nigerian brands through constructive feedbacks and reviews. Active consumer engagement through feedbacks, review, and constructive criticism can drive improvement in the manufacturing process. By sharing genuine experiences and expectations, consumers play a critical role in pushing manufacturers to meet local needs while enhancing product standards. I will not conclude without saying what responsibility the manufacturers themselves have. While advocacy and stakeholders' engagement are vital, our manufacturers themselves must take deliberate steps to position the sector for sustainable growth and current economic headwinds. We should be more proactive and flexible. In today's volatile environment, agility is a strategic advantage. Manufacturers must anticipate market shifts, adjust swiftly to policy changes, and adapt policy models to seize emerging opportunities. Prioritize production efficiency by investing in modern technologies and embrace lean manufacturing tools. Recommit to high-quality products, improve packaging, leverage cross-border value chain, invest in workforce development, adopt an export-oriented mindset, embrace ESG principles, strengthen research, innovation, and product development, deepen digital transformation, build consumer confidence and brand loyalty. Because of time, I didn't expatiate, but like I said, I will make the paper available, and I think to everyone who is gathered. I would like to conclude so that I don't bore you too much. Unlocking Nigeria's manufacturing potentials requires collaboration from all stakeholders: the government, the media, the consumer, and the manufacturers themselves. The destiny of a nation is shaped by the choices it makes. And for Nigeria, repositioning its manufacturing sector as Africa's industrial hub should be a manifest destiny. I thank you all for listening, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadir. Thank you very much for highlighting some of the challenges. You had mentioned insecurity, high interest rates, and high logistic costs, as well as the energy crisis, amongst others. But you also did well to highlight some of the current administration's efforts to develop the manufacturing sector, as well as some of the low-hanging fruit present. And we'll be deep diving into these conversations during the panel sessions. But right now, please put your hands together for him once again, please. Right now, we'll be welcoming another very brilliant individual, because every single person here present is very brilliant, and she'll be coming to give us a presentation. She's an accomplished professional with expertise in external relations, corporate communications, and stakeholder management. She is the External Affairs Director at British American Tobacco West and Central Africa, where she leads communication strategy across the region. She has a legal background, and as a chartered secretary, she joined the British American Tobacco in 2006, where she progressed through various legal and external affairs roles. International assignments span Indonesia, the Americas, and Sub-Saharan Africa. She's a trailblazer for women in leadership, and she's one of 3 female leaders on BAT's regional board. I thought we would clap for that. She champions gender equality, mentorship, and women's empowerment, where she inspires others with leadership and advocacy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in making welcome Odiri Erewa Megasin. She is the External Affairs Director at the British American Tobacco, West and Central Africa. Please, another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll first like to thank BusinessDay for this opportunity to come and talk to you a little bit about what we as manufacturers are doing, using my company, British American Tobacco, as an example of how you can succeed in Nigeria. Okay, my presentation is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you so much. I also like to say thank you and good morning again to my brother, Mr. Ajayi Kadari, who's director of MAN. He's been very close to us, really championing the way for manufacturers in Nigeria, charting a course and making sure that there's a close divide between what government is doing and making sure that they address manufacturers' concerns to make sure that we take manufacturing to the next level. So we need more people like him championing the cause for us in Nigeria so that people can really appreciate and understand and help us to make Nigeria better. So let's give him a round of applause as well, please. Okay, so the theme for the session today is Unlocking Nigeria's Manufacturing Potential, Strategies for Sustainable Growth and Amid Economic Turbulence. So I'll first of all, like I said, good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here today to speak about manufacturing and especially about what we're doing in BAT. And how we can collectively unlock the potential. There's a lot of potential in Nigeria. People outside see it, investors see it when they come in, they don't want to leave, but a lot of manufacturers, like Mr. Ajayi Kadere explained in his presentation, have not been able to weather the storm and have closed and left. But there's a way to stay on, and it's important that companies like ours who have succeeded over time are able to share examples of how we have succeeded, how we are succeeding, as a best example and template for others to learn something from. So my presentation is going to talk briefly about what we are doing as BAT and what we think that we can take from this. Not moving. Okay. All right. So the manufacturing sector is very important. And when I say why is it important, it's important for us because you need a vibrant manufacturing economy to be able to diversify, to be able to create jobs, to be able to make sure that we also grow exports. Like I say, when we import, we're exporting jobs, and when we export, we are creating jobs as well. And also, when we manufacture, it's important that the president now is saying, put Nigeria first, right? In terms of this Nigeria first policy, it's very important that we're all keen to that because nobody can do better than us in terms of if you don't own and promote your own, you can't expect people outside promoting your own for you. You have to, charity begins at home. When we look at the population that we have in Nigeria, we have so many, we're blessed with so much resources, vibrant young community as well. There's a growing demand, there's a huge demand for goods. We consume a lot, we're a consuming economy. So there's a role for Nigeria manufacturing sector to play here and be very significant in ensuring that not only do we untap this potential that we have, irrespective of the challenges that Mr. Kadiri has explained in his keynote address. We have a lot of materials, right? We have what it takes for transformation of the industry, promoting both the domestic and also providing for the future markets. However, we've seen that there has been a lot of infrastructure gaps, there have been regulatory inconsistencies, a lot of manufacturing companies, like he said, have left Nigeria, right? Manufacturing sector, from my research, shows that We contribute approximately 9% of Nigeria's GDP on an annual basis, and it holds a lot of potentials to drive employment. There's no reason why we should have a huge amount of employment that we have at the moment. There's no reason why we should be largely dependent on imports. And there's a great opportunity for us to boost exports. Now, this sector, irrespective of all the challenges, has shown resilience despite the huge economic winds. And then there's also, with the coming of AFTA, there's opportunity for the future for Nigeria to play a pivotal role as well. So we can leverage the relationships across border, the markets, to make sure that we're very competitive in pricing and in quality and having the right mix when we send our products across board. So it's important that for us to tap into this full potential that we have, we have a clear vision, we have a clear strategy tailored towards how we can have a long-term goal and long-term sustainability. So I'm going to walk us through in terms of what I mean by this. First of all, I would like to use BAT, like I said, as an example to show how we have been resilient and how we have continued to BAT. We've been in existence for over a century in Nigeria, but we've had this factory in Ibadan for over 2 decades. And out of this world-class factory, it's amazing. Anytime we bring people to the factory, they are blown away to see how we can have such a world-class factory in Nigeria. BAT is a multinational. We operate in over 150 countries globally. And irrespective of whatever country you go to, whether it's in the Americas, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Asia, the standards are the same. The factories are the same. The only difference is the location itself. So we invested a lot. This factory cost us over $185 billion to date. $1 million to date, and we have been producing made in Nigeria cigarettes from this factory. We have now expanded our borders from beyond Nigeria. We export to 11 countries, and recently this year we started exporting to the United States of America as well. We also hedged a lot in terms of we plan a lot. We plan 5 years, 10 years ahead. We are able to, all through the time where we're having a lot of issues with Forex, we are able to generate in excess of $110 million per annum in terms of Forex. So we are one of the few companies that doesn't rely on government for Forex. We generate our own Forex. And we're top 10 non-oil exporters in Nigeria, but consistently. We're very, we pay our taxes. We've paid over 450 billion in taxes and levies. We've put back over 2 billion naira in terms of CSR into the country. We are number 1 tobacco manufacturer with over 55 share of market in Nigeria. We've created over 350,000 jobs across the divide, both direct and indirect. So from this factory, we've been able to do a lot. We've been able to put made in Nigeria goods, not only top quality in Nigeria, but we've been able to put made in Nigeria goods on the map across West and Central Africa. So we're very aligned with Mr. President's put Nigeria first policy. In terms of the people, we can't do anything without the people. So we're very big on the people. We realize that human capital is pivotal to the success of who we are and are the most valuable assets that we have. So we foster an inclusive environment whereby we retain and train top talents. BAT is a huge poaching ground for talents across Nigeria. We have Nigerian inclusion score. So we are basically moving from, company whereby, even though it's a multinational, whereby it's predominantly led by foreigners, to whereby it's Nigerians who are now running the multinational company in Nigeria and West and Central Africa, which is great. So to date, we have about 86% of Nigerians running the operations in this multinational. We have over 600 employees who are trained annually, and we send people across all the countries in which we operate. We have 67% of our senior leaders currently being Nigerians. We've increased the number of women who are in top positions to about 36%. And within the leadership, we're 38% women in the key leadership roles now. We also keep ensuring that we make sure our employees are future fit for the future, and we keep on training them. Now we're moving into the digital age. We need to make sure that we continue to remain relevant from a digital perspective. We're also transforming our business beyond tobacco to a multi-category business. So it's important that our employees are ready for the future as well. And technology is in the center of everything that we do in terms of our operations. Now, when we look at sustainability, Mr. Kadiri spoke about this. Sustainability is very important because for us to succeed and for us to be sustainable into the future, as a manufacturing entity, you have to take sustainability very serious. It can't just be a nice to have. It needs to be pivotal to everything you do. For us, it's in the center of everything that we do as BAT. It's not just a nice to have. 2 years ago, we were the catalyst that started driving what we called an ESG, that's Environmental, Social and Governance Forum, Pan-African in Nigeria here. And the whole idea was that we wanted to be the catalyst to say that how can we make sure that manufacturing, not just manufacturing entities, but private governments come together and we actually take ESG more serious, because we need to make sure that the planet from which we derive our livelihood from is future fit and preserved for the future, for future leaders and for the sustainability of the country as a whole. So we actually came up with this, took sustainability as very important for us, and we realized that we needed to also showcase what are we doing, within BAT as sustainable in the ESG platform. What are other companies similar to us doing? How can we showcase that for other people to learn as best practices, and also pledge how we want to take ESG forward into the future? So I will just give you a little bit of a scorecard in terms of what it is that we have done in this regard. We've set some very stiff targets for ourselves. We said that by 2050 we want to be net zero, 50% reduction of CO2 from our factory. We've said that we want to be 100% in terms of waste to landfill. We have achieved that. We've said that we want to recycle the water that we use in the factory. We have done that to 30%, we've achieved that, and so much more. Just to give you a simple example of what we've done in the factory. Everyone knows that in Nigeria, you have to generate your own power, and that's a huge cost of production for manufacturers. We have installed a 1.4 mega solar plant in the factory. We've also transited from diesel to gas. So today we don't rely on diesel any longer. Diesel is now like a backup. We use gas as a main source of power, and solar panels as well. Just from a cost perspective, just to put it in for you to understand what it means. On a day, we generate about 4,500 kilowatts per hour of solar power in the factory. What does this mean from a cost perspective for us? You know what the cost of diesel is today? It's what, over 2,000, right, per liter, or close to, if not, yeah. The gas that we generate, it costs us per unit of electricity between 230 naira to 235 naira per kilowatt per hour. With solar, we're spending about 35 to 40 naira per kilowatt hour. That's saving us about 200 naira per unit. So you can see that from our factory alone, we have, and the cost of power for us is about 20% of our total cost of production. So you can see that from that, strategically reducing the reliance on diesel, how much is putting back, how much is helping us to plow back into our business, and helping us to be more efficient for the long run, and as well as protect the environment. We're no longer using diesel that is polluting the environment as we were before. Transportation, there's huge issues with transportation, because ideally, especially because we export to West and Central Africa, currently it takes us about 20 days for us to go through ports clearance and all of that, which is a lot. It impacts our lead times. And we are aspiring to have this reduced to 1 week, right, for more better efficiencies. And then it's also important that there are eliminations of port congestions, eliminations of bureaucracy at the ports, the eliminations of change in regulations. For example, early this year, we heard that customs wanted to bring an additional 4% levy charge on imports. You can imagine what that would do to the manufacturers, and it was just announced without interaction with stakeholders. So what we're saying is that these regulatory changes, have a negative detrimental impact to operations. It's important that there's always a stakeholder dialogue. There's always a convergence of minds in terms of what government is trying to achieve and what is tenable. And why is this important? For us, we are the hub for West and Central Africa. So we compete against Kenya, we compete against South Africa. Cost of production here is already very high. So if by the time we get our goods to the end market, if the pricing is too expensive, there's no reason why the consumer will pick us versus products that can come in from Kenya or South Africa at a cheaper cost. So it's very important that the government looks at the current context in which Nigeria operates and how we can make sure that our goods are competitive so that when we take it out, we can bring back the forex, we can create jobs in Nigeria. That's very important. When we talk about taxes, it's great to see that they've consolidated and they're harmonizing the taxes. But before you start listening to external advice on how you should come up with taxes, tax systems, excise, and all of that, you have to look at it in the context of your local economy to make sure that your goods are competitive for the consumers. The consumer doesn't now jump from picking a competitive product to an illicit product that does not pay the relevant tax to you. Now, apart from all this that we've set ourselves and the targets that we're achieving, leveraging on this ESG forum that we also spoke about, we've been able to bring a lot of public and private sector together. Last year, we continue to showcase best practices in terms of what it is that we're doing, what it is that our partners are doing, for others to embrace and to learn something from. And we've birthed a young professionals forum where we are currently mentoring young professionals in the way of sustainability, because we believe that we need to play this forward. And the whole idea is that at the end of it's a 6-month mentorship program. At the end of that 6-month period, we should be able to find them some form of internship within the partners that they can learn, and they can now play forward the sustainability practices that we have agreed on. Now, ESG Forum, like I said, it's a platform whereby we want to showcase best practices. It's a platform whereby we want to make sure that everyone that comes together is able to see what role can I play to protect the environment from which we derive our benefits from? What role can I play in terms of giving back to the society? And then how can I make sure that my practices are done with the right governance structures in place? The world is becoming so small now that governance is very important in terms of how your business operations are being conducted, the kind of higher standards that were held to account, not just locally, but also on a global platform as well. So we're bringing everybody together to see, what can we do to make sure that Nigeria is, up its games. Nigeria protects the environment. We can see that things are changing, the impacts that how it's fighting back, against environmental degradation. We can see all of that. We're not insulated from that. So what role can we all play in making sure that we protect Nigeria's environment is very important in this regard. Now, when we talk about sustainability growth and strategies amidst the turbulent situation and environment we find ourselves, what exactly are we talking about in this regard? For us, I think that my key message here is that sustainable growth demands a coordinated and long-term approach that is anchored on market-driven strategies. So we have to have a strategy. We have to think long-term. How do we want to drive this? And, we think that to be able to achieve our ambition, we need to look at some strategic pillars, right? We need to see
how breaking barriers to growth, mitigating the impact of multi-layered taxation, infrastructural deficits, and reliable power supply. And on this panel, we have got Mr. Olushola Obadimu, FNSE, FCIOD, the Director General at the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA. Please put your hands together for him as he comes up. Thank you very much for sustaining the applause. Also on this panel, we've got Mr. George Olutokpe Onafowokon, FNSE, the Managing Director and CEO of Coleman Technical Industries Limited. Thank you very much. Please sustain the applause till they get to their seats. Thank you. Also on this panel, we have Adetunji Aderito, the founder of Zeta Mind Consulting Limited. And last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Esther Williams, the Director and Procurement Officer at Williams Dabo Group Limited. Thank you very much. Please do better with the applause, please. Thank you. And moderating this panel is Dikpo Oladende, the head of the Energy Desk at BusinessDay Media Limited. Please put your hands together for him. Also, we'd like to please implore you to share our streaming links with your community. So this event is being streamed on BusinessDay's TV channel. Just so you know, we have a BusinessDay television. And if you aren't subscribed, please do well to subscribe to our channel. Please just type on your phone right now. If you give me just give me 2 seconds to bring out your phone, please, and search for BusinessDay television. BusinessDay television, you would see us. It's on your screen. Thank you so much. So you can scan the QR code and then please do well to subscribe. So we have conversations like this every other day because we have shows that are very beneficial to you. And we'll also hope that when we call on you to be a guest on any of our shows, we hope that you would oblige us. So please subscribe to our channel. Thank you so much. And please do well to share the link, just as I mentioned earlier, with your community as well. Once again, please put your hands together for our panelists as they delve into this conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, everyone, and good to be here once again. And it's been a very, very interesting conversation about Nigeria's manufacturing sector. And so my job here is basically to moderate a conversation about three major topics or three major issues. Now, these are not new issues. They are old, but then again, we discovered that a lot of people are mitigating or innovating around some of these challenges, and that's what we are here to talk about. So we'll talk about the solutions, we'll talk about how we are solving some of these challenges, and then we'll also talk about the way forward. So that's the main aim of this conversation. And of course, there'll be questions from the audience as well. So the three things we are talking about today is, the first one is about multi-layer taxation, which we all call multiple taxation. The second one is infrastructure deficits, and then the third one is issues around power. So again, so we won't focus on the problems, we'll focus on the solution. We'll talk about people who are innovating around it. We'll talk about things we could do better, and then we'll talk about what will be the expectation from the next 10 or 15 years. Now, to start the conversation today would be Mr. George. Sorry, can you please help? Okay, so I have it's two in one question, right? So the first question is, You were introduced as the CEO and Managing Director of Coleman Technical Industries, so which means you are more like a manufacturer in the cable and power business. Now, I would like to share with us how you've been able to navigate issues around multiple taxation, issues around infrastructural deficits in the course of doing your business, and what would be your main talking points or major takeaways as you've navigated these challenges?
Good morning, everyone. From a manufacturer's perspective, when you look at how do we navigate multiple taxation, the unfortunate part is that we're the worst hit by multiple taxation because we cannot take our machines or carry them anywhere. We're stuck in one place. And the unfortunate scenario is that multiple taxation is normally at your doorsteps, from local government to states to federal government, all having different agents. And the sad part is that they have multiple agents. So you don't even know who's the actual benefactor, who's the person taxing you, or who is directly or indirectly represented. So, but you're a manufacturer stuck in your area of production or in your area of location, which is really unmovable at the time. And you have to deal with each state's local government multiple taxation. The unfortunate part is that those that are actually trying to tax you are the same people looking for jobs for people that are related to them in your business. That's irony on its own. It doesn't make sense. You want to actually benefit. It's like eating your cake and having it at the same time. But you are also the guy literally at the doorstep of every manufacturer trying to collect money for one funny thing or the other. I'm sure quite a few manufacturers transport their goods from left to right of their different locations. And you have things that are simple things, which I still don't understand in this country, like haulage charges, that tells you charges that for every vehicle that goes in and out of your location, I must collect a fee. I think Nigeria has lost the plot when I heard that one. At the end of the day, are you telling a manufacturer to improve business or to derail in business? So multiple taxation is an hindrance to business, is an hindrance to growth. But until we actually see that the location of a manufacturer is to the benefit of that community and the state and the country as a whole, I think we would have a better viewpoint on generating growth, wealth, and employment. Now, if you now take that multiple taxation and then add on the infrastructural deficit. I was in a conversation with a gentleman some time back who happens to say, was asking, we're in a discussion, and he said, how many local governments are in Nigeria? And the man said, I said 774. He said, no, every business, every individual is a local government. Why? We're all providing our own infrastructure. So we'll get back to us, who is the local government? So you have a business that you have to provide your own water, your own road, your own power. Then I ask, what am I paying the fees for? But these are infrastructural deficiencies or hindrances to businesses that it's literally on the face of every manufacturer. But take the inefficiencies, take the deficiencies of the infrastructure. The fortunate part is that Nigeria seems to be just resilient in the ability to take every shock and still survive. Now, what I mean by that is that as much as we have this deficiency, this poor infrastructure, you still see investment coming into Nigeria. And you still see them making profit. And you beg to ask, why are they not all running away? And this is where I always try to encourage Nigerians, because we tend to look at things all on the negative rather than the opportunities over the negative. And the success of any business is to be optimistically positive over and above what you see that is negative. And what I mean by that is that it's a sad case. I'm a chairman, my dear DG, who's my friend and brother, I'm the chairman of Ogun State branch of MAN, also apart from what I do. And I look at this, it's as much as is, I've been there for 3 years, looking forward to my last year. You don't like telling me, saying that, but when you look at it, it begs to differ. Ogun State happens to be the state where the most manufacturers in Nigeria are coming into, because sincerely, location, cost to land, it's close to Lagos, it's an exit into the whole of the rest of Nigeria. So it has the largest amount of numbers of increase in new manufacturing development coming into the country. But you have to look at it that every time you're signing up a new member, and we have quite a bit, I still tell us we're number one in the country, but my brother will argue with me on one location, but irrespective, when you look at the number of people that one has to sign in as new members and do a comparative analysis of how many are indigenous Nigerians and how many are foreigners, you see the infrastructure problems, and you start to say that 7 out of every 10 is scaled to the foreigner. Wow. Only 30% is scaled towards the local guy. So when I make it a point of call because I have to sign the final approval before it goes to the HQ. And the first thing I'm looking for is what's the name of the proprietor or the founder. And I see one foreign name and I just say, you see. Now, if we say Nigeria is not good, and 7 out of 10 manufacturers sitting in this place or becoming new members are foreigners, then something is wrong somewhere. So the opportunity is still in the country. It's for us to now actually see beyond the infrastructural deficiency. Now, you take that, that's why I said, we have it. But we have to then take it away from where we are. So I was starting from the inefficient tax system, the deficiencies and the infrastructural problem, then tail it up to the opportunities. And that's the way I'll drive it. Now, tailing it up to the opportunities is really looking at everything in Nigeria on the long. If you shouldn't be manufacturing in Nigeria if you're thinking.
Thank you. Can you use?
It just went dead. Sorry. You shouldn't come into Nigerian market if you're thinking like a trader. It's just not going to work for you. The position of being in manufacturing in Nigeria has to be on the long. Any short process of your vision, it's really, you're going to be hindered by the amount of policy flip-flops, inconsistencies in the direction of government, change in government, FX issues, as my brother has. One thing will kill you. If it doesn't kill you, you have survived a lot. And most manufacturers are either on the tail end of being killed as a business or surviving every scale of attack, basically, to be killed. So we have to look at it on the long. And what I mean by that is that no matter what, I inherited a business on a negative balance sheet of 20 million, more like 20 plus years ago. And at the time, everybody looked at it as a disaster of a business to inherit. Now, it took us, but we had to have a long-term view. It took us 2 years to actually just come out of that. Third year to actually see a position that was better. But the long-term view was that, what did we want to become? What did we want to do? Which basically means you have to reinvest. It has to be deliberate. Whatever you do, if you're not deliberate about being a manufacturer in Nigeria and taking the long view, which is where the delayed gratification issue comes in, and taking out the lifestyle issue from your business, you actually have the prospect of being able to. I mentor quite a lot of people. And when I look at it, when I mentor people, I ask them when they're in manufacturing, what is your 10-year goal of that business. If you don't have an answer for where you see that business in 10 years, even where you're working, please leave, because there's no staying power. And when you don't have a staying power in anything, that thing, you will actually collapse quicker than you think. So for manufacturing, the opportunities can be there. It's there. It's the long view that we have to take over and above the infrastructural deficiency, the policy inconsistencies. And I think the more of us shine in this business, and I mean, the more Nigerians we push into the face of government and they see as success story in manufacturing, the more they'll be forced to actually move policy in the right direction that does enable the manufacturers do a lot better. I'll just keep that while I come back, allow other people to come in. Thank you.
Okay, so it's clearer now. Okay, so I think my major takeaway from all you've said is 7 out of 10 coming into Nigeria are mostly foreigners and 3 are Nigerians. So yes, you've highlighted the opportunities and there is a pathway for growth despite all of the challenges. So speaking of opportunities, let's talk to Dr. Esther, and you've been around for a while. And so in 2 minutes, can you share with us how have you been able to survive the macroeconomic headwinds that the country have gone through?
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Okay, so in spite of all the challenges, running a manufacturing business in Nigeria is tougher. Number one is the issue of power. One, we've been able to go off grid, either with the hybrid system or the standalone system. Like in our manufacturing plants, we are setting up in Yola for sack production and all that. It's going to be 70% battery backup systems and 30% on the national grid. This is just to ensure continuous production line, because the machines are designed in a way that it has to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And once it is shut down, for you to kickstart the running of that machine, it takes a whole lot in terms of cost, in terms of the manpower that you need to bring in to begin to fix these parts together. So it simply means we had to find a way to make sure that we have consistent power so that these machines can run continuously. Then in another area challenging the manufacturing sector, and being particular to my business, we are in several areas like the solar business. I think that's one we have a leverage over our manufacturing plant at Yola. Another area is in the area what's it called, the area of financing. It's actually not easy, bringing out your raw finance, your equity. Though there are challenges there, but it simply means you have to make a long-term plan. So it doesn't matter that you're doing the business today and you have to impute the finances today. You have to make a plan. If it means 3 years, 4 years, that's what happened with the plant we are setting up in Kano for the ginger manufacturing and spices as well. It's a long-term plan, knowing that even getting loans from the bank is a whole lot, which is the double digit. So how do you mitigate that? It simply means you have to be strategic in your planning, and it has to be adaptable. Also, in the area of government coming in, it helps. One, collaboration with industrial collaborations, people in the same field, bringing ideas together helps in running this business, because it is actually not easy running it alone. No man is an island. So you need this input in terms of resources. You need input in terms of experience to ensure the proper working of your plant. What about the supply, the local supply content? Reliance on external supply is actually not feasible. We've done that over the years. It is not feasible. You have to make sure that you develop local suppliers so it can mitigate against raw materials, for you to get your source for raw materials, because over dependence on external sources It simply means you run shortage of your inventory. And once there's a breakdown, it affects your cost, it affects your profit, and it affects your end users, because customers are not really loyal. Once they find out there's an alternative, don't give them that chance. They simply move to the next. That is the truth. So make sure you don't break that circle. So with these three major areas, we've been able to manage our manufacturing lines in relation to our business. Thank you.
Okay, so I think one consistent thing I've heard this morning is long-term planning and being deliberate about your investments. So we'll move to Mr. Adetunji, and can you share with us how businesses can reduce their risk exposure to some of these volatilities we've seen around, and what are those 1, 2, 3 things they need to put in place for more sustainable long-term businesses? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So I think one of the things especially manufacturers need to do is adoption of technology. And we have seen this advantage, just like Mr. George mentioned, that 7 out of 10 investors that come to Nigeria, they are foreigners. So that means they are seeing opportunities in Nigeria we are not seeing. And that means opportunities are there. But how do you mitigate against all the challenges that, like Mr. Kadri have explained? And this is by probably look at the use of technology. One is in the case of cost, which is okay, so one is cost. So how can you reduce cost in the midst of rising cost as we are seeing? The first thing you need to do is see where you can automate things. Because you have a lot of overhead costs. We've implemented something similar to like digital transformation for a company, MOCA. I want to give MOCA as an example. And what we did is we implemented Internet of Things. We have this IIoT, whereby they are able to reduce the cost of handling their items at the production floor. And this reduced the overhead cost by 40%. So that means that 40% is saved from the cost of security that will check goods, counts. We have people that count. Then we have people that move items from one place to the other, that check the quantity of the items, that do the recording. So with the Internet of Things, with the IT, they are able to have all this information streamlined and transferred to the system. So at the end of the day, their information is accurate, and it reduces the numbers of men that checks all these items at every point of the movement of the item. That is one. And also in the case of integration of like payment, where a customer makes payment and this information is transferred into the system. Now take for example, if you have to employ like 4 or 5 people, somebody will check the banking environment. Let's say for example, you are making payments, customer is making payment, and you need to transfer this payment into your system for the customer to get credit and then for you to deliver the goods. Between that process of when the customer make payment and then when the credit is given to the customer, you can cut back the speed, the delivery time, the time when those information will be transferred to the system, and the numbers of people within that checking list. So at the end of the day, you reduce the overhead. So instead of employing somebody that will probably call the customer, have you paid? And then somebody that will check the banking platform, whether the payment has dropped, and then somebody that will now post into the system, you have eliminated 3 people. So now imagine that you just implemented your system once. And with this, you're able to cut the costs of all this overhead. You can plug that cost into your system, into your production process. So one of the things that we're advising manufacturers is look at your system. Look at things that you can automate. Because the more you automate your system, the more you can scale up. And then the more you become more efficient. Let's look at the example of quality. For example, now, people still use manual ways of checking every quality at every point in time, rather than just implement a system that can check your quality. And once you invest, if you can go through I know it's not that cheap, but if you can incur that cost once, the implication is you'll be able to scale up, and then you'll be able to get the return on investment of those automation. And also in terms of data analytics, like you said, because like you said, we have opportunities, we have population, we have youth. So why are we not making use of this, taking advantage of these opportunities? One is we have data, but we are not making use of it. And that's one of the problems of manufacturers in this country. You produce and you discover that you are not selling. So that means what you are just doing is you are just using your instincts instead of using your data. So why don't you do your customers' expectation? Do your research, know exactly what the customer wants. So if I produce to what customer wants, so do I need to start looking for buyers again? Because the buyers are there. So these are the things that those foreigners are seeing that we are not seeing as Nigerians. And one of the major problems why most organizations in Nigeria, especially manufacturers, die is because they don't use data. Before you start producing, are you not expected to research to what exactly customer wants? Are you not supposed to check even the quality? What is the essence of producing extra quality when people are not ready to pay for it? So you have to produce exactly the quality people want to buy, and then also you sell exactly the quantity people are ready to buy. And then also in terms of price, have you done your market research? These are some of the problems, and for me, especially from technology point of view, if we can adopt technology, just like you can see the case of financial institutions, nobody can imagine that you have like 6 banks in my palm, just on this. So I can do my transactions in all these 6 banks without stepping to their banking hall. So we should, especially for manufacturers, should think of this as well. Think of how you can use e-commerce, for example, to go beyond the borders. If I produce my item somewhere in Ondo State, I can have my product available in US, any part of the world. So these are the things I think manufacturers should imbibe into their operations. And this will reduce costs, increase their market shares in terms of availability where, people want their products, even in terms of the supply chain as well. Because the cost of moving your items up and down is very expensive. So why don't you find a way of selling your things online, whereby people can actually get to know your products from anywhere and they can order for it? There's a lot of ways you can actually make people even request for your item, and so that at any point in time, at any day, maybe 24 hours, people can order your products. Then you can put it across to any logistic company, and then they can get it delivered wherever they are. So with this, you can cost your cost. Then 2, you can make your items available from anywhere. At the same time, you can also increase your revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we are gradually achieving what we set out to achieve. So we need to leverage our technology. We need to make use of automation. We need to. Sorry. Yeah. So we need to make use of automation during the course of our business, and then of course leverage technology. I think one major area we've been silent about is the issue of multiple layer of taxation, multiple taxation. So how do we solve that? I remember Mans DG made mention of the fact that we still don't have a holistic industrial policy in Nigeria. So I would like to hear Mr. Olushola. So what major policy shifts do you think would solve the issue of multiple taxation in Nigeria, especially considering the fact that this is one of the biggest challenges everybody have alluded to today?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everyone. First of all, while I congratulate Business Day for organizing this very useful forum at this particular time, I would have expected, or let me encourage them to, when next they are organizing this, to invite some government representatives. It will be useful because it's like all of us in this room, we are private sector people. I stand to be corrected. And we are now talking to ourselves. Because government agencies, they need to listen to some of this opinion. They need to respond to them wherever necessary. I know it's been beamed or streamed live, but that notwithstanding, it will be useful to have some of them here. Now, taxes. My brother, Mr. Ajayi Kadri, spoke about there is recent reforms which have now been passed by the National Assembly, and we wish that the implementation will start soonest. But as Mr. Onofokon said, the fact is that there are truancy behavior, truancy attitudes at local government and state levels, which we cannot pretend not to know. You drive a sales van in the Edo or whatever, and some people appear from nowhere with some wood with nails in front of your vehicle, or they even threaten to impound your vehicle. I mean, a sales vehicle, for God's sake. I think, and that's why I'm saying, we need government representatives here. We need to move away from the desire for immediate income generation by governments at all levels to long-term visionary planning if we want this country to develop. There is this hasty move when any new administration comes in at any level, local government, state or federal, to raise revenue from wherever sources. And politicians even boast that when I was here, I tripled IGR. What did you do with it? And how did you impact on development? So we need to, have a visioned focus for development for this country, so that all agencies can key into it, and even private sector agencies like banks can key into it. If they know that we have priority areas that we want to develop, we have like the solid mineral sector, for instance, that is yet to be fully formalized. I mean, the development of that sector is still hanging. I think for that sector, you can employ far more people to process these various minerals that we've got, and government will even realize more taxes if that area is formally developed. So it's not just about taxes on the surface. Truancies at those levels, they have to be dealt with, and there is for bad behavior by these local government and state government officials who collect below the table, taxes in quotes. Some of these things are not even going to the pockets of the government. Anyway, they are truancy. That's the only word I can use for it. It's not. They are not being patriotic. They are not keen in generating income for government. They just want to make money by all means. Now, talking about bank rates, there are specialized development finance institutions that are focused on financing capital projects. We know them: Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, Development Bank, and so on. And they are to be empowered to lend money at single-digit rates. For commercial banks, normally you are supposed to go to commercial banks for working capital anyway. And it will be difficult for a commercial bank to lend money to anybody below the inflation rate, because that means they'll be losing revenue themselves. So if inflation is not tamed, the CBN can be setting the MPR rates for all the care. It will be irrational for any commercial bank to lend money to anybody below the inflation rate. So it behoves on government and the CBN to tame inflation. Inflation is a problem to individuals and to businesses. I recall in the past, businesses used to run yearly budgets as well. I mean, which will now key into their medium-term and long-term goals. And when you run yearly budgets, you have figures for your inputs, that's your raw materials and so on. And we have projected figures for your outputs, that is what you intend to sell, realize from sales. In Nigeria today, where prices change on everyday basis, your prices of inputs, they change from, on everyday basis. How do you run corporate budgets sustainably? That is a problem. So we have to find a way between the federal government and the CBN to tame inflation on a serious note. I think these are basic, and then of course, for the energy, permit me, Mr. Moderator, the discourse are running monopolies. Yes, you may create alternative forms of energy, but we know that to some level we also rely on the public grid system. And because they are monopolies, for example, let me use my own company, my own organization. We used to pay averagely $350 for within the GRA Ikeja. But in the last 1 month, they came, they deactivated all the meters in the building, and they said we must run a single meter from the pole. I had to pay 1.35 this last month. You know, we are not manufacturing anything. It's just an office with computers, maybe a few ACs, and so on. So I can imagine if you're a manufacturing facility and all of a sudden within a month, your charges are being tripled for no justifiable reasons. So these are critical elements which can, hit hard or impact significant, particularly on small businesses. The BATs of this world can take care of themselves. The Shells of this world and Chevrons of this world can take care of themselves. But the small businesses will be badly hurt by these small decisions that are very important to their operations. So back to taxes, I think the only way for me, the only recommendation I may have is for government to try and reduce the corporate tax. Because I understand from Mr. Falcon that there is an extra 3% education tax as well. If you can bring that down, maybe it will help industry and enterprise. I think those will be my few comments for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll still stay with you, Mr. Olushola. You made mention of we need to prioritize small and medium scale businesses because they are the engine room for any vibrant economy. So my question is there a possibility of your chamber engaging with governments at different level for any major policy shifts? Because yes, the government officials, I agree completely with you that they should be in conversations like this. But then again, if we don't offer harm of approach, or we don't offer to collaborate with them, it's difficult for us to solve some of these issues or challenges we've talked about. So my question is there a possibility of collaboration in terms of solving any of the problems you've identified? Even the transy behavior of the local government or the state's government officials you paid attention to?
Thank you very much. I'm glad the DG of Man is here because we work together under the aegis of the organized private sector of Nigeria, together with NECA, NASI, and NASME. And let me go to specific examples. A while ago, we were meeting, holding meetings on engaging the Lagos State Parking Authority or whatever they are called. There was a time they were clamping vehicles indiscriminately, and that became something of a problem. We had issues with water charges at a point, and then we had to engage collectively the Lagos State Water Authority. Sometimes it might be the Environmental Protection Agency. We are always engaging these bodies. But like I said, there is this deliberate income generation mindset by government bodies. If I become the GM of a government agency, I believe that the best way for me to prove myself to my master or leader is to increase my income generation. We are not development focused. No, whatever we do with this income that we generate is another issue entirely. Nobody knows. So it's difficult to explain to people why people should pay more for anything, because the impact is not visible. So it is a continual engagement thing that we have been having with them for ages. But you see that their mind is made up. All they are interested in is raising their internal generated revenue. And that seems to be the only thing that is priority in their minds. And that's why I'm saying maybe we need to have some government agencies here so that they can listen to us as we speak. Because manufacturers are here, people from the media, they are here, people from the organized private sector bodies are here, and maybe they will be able to understand these issues better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Dr. George, I go back to you again. So yes, so policies can be unpredictable, but I mean, you would agree with me that no matter how unpredictable they are, we still need to, you need to obey the law. The law is the law. You need to obey the law at different points in time, whether we are comfortable with it or not. So as a business, how do you balance obeying the law, especially when you're uncomfortable with it, and then surviving as a manufacturer in Nigeria?
Now, being factual, obeying the law is something you cannot even contend with. The law is the law. The rule books of what you're obeying in business, you have to adhere to it. Now, I'll give examples. Now, the standard says whatever we do, we have a standard, especially for the cable industry. We work by the SON, NIS, Nigerian standards to actually make cable. Proud to say that we're the only industry that every Nigerian will say, go and buy made in Nigeria. Nobody wants to buy an imported product because we've kept standards. Now, the law and the institutes and the agencies that enable standards actually have protected Nigerians long enough to believe that made in Nigerian cable is the best for them to buy. But be it may, in between that, then you still have the unscrupulous ones. In the old days was all about importation of substandard cable. Immediately everybody knew that made in Nigeria was the actual cable to buy. You then had people that will import cable and put Nigeria on top of it just because they actually just want to sell. Now, but the implication is that you have someone selling below the standards and actually trying to sell below the cost of what another manufacturer producing locally is actually being able to do. The sad part is that, yes, for the local manufacturers who have to adhere to standards, there are the elements that don't want to adhere to the standards. But you have to want to believe that whatever you're doing is you have to innovate your business to actually be able to be more efficient, to actually be able to be in business. So efficiency really is the key to actually to overcome all regulations or laws that actually put you into the business that conform to what you do. So for me, quality is something you cannot compromise on, because I'm selling cable to people putting it in their houses that 15% or 20% of this total investment could burn down 80%. So you cannot afford to even be objective of that. It is either I want to go to sleep at home or not. And for me, I rather want to go to sleep. So the reality is that for every business, there must also be the consciousness of what do you want to sell as a standard. Do you want to be known for the standard of quality of what you do? Or do you want to, because of certain laws, certain standards that are set by the government, actually cut your specification to, I want to disagree with a bit of my friend here, say make the cable according to the quality of the customer requirement. I don't think those might be the wrong way of us thinking, because in any business you are, there must be a body or a standard governing what you do. And as a manufacturer, and once that is there, you are not allowed to go below that specification. If you do, then something is wrong somewhere. So for me, as a rule book, we must first follow the standards that are generated, that has created an industry that every Nigerian is proud of today. And secondly, once you've done that, the key thing is then to actually be able to fight the regulators to do their job, for God's sake, sometimes. So you have to fight SON to, as much as they want to instill standard on the local manufacturer, they should instill standards on the importers. So if you're importing rubbish and you're busy chasing the local manufacturers and going to their place 3-4 times a year, charging them fees to check their standards, charging all sorts of fees from local government to check, from the guys checking weight and measure, guys checking on standards of the cable, to the guys even on implementing contracts. So those are the things that we have to guide against, to actually look at how do these influence the decisions of the pricing of the product, and how do we mitigate as a business, as a manufacturing sector, against this unscrupulous end of the market. So the key thing is that really manufacturers will maintain standards, and I believe manufacturing standards in Nigeria are actually quite high. It's sad that sometimes we go out of Nigeria and everybody's looking at made in Nigeria as being the bad egg. But sincerely, you go out of Nigeria and you find that made in Nigeria is actually far better. But the perception is so wrong that we're getting into those countries. We went into Ghana, we sold it, and everybody, once someone said to me, said, can you not write made in Turkey or made in India for something coming from Nigeria? And I said, I don't think anything you guys are producing, and we checked the standards. What we're producing is even actually higher in standard than what they're using. And I said to her, it doesn't make sense. If we cannot come into your country with my tag made in Nigeria, I'm not coming into your country. But I'll break down the barriers of the made in Nigeria with our product, and we're able to do so. But you have to be deliberate that you're not going to change your made in Nigerian status for anybody, because you actually know the standards and the level of which you have attained to actually go into those countries. So key function of regulators is for us to try to adhere to the regulators, but for us to tell the regulators, to tell those outside the manufacturing sector to adhere to the same rule book, so that the traders, the importers that are competing with you or dumping goods are not doing specifications. And unfortunate part of business in Nigeria is that most people look at price first. And that should be the last thing. Because it's so easy for me to look at price and I've played you. Now, for instance, in my own industry, everybody thinks of a coil of cable. But the standards organization standard rule book for a coil of cable is 100 meters. 99% of people buying a coil of cable don't even know what the length of that coil should be. So to them, they just see something is round, it's called, it's cable. Okay. But if I sell you a cable at 80 meters and I make it 5% cheaper than in other Nigerian cable, I've made far more profit than you think, because I've 20% off the cable. So there's so many unscrupulous ways that people actually think. So they look at the price, but they're actually not looking at the specification. They're not looking at the standards. And those are the things that either have, we shouldn't be penny wise, pound foolish. 10% investment should not be something you see as saving money on. because it's going to either burn your 80% or 85% of your investment down the drain. Okay. And those are the things that we need to keep educating. We, even in our industry, keep re-educating the consumer that don't look at the price first, because the price might actually look cheaper, but it's not. Because if I've reduced 40% of the material and giving you an impression that it's 5% cheaper, I've made 35% more profit plus on the profit. Exactly. So the opportunity for the person actually, I would say one thing is, the reality is anybody that is a criminal is not doing criminality for normal profit. It's doing criminality for abnormal profit. Mm-hmm. You're not a criminal that wants to make normal profit. Otherwise, you'll be the distributor. But because you want to make abnormal profit is why you are the criminal. And those are the things that must set us aside when we are thinking of the standards and the regulator and us as manufacturer to actually be able to keep ourselves in business. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for him, please. So, Dr. Esther, can you speak in 2 minutes about issues of quality? Since I know, of course, you're in the procurement arm of the manufacturing sector. So how do you maintain quality in an environment that is very, very, everybody is just moving along very quickly, and yeah, so that's it.
Okay, the typical Nigerian is price sensitive. That's what the last speaker just made mention of. You can actually make profit reducing your quality, and to them, you have outplayed them actually. But for you to maintain quality, it has to be a deliberate act. Number one, the quality control department must be effective. It is very important. They keep it to standard, because in your business, you're not looking at just the short run. You are looking at sustainability. It has to outlive the times. What happens afterwards? Because by the time it outlives the time, that's when you begin to reap your profit. So if you want to, like the local parlance, want to eat with both hands now, you may think you're winning. So in terms of quality, you may not win at this time, but in the long run, it will even be on autopilot. So for us, we are big on quality control. Then in terms of the supply chain, that is an area we have to look in. That's the areas of procurement, because in sourcing for your raw materials, the quality starts from that process. So you have to make sure your raw materials are of high quality, high standards. The truth is that once you're an expert, you know the difference between substandard and the standard raw materials. So which do you source first? So from the ground, make sure your raw materials are of good quality where you procure them. Then your quality control in terms of the finished product, it is very, very important. They're looking at the control organizations, like the last speaker I just mentioned, like the SON, and you have to make sure that those things, they meet up to standards. It's not just for your own good for the organization, but for the face of the Nigerian manufacturing economy. It transcends beyond just your factory. It goes in, even on the international stage, it can stand the test of time. So these are the things that you can actually put together to make sure that you maintain quality in the face of challenging issues.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So we'll take one parting shot from everyone, and then if there is a question, we'll take 1 or 2 questions before we round up this panel session. So, in 1 minute, I would like, starting from you, sir, I'd like you to give us just in 1 minute, summarize where you would want Nigeria's manufacturing sector to be. Okay. What would be your dream manufacturing sector in Nigeria?
Okay, so my advice is for them to take up automation, because it's a way to reduce your costs. Is a way to scale up. So look at technologies like cloud, where you can work from anywhere, so that means you have your information stored on the cloud. Then you can, your MD, anybody can access your information. You have a kind of lean operation. So you reduce your overhead costs, so you don't have to, as your business grows, you continue to grow your back-end, staff. So that means you can have a very small overhead staff in terms of maybe admin staff. then you have more of your production team, you know. So you don't have to continue to grow your business with numbers of staff, of having accountants, having HR manager, because these are actually, these are not critical to your operation. So you face your entire, in fact, you can even outsource some of the things that is not really critical to your operations, like accounting, like IT, like tax, like, security, any other thing, so that you face exactly what your business is all about, which is production and selling. And so, everybody believe here that their potentials are there. So, and the best way for us to do is to look at technology, look at things you can automate to scale up your business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, next.
I think for me, it's all about innovation. We need to innovate our businesses. Now, I'll take automation not from the digital perspective, but from the process of engineering. Now, what that basically means is that we need to automate our process of production. The more we automate that, we actually inbuild QA, QC into the process, where you take the human factor out of that process of production. The assumption that we have is that labor is cheap, get labor is cheap, you can start production easily. But believe me, because labor is cheap, labor thinks they're doing you a favor at that cheap level. Which means that every error that is created is greater than the loss of the total cost of paying that person for 1 year or even 5 years. So it's not recoverable, because at that cheap labor, the person is doing you a favor. So I always say, look, target in 8 hours of work. If you're a manufacturer and you cannot get your guy to sit down for at least 4 to 5 hours, it's a very costly labor for you, no matter how cheap that labor is, because the cost to error is higher than your profitability, and it's not recoverable from that labor in terms of payback. So if that person makes a mistake while in production, believe me, you can't take it from their salary. You deduct first month, that person will leave the next month, and there's nothing you can do about it. So the reality is, make labor as easy as possible by automating your processes. The capex at the beginning might be high, but it's better for you. Reinvest in power alternatives. Lady from BAT said it. We're totally off the grid for the last 5 years. I don't even know what diesel looks like. I'm not on the grid. But we deliberately, in 2015, expended and took a fund to actually put into gas power. Today we have over 25 megawatts of power that is embedded for ourselves only, both in gas and in solar. So you need to be deliberate about your alternative to power. That, if I'm still using diesel today, believe me, I will have been closed down by now, because the number of trucks of diesel I'll use per month, it will just not be possible for me to be able to do business in Nigeria today. So innovate. As you innovate, think on the long term. And most importantly, in Nigeria, please take your view, if you're in manufacturing, on the long. Don't take a short position. And what I mean by that is retain as much as possible of your profit in that business in the first 10 years. If possible, 90 to 95%. It's delayed gratification that reinvest into expansion and capacity efficiency that guarantees you tomorrow an early retirement. So if you think about it in that way, you actually can survive a lot better in Nigeria by doing those few things. Thank you.
Thank you.
My last message will be to say chin up to all manufacturers. We appreciate them for their contribution to this economy, their capacity to create jobs, and that's why we are keen to see them grow, because if they grow, they will definitely employ more hands. And of course, the government also needs the money they are collecting from them as corporate taxes. So they're a critical element in this economy. So we encourage them, we thank them for the wonderful job they are doing, and we say just chin up. There is a silver lining ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my last word. As a nation, for us to make progress, we need a 180-degree turn, a reorientation. And I'm really happy with what you're doing. Yeah. So we need to have confidence in our products. So it simply means our hands must be on deck to ensure that the quality of products we put out there, they are up to standard. They are of quality that it can withstand the test of time. So with this, the orientation of made in Nigerian goods and not good begins to erode. It may take time, but it will fade gradually until it disappears. And we are back to accepting our goods. Like the fashion industry, they are doing so well. The average Nigerian woman puts on Ankara. We want to make our local clothes. On the international stage, our designers are doing so well. So you can see there's a turn in that area. So that can happen in every other aspect of the manufacturing sector, irrespective of the area that you are. And with time, Nigeria will be great again. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take just one question, and before we wrap up, just one. Okay. Yeah. So just briefly, your question in 30 seconds. Please just be as brief as possible so we don't.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibka Michael. I'm a book vendor and a radio presenter with Jordan FM. My question goes to Mr. George and the man sitting beside him. Sorry, I don't know your name. How do you fight the government? I heard when Mr. George said we need to fight SON, and I saw his body language. So the reason for that question is this.
The fight is not a fiscal.
I'm coming now. Let me land. The reason for that is last week I was privileged to be in a conference, Federal Ministry of Trade Investment, and for the first time I wanted to join the government because they fed us for like 4 days. We went to Dangote refinery. That's the first time I'll go on a convoy in my life. Last month, follow us. Mobile, ambulance, security. I said, this is a very sweet experience. I've never been. So my question now is, I spoke with one of them. I tried to ask her questions. She won't answer. She said that public servants are seen. They are not heard. That's the first time I will hear. That's a director in government. I said, Ma, I want to. She refused to give any answer. She said public. So how do you now fight this government people? Because to me, they are enjoying.
Okay, thanks.
So,
thank you for your question. Mr. George, will you take the question in 30? No, just.
It's a difficult ask. How do you fight government? None of us have the resources to fight government. The reality is, we have to go through advocacy of man, Nasima, as much. You have to be collective. You can't fight government on your own. You're very right. The lifestyle in government is we get paid whether we do it right or not. And the next thing they're doing is what my brother said earlier. It's all about IGR, internal generated revenue. Once they make money, nobody cares what else is happening. But we have to be deliberate. When you're fighting government, look at it this way. Unfortunately, government doesn't see you when you are doing anything, but they see you when you are big enough to make an impact on whatever they're doing. So what you have to do as an individual, build your business to the level where and when they are forced to see you, they are forced to hear you. So for me, government is all about force them to hear you. So if you are a DG or a minister, I have built myself as a Nigerian to the level I can force you to sit down, because I am employing 800 Nigerians and I'm still increasing in employment, and you must sit down to hear me. Because where you are sitting is because I am paying those taxes. If I'm not paying it, you cannot be talking to me anyhow. So we have to be deliberate. We grow ourselves to force them to hear. And once they don't hear, you can openly, as long as you know what you're doing is right, you can come out to the paper and literally call out. I've called out a minister before, and literally I was called to actually person's office to say, why are you calling out our minister? I said, the minister is not doing what she's supposed to do. I don't need a minister parading herself all over the place. I need the impact of that minister. So I can openly call out the minister. And I'm not a politician, so I have to think of the workforce we have. So we as Nigerians have to be deliberate, because if we are not, all we're seeing is our selfish gain, then we cannot make any impact. Our impact has to be selfless and has to be the gains of everybody and not individuals. Thank you.
Anyway, that's a wrap, and thank you all for listening to us. I'm sure you've learned one or two insights on how to break barriers and how to survive in the times we live in. Thank you all once again for your time, really. Yeah.
Norma Obodna.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.